Hey, HDA, and this is my step-by-step guide for Satisfactory's full release. You're probably going to be bombarded by content on this game now it's going to go in full release, so let me help you decide if this is the series you want to watch. My goal is simple. I want to help you actually finish the game. I aim to do that by giving you a clear objective in each episode and show you an efficient way to get that done. I'll show you what I build step by step, but I won't waste your time by building everything live while you need to watch. I am going to keep my builds neat and organized, as I always do, but I'll also show you some tips and tricks on how to make them look good without spending weeks on polishing them. Now, you will not have to build exactly what I do in order for this to be useful. It should work just fine if you follow along on a different part of the map, for example. Now, it makes this series perfect for beginning players, but also for veteran players that are just looking for some inspiration or simply want to have a guideline for their own builds. So, if all of that sounds good, like the video and let's get started. In this first episode I will show you how to efficiently complete the tutorial and fully automate the first 5 basic resources. I'll also go through a lot of basics for new players, so if you played the game before, just bear with me. When it comes to your starting location, remember you're always going to be playing on the same map regardless of what you pick, but you're just going to start in a different area. Now, the game recommends that you pick either the grass fields or the rocky desert, and I tend to agree because those are very nice starting locations, but I do think the rocky desert is probably one of the least popular locations to start, but I'm not entirely sure why, because I actually think it's the best one among the 4 options that you have. But again, if you want to start out somewhere else, that's fine. You can still use this guide as a guideline for what you're going to be building. I will assume you're not skipping the intro and that you're not using any of the advanced game settings. Especially these allow you to kind of cheat in the game, enable some things that you would otherwise not have, but that also means you're no longer getting any achievements. So I'm trying to keep this playthrough as clean as I can, but of course if you do want to use these settings, by all means go ahead. Okay, just a couple of quick things so you know what you're actually doing. Once you get into the game, make sure you press tab in order to open up the inventory and drag your equipment. In this case, this is your stabber, your Xeno sapper, which you're going to use to defend yourself. Drag it into the hand slot so you can actually equip it, and you can start stabbing monsters if you need to. If you're playing the tutorial, you'll also want to press F and make sure you dismantle the drop pod. If you skip the tutorial, this won't actually be there and you will also already have the resources on you. Now, if you want to play along with me and build your factories in the same locations as I do, you want to start heading west. You will not necessarily start in exactly this position like I have. It's a little bit randomized, but you should be in the general area. As long as you head west, you should run into the ocean pretty quick. While you're moving around, get into the habit of just pressing E as you walk. This will help you vacuum up all the leaves that are on the ground. That will provide you some power later on. By default, you can sprint while holding shift, but if you go to the menu, to the controls, and then make sure the hold to sprint thing is unlocked, you only need to press shift once and you'll just keep sprinting as long as you don't touch your shift key again. Just saves you a lot of pressing that key, especially in the early game. Oh, and as a side note, if you're a new player, these super large animals don't actually do anything, they just get in the way, so you don't need to be afraid of them. Pretty much anything else that moves will eventually try to kill you, but early on in the game they will leave you alone, so don't worry about that just yet. So what you're looking for if you want to build exactly in the same spot as I am going to build my base is this particular location. So it has this large standing rock. And it's very close to the beach over here. There's this large mountain with an open area in there. And, well, I'll just take a quick look around to see where I am approximately. So this is on the west side compared to where you started out most likely, but not all the way to the coast just yet. Just behind this particular rocks formation, there is a huge amount of gas clouds, as you can see right there. If you see that one, you went too far, just move back a little bit. You will also see these weird little plants where some mosquitoes are going to pop out. They won't actually hurt you initially, but you do want to actually take this thing out because, well, you don't want them around. On the south side of this rock formation, you'll find a couple of iron nodes. I'm in the middle of those 3 at the moment. What you want to do is press E to start mining. And remember, you only need to press E once and it will just keep mining, so you don't need to keep pressing the button. Once you have some more, you can start building the hub. You can actually also build a crafting bench, but the hub comes with a crafting bench, so there's no need to build that unless you're somewhere far off in the distance. And you can place it down pretty much wherever you want. Just keep it somewhere close to your iron locations. Will make things look nice, neat, and pretty later on, but especially early on in the games, you don't really have the means to do that. So just make sure you get going before you start worrying about making things look clean. Now, if you skip the tutorial, this thing will have already been built completely, but for now, because I didn't skip the tutorial, you'll just need to do a couple of steps. And again, that doesn't actually waste your time because you're going to be building things that you will need to build anyway. Basically, you have this dashboard over here that will help you upgrade your research and things like that. And you have a crafting bench over here where you can actually make stuff. In order to get going, we'll need to upgrade the hub to level 1. That will unlock equipment workshop, portable miner, and some more equipment slots for ourselves. And in order to do that, we're going to need iron rods. So we can select that so we are prepared to go and complete that. And then once we move to the crafting bench, we can press E. We can start by making some ingots, and once we've made a couple of ingots, we can make some iron rods or iron plates. And of course, we want to focus on those iron rods first, because we will need 10 of those. Now, in order to make these, you can click this button, or you can just press Shift. You don't need to hold it, just press once, and it will start auto-crafting this stuff. I would recommend that you make a little bit of everything, because we're going to need a lot more rods, we're going to need a lot more plates. So just make sure that you use whatever ore you just mined and turn that into something useful. You won't actually need the iron ingots themselves, so feel free to make all of that stuff into plates and rods. Once you made that stuff, double click on the rods that you already have in your inventory. That will put whatever you need into this screen over here. Then you can press this button and you can start upgrading the hub. You will see it expanding, and that is the first step completed.
Upgrade 1.
With this upgrade, you will also have unlocked your personal storage box that you can use to store whatever you don't need right now. So you can, for example, store your headshare remains on there that you just killed. I picked up some nuts around the way. I don't need all of that stuff right now. I don't want to be carrying it around, so you can store it in your personal storage. Okay, next step, we want to build an equipment workshop, because that's where we're going to be building some of the more complicated stuff. Just place it down wherever, just close by, so you have easy access to it. Going to the workshop, and you will find that you can build portable miners here. You want to build whatever many you can build right now. Well, at least as long as that's not more than a handful, because we're going to use this to automate the mining for us. Now, I recommend placing at least 2 miners on the iron node over here, but if you move slightly closer to the gas clouds over here, you will find a different type of node that looks a little bit more stony, as you can see. And this is a limestone node, and I recommend that you place at least 1 miner on that node as well. Alright, back to the iron miners. If you press E to open them, you can see that it's auto mining for you. You can just press one button and get all the resources that are in there. And of course, if you want, you can also pick them back up, but for now, we're just going to leave them where they are. We have plenty of ore now, so we're going to go once again back to the crafting bench and make some more iron plates and rods, because if we look at our next goal, we actually have to spend a little bit of that to unlock all the copper-related production. Once you have the required materials, just upgrade your hub once more. Okay, so our hub is starting to look like an actual building, and in order to unlock the next step, we are going to need some copper wire as well. Now, we're going to go to the other side of this formation in order to find our copper. And remember that if you press V and you hover over the copper ore, you can scan around and it will tell you where you can find the copper nodes. Okay, so like I said, we're now on the north side of that formation. There is going to be a couple more of those plants. Again, they shouldn't be hurting you, but just make sure to clear them out anyway, because they will get hostile for a little while. And you should be finding a couple of copper nodes over here, as you can see. You'll also come across a couple of more iron nodes, and in case you're wondering why we didn't just start out there, is because you actually don't need that much copper early game, and you do need a lot of limestone. So this is why I chose to start out closer to the limestone than the copper. That just means that we have to move a little bit now. We're also going to need to, of course, put down some more of these miners, just because we don't want to do all the mining ourselves. I would say just place down a couple of them and wait for them to mine, and then bring back the ore to your starting location. Now, make some more of these ingots and then make some wire, but instead of turning that into upgrade your facility right away, I would recommend you do something else first. Go to the back of your hub and you will find this facility over here. This is the biomass burner. You can dump all the leaves that you've been collecting in here. This will make sure they are going to be burned in order to produce some power. And then you open the building menu again, you go to the production tab, and you're going to be building 2 smelters somewhere next to your facility. Make sure that this pole that sticks out with the like the lightning mark to it is somewhere close to the actual hub, so you have an easy time hooking them up to the power. The way you do that is by crafting some cables, then pressing the 2 button. By default, this will allow you to start building a power line, and then connect the power line over here to the power line over there. It should actually automatically snap, and this will make sure that your facility starts being powered. Now, you're initially only going to be able to hook one of the smelters up to the power grid. That's not a problem, but I would recommend that you set this to start making some iron ingots, and then just dump the iron ore stacks that you have in here. This will do the smelting for you, and it will save you a lot of time when you're making more plates and rods and things like that. Okay, so it should now be pretty straightforward to make some more plates, rods, as well as wire, and we can upgrade the hub once again. Next thing you want to do is hop back to that limestone location and grab some of the limestone that is waiting there for you, because that will allow you to start making some concrete. Use that concrete to build yourself a power pole, so you can now remove the original cable and you can connect the burner to your pole and then the pole to 2 different buildings. There we go. Now you can smelt both types of ore, both the copper and the iron, at the same time. Now we want to really automate some stuff now. We have access to the constructor, but in order to make a constructor you need some reinforced iron plates. In order to make those, you're going to need some normal iron plates, you're going to need to make some screws like this, and then once you have a little bit of both, you can start making the plates. Now, in order to make your life a little easier, so you don't have to press Q every time you want to build something, you can go to the menu, hover over whatever building you want to assign to your hotbar, and then press the corresponding button. For example, if you press 3, it will bind the smelter to your hotbar like this, and then you press 4, and ta-da, the number 4 is now assigned to the constructor. So if you want to build a smelter, I only need to press 3. If I need to build a constructor, I only need to push 4. Now, I recommend that you build at least 3 or 4 constructors, and just a nice tip, if you have built a building already that you want to build again, all you need to do is put your mouse cursor over it, press your middle mouse button, and it will copy the building that is right in front of you, which makes it really easy to place down a couple of buildings. Similarly, if you're building cables, if you select a cable, you attach it to the pole. Remember, you can only attach 4 cables to a single pole. You can drag it out and it will automatically place down a cable with a pole for you once you start moving them around. Now, this is important because that makes it really easy to build power lines. So walk up to your constructors, press E so you can select what recipe you want them to start crafting, and I would recommend making at least a constructor for iron plates and iron rods, and probably one for concrete as well. These are relatively slow recipes that you won't want to be handcrafting. Wire and cable you can probably also just make by hand if you want to. You don't need that much, but again, if you want to automate that at this point, feel free to do so. Also remember that if you have something in your inventory that you want to split in terms of the stack, for example this stack of 100 copper ingots, if you right click on a stack it will automatically split it in half, so that makes it really easy to divide your resources across different buildings. It shouldn't take too long before your power shuts off and everything grinds to a halt, and that is the moment you go back to your biomass burner, throw in some more leaves or some of the wood that you might have collected, and you will just need to keep doing that until you find a way to automate power, and that will be a little while. And yes, that is very annoying, but that's pretty much the challenge that we have at this part of the game. The constructor should help you make all the resources that you need now, so you just go ahead and upgrade your hub once again. Now at this point, even though we just unlocked things like conveyor belts, and those are extremely useful, we don't actually have much of a use for them right now. So I recommend you just go straight ahead and get the resources going for the next upgrade as well. Thanks to that upgrade, we now have access to a second biomass burner, so you might want to build another power pole to make sure you can connect that. And that also means we have more power available to power our facilities, but of course you still need to put in some wood or leaves in order to make sure it actually does something. Now we're getting close to the part where we can actually really start automating our factory, but in order to do that, we are first going to need some more resources. Luckily, we now have unlocked the miner. That makes that a little easier. Now, even though we just unlocked the miner, I actually don't recommend using them yet at this point. The portable miners mine for you automatically as well. They do so completely for free. They don't cost any power, although you of course need to actually go pick up the iron ore and copper ore and things like that and bring it to your constructors. But other than that, the belts don't really add anything, and we want a neat looking facility, and we can only start building a very nice looking facility once we get to phase 1. So I would recommend just get these resources done quickly as possible and then move on to the next part. Once you have upgrade 6, you also unlocked biomass, and then the first thing you should do is grab all your leaves and wood from your biomass burners and start turning them into biomass. That is a little bit of work, but the biomass is much more fuel efficient than the leaves themselves. Especially the wood turns into something that is way more valuable than the wood itself, so that just means you can keep your biomass burners burning for a lot longer with the same amount of resources. Speaking of biomass burners, we also unlocked the ability to start building biomass burners themselves, so we can expand the power grid if you want. Just keep in mind you'll have to fuel every single biomass burner by hand, and that gets really annoying really quickly, because at some point if you expand too much, you will be spending more time actually gathering resources than expanding your factory. So keep that in mind. This is why I try to keep the factory small for now. This is also the stage of the game that you start out with once you skip the tutorial. So if you just joined in, this is where you're going to start out, but you'll have to build a couple of smelters and constructors and things like that by yourself then as well. That said, the next target is that we are going to be progressing towards base building and logistics. These are the two things that we need to really start making a good looking factory that is completely automated and doesn't really require us to do much by hand other than gathering leaves. As you can see, the resources you need in order to unlock all of this are all the basic resources that we are already producing, so you just need a little bit more of that. You can either decide to automate that anyway, feel free to do so, or you can just run around and grab some of that and craft it by hand. It's just as fast as setting up nice looking belts. You will notice that you need quite a bit of more resources now, so if you just build an additional smelter and maybe an additional constructor, that actually goes a pretty long way in making sure you get all those resources pretty quick. Also remember that once you send off the drone in order to collect your milestone, you're actually going to have to wait a few minutes before you can send up the next, so you do have a little bit of buffer time before you can do anything else. Okay, so once you've unlocked the base building and logistics, we have all the requirements we need in order to make a pretty awesome looking base that is going to take a lot of the work out of our hands. The key ingredient being foundations that we can now build. Now normally you can place them wherever you want, there's different heights as well, but what is really relevant for you to know in case you didn't, is that once you press the control key, you will see it snapping to something. And basically what is happening here is that if you press control and you hold it, the foundations will snap to an invisible world grid. That means that if you press control once you build your first foundation, and then you make sure every other foundation is aligned to that one, and then you start building a factory on the other side of the map, also aligned to the world grid, if at any point in the game those factories end up connecting to each other, they will be perfectly aligned, which, if you're looking to make your factory look very neat and organized, is super important, especially if you, of course, build factories close to each other, and at some point you want to make sure they get connected. Also remember that you don't have to build foundations one by one like this. No, you can press R to go to the build mode zoop, and if you do that, then you can just drag and drop and build a lot of foundations in a single go like this. Also remember that now you have access to the ramps in the game. You can start exploring wherever you want, so you can literally reach any part of the game, because, well, you can just drag up a ramp to a rock formation like this, or run up, and congrats, you can now scale any mountain in the game wherever you want to go, as long as you have the resource to get up here. Which is a side note, that is exactly what I'm going to do, because, well, we could build the base on the ground floor, and honestly, there's nothing wrong with that, and in fact, it's probably the most practical, but just to show you that you can start being creative from the get-go, why not just build it up on this rock formation over here? It's nice and clean, we have a nice view, and, well, there's plenty of space in the air, and the upside of building something slightly higher is that you don't run into trouble once you start expanding this base if you want to, because, well, there's nothing to get in the way once you're up here in the air. I do recommend, however, in order to make this look nice, that you don't have floating things flying around, but that you do build downwards as well, so it looks like your building is actually being supported by something, even though the game doesn't require you to do that. Now, as you will quickly notice once you start building large platforms of foundations in order to place your factory on, that's going to cost you tons and tons of concrete. So that's actually the first thing I would recommend that you completely automate. Now, in order to do that, you can actually go to the crafting menu. I would recommend that you queue up 3 constructors and 2 miners. And that will all put that in a to-do list if you click your right mouse button on that. So it's an easy reminder to see on the right hand side of your screen, do I have enough resources to actually build those things? Now I recommend building those 3 constructors fairly close to where the limestone is. So in my case, that is on the south side of my pillar over here. And also remember that once you place down a constructor and you hold control, once again, it aligns to the grid, but it also shows you nice lines how these buildings are aligned to each other. So you can make sure that even if you place it further away, that it's still perfectly aligned with the buildings you already have, or you can just press them up close and do it that way. Keep in mind that it also shows you where the in and outputs are. So this is the output and this is the input, and you want all of those on the same side of the building, of course. When it comes to miners, remember that you can actually build miners on foundations as well. Just don't build the foundation up too high, because then the miner won't be able to connect to the actual deposit anymore. But this allows you to make sure you can neatly align them with the rest of your factory. If you're playing on the same location as I am, then the first limestone deposit, you should know where that is. And the second one is a little bit closer to the ocean over there, so there's actually 2 very close by. Also, the tutorial already explained this, but just in case, you actually need to cut away this big stone that is on every single deposit the first time you get around it, because otherwise you won't be able to place the miner on top of it. It actually takes a little bit of hacking away before it disconnects, but there you go. Now we can just place the miner on the deposit. One new addition with this release is that before you could just build these nice swirly looking belts if you wanted to, but you actually need to do a lot of work to make them nice and straight. Now you can just press R, go to the build mode straight, and look, nice right angled belts wherever you point them to. So no longer you have to worry about placing them in nice little angles, you can just do that automatically. Another side note is that if you're going to be building in a vertical manner like I am now, I would recommend building your lifts from the top floor. That actually just makes it a little bit easier than doing it from the ground. The reason being is that if you align your foundations to the world grid, as you should, you can just put them on the edge like this, and you can drag them up, and you have a very easy way of telling where your lift should end, and you can just click and look, now you have a nice little lift that goes right onto the platform. Okay, how the hell did you get up here? Well, that's a nice opportunity for me to show you how to chase off the animals if you don't want them near your base. Just hit them once, and they will kind of panic and run off. If you hit them a lot, they will eventually die, but you can kind of just shepherd them into a direction you want them to go. In order to make all of this work, you're going to need, well, like I said, 2 miners. These are 2 miners put on normal nodes. So there's also impure nodes and pure nodes, which will either produce half the production of a normal node or twice the production of a normal node. Now, right now, if you look at these normal nodes and we select one of these miners, you can see it's producing 60 limestone per minute, which is actually the maximum amount that you can put on a single Mark I belt. So a normal node is actually perfect when it comes to optimizing our belt speed right now. If you have a pure node, it can produce more, but it can't actually put all of that stuff on a belt for now. In order to actually utilize all the stuff we have on the belts now, we are going to need splitters and mergers. Now, for example, if we go to this constructor over here, we check the recipe, it's going to require 45 limestone per minute, but we have 60 on the belt. So we actually have a little bit more on the belt than we need for a single constructor. Now, that means that we have a splitter over here, which we have going into the belt, splitting off half of the resources on this belt and half on the other one. Now, as soon as one belt is full, it will just put the remaining resources on the belt that is not full yet, so this will balance itself out. But this thing is not a splitter, but it's a merger, so this is actually taking in this belt and recombining anything else that you can put in here from the other 3 sides into a single output belt that goes into this constructor. Now, why do I have that? Because I have a splitter on the other side as well. So this is again splitting off the second belt into 2 halves. And then those 2 remains are going to be combined and go into this last constructor over here. So that way we actually utilize all the resources we have on the belt. Now this will require us to actually have 135 limestone per minute, the 3 constructors combined, so 3 times 45. We actually only have 120, so this middle constructor is actually not going to be working at full speed, or actually neither of them is going to work at full speed because of the balancing that's happening between these mergers and splitters. But that's not a problem, we just want to make sure we're not wasting any resources. Make sure that when you're placing splitters and mergers, you take note of the lines that appear, because that will actually tell you if they're aligned with all the other buildings that are close by. So for example, right now I already have a merger over here. So of course I want these to be nicely aligned, so I can have a nice straight belt. So that means I'm looking for these two lines, one pointing to the other merger and one pointing to the constructor where I'm going to collect the output from. That way I can make sure that once I start placing my belts like this, and like this, and like this, that everything is nice and straight. Specifically, oh, actually I needed to turn this one around, but what I'm trying to do here is making sure I have a nice storage unit where I can put all of that output into. So you can see we have the concrete on this belt now, which is going to go into the storage unit, and that's going to collect all the resources for me, so I have easy access to a huge amount of resources really quickly. Now, just a final note, just because we needed to do complicated stuff with belts on the other side doesn't always mean you need to do that on the other side as well. So, for example, if we look at the output, it's 15 per minute. We can put 60 on a belt. So 3 times 15, even if they would be working at full speed, is only 45. So all the output can be put on a single belt and go into this storage container over here. Of course, we also are going to need more power than we have just from the biomass burners at our hub. So you can build some biomass burners yourself. And keep an eye on how much the capacity versus the maximum consumption is. The maximum consumption will tell you if every single machine in your grid is working, how much power that would need. And the capacity is the maximum amount of power you can actually currently produce. If the consumption goes above your capacity, everything will short circuit and shut down, and that is not what you want to happen. Okay, so next on the list is placing down a miner on an iron node, and then make sure that it's connected to 2 smelters, because each smelter can take in 30 iron ore, so that's a full belt completely utilized. And then connecting those 2 smelters together, first of all with a merger and then back with a splitter, in order to combine into 2 constructors, each one making iron plates. Now technically what you could do is just hook up 1 smelter directly to a constructor as well. Actually, that's not a bad plan if that's what the type of layout that you like, but we are going to be scaling up this production facility later on, so I recommend you leave yourself some space. Makes it easier to redesign this once we are going to do that, but for now we just want to make sure we get a steady flow of iron plates incoming. So once again, make sure you set up a storage unit so you can just go and pick those up easily. Similarly, find yourself another iron node, connect it up with a miner, and then connect 2 smelters to that. And then to those 2 smelters, you could actually connect 4 constructors making iron rods. Now, honestly, 4 constructors making iron rods, as you will probably have noticed, is way too much for right now. So you could actually just connect at least 3 of them probably, and still have plenty of iron rods to work with. But considering the ratios, how they work out, you might as well just place down 4. Even if you don't connect them, just to get a feel for how much space that actually takes up. Now, where you put them, how you place them, that is completely up to you. Like I said, you don't necessarily need to follow along with my build, and you're probably going to redesign this specific base a couple of times as you unlock new upgrades, better belts, better miners and things like that. So don't worry about exactly where you place things. I do recommend that you leave yourself some space, because if you build everything very close together, kind of like I did actually now, that makes it really hard, or at least harder, to kind of relocate things later on. So as a general rule, just give yourself a lot of space to build with, because you're going to need all of that space and probably a lot more on top of that. Last but not least, you find yourself a copper node, ideally a normal one, so you can hook up a miner, 2 of these smelters making the iron ingots, and then we're going to do something slightly different. So again, I have 4 of these constructors making wire. That's actually 15 in and 30 out, so that's actually going to produce 120 wire. Again, more than we need, so you can disable a couple of those if you want. Especially considering, as you can see, my factory just came to a standstill because I ran out of power. But if you do want to utilize all of that, then you can hook up 2 of these constructors to a single belt, have 1 belt going into a storage unit, which I actually put a bit closer to my bed so I don't have to run up and down that much, and then the second one can feed into this constructor over here that is going to turn 60 wire per minute, so that's an entire belt full of wire into cables. So that means that we are now not just producing wire, but also cables all from simple copper. Now, like I said, I have a couple of belts running here, all the way to where the rest of my facility is. Again, depends a little bit, of course, on where you're building your factory, but you do want to keep some stuff a little bit close together, especially things that you might regularly need. And this way I have this kind of this central hub over here where I'm making the rods, I'm making the plates, the wire and the cable. And then now if I just place down a crafting bench in the middle of this, I can also easily make screws, reinforced plates, and that means we have easy access to everything. Which means that you can remove the starting base that we initially started out with at that random location where I already said, don't worry about it, we're going to replace this. And you can then bring your hub back up to wherever it is you're building your factory, so you have pretty much everything close by and completely automated, which makes it really easy to start delivering, for example, the field research technologies and everything in tier 2 as well. Now, of course, there's a couple of things in there that were not completely automated yet. So, for example, reinforced iron plates, we definitely want that automated as well, which is something we're going to work towards in the next episode. We're also actually going to scale up all of this production quite a bit in the next episode as well, but by this time you're probably playing for something between 2 and 4 hours, depending on how experienced you are, maybe even a little longer. And honestly, I think that's a pretty nice moment to stop, think about what you're going to do next, and then continue on the next day after. You actually get a warning, I believe, as well if you play for more than 4 hours. So the game is kind of telling you, well, maybe it's time to take a break. So that is exactly what I'm going to do now as well. I hope you found this useful. I realized this was very much a starter episode, but again, I think that there's probably going to be a lot of new people coming to this game. And I just wanted to show everyone that you don't need to overcomplicate things from the get-go, but you should actually save that until later. So, I hope you found this useful. If you did, make sure to like and subscribe, and I hope to catch you in the next one. Hey HTDA, and welcome back to my masterclass on Satisfactory 1.0. As I said in the first episode, every single episode is going to have a dedicated clear goal, and it should be achievable in about one evening of playing. And thanks to all the setup we did in the previous episode, even though it was all basic stuff, we can actually really accelerate from this point on. What I want to do is get that space elevator that the game has been whining about for a couple of hours now up and running, and actually complete the entire tier 1 and 2 progress. In order to complete the first phase of the space elevator, we're going to need smart plating, and you will find out very quickly once you unlock this technology that you can't actually handcraft smart plating, so we'll need to fully automate that. Now there's a couple of different ways in which we can do that, but I don't recommend going from left to right through the technology tree, mostly because it's just super inefficient. Instead, what I recommend that you do is that you unlock obstacle clearing first. This will give you access to the chainsaw, which helps you clear out things like trees and stuff like that get in the way, but it also gives you access to solid biofuel, which is the most efficient type of biofuel that we can make for the moment. Now, if you don't want to handcraft the screws, what you can do is just hook up a constructor to your storage unit for the iron rods and have that one make screws. I don't actually recommend storing your screws because you're going to end up with a massive amount of screws that you don't really need, but you're going to need a couple of stacks of screws to unlock some of the technologies. After that, you only need screws to make other things, so you don't really need a storage of them. Once you unlock that technology, make sure you make yourself a chainsaw, and you're going to need some fuel in order to make this thing actually work. So make yourself some biofuel, and you can start by removing all those pesky green things sticking up from the ground. So by default, the chainsaw is set to area mode, so it means that if you cut something down, everything in this area will be cut down, which is actually really efficient. But sometimes you might just want to take down a single tree, or maybe like a single, I don't know, leaf. This is super inefficient, of course, but just to show you how this works. If I put it to single mode, as you can see, nothing else around me was now touched. So if you need to just remove a single tree because it's just clipping your factory or something like that, you can now do that as well. Now, of course, there's no point in scaling up our factory if you don't have the power to make sure it actually keeps running. And in order to make sure it keeps running, we really do not want to keep filling biomass burners by hand. Luckily, we don't have to. So I recommend fixing that in a couple of ways. First of all, I recommend you build up to 12 biomass burners all connected to a single belt. And you can see here how I've done that. So I have 4 rows of 3 burners and a splitter in between the 2 rows of 3. So I have basically 6 burners all on one side, all connected with a belt. And you can see I have all the fuel for those burners on a belt automatically going to go into those biomass burners, so I don't have to manually refill them. So here you see the biofuel coming in. I will get to where that is coming from in a moment, and it's being spread across all the different biomass burners. And as you can see, I'm currently burning only 4 per minute, so I can have plenty of fuel incoming even on a Mark 1 belt to make sure all of these biomass burners are satisfied. This gives me a capacity right now of 360 megawatts, while we at most are consuming 120, so we can actually triple the size of our base now without getting into too much power trouble, assuming of course we actually supply all of these biomass burners with enough fuel. Which is where this pretty awesome looking build comes in, and I really like the looks of it. It's super clean, super organized, and it's the first step towards making a nice clean looking base. So we have 2 storage units. One is going to collect all the leaves and the other one is going to collect all the wood. You do need to make sure you know which one you are putting which stuff in, because there's a specific recipe set in these constructors. The constructors are making the biomass that we were handcrafting before, then that goes into another constructor and that is going to make that stuff into the solid biofuel. Now, speaking of recipes, you will notice that you have a specific recipe for wood. This one is not actually working yet, but this is the one that uses the recipe for leaves. And this is why you need 2 constructors. I would really prefer it if that was just a recipe that accepted both wood and leaves, but it is what it is, so we'll need to work with that. If you were wondering why I was just kind of flying over the base, this is where the lookout towers come in very much use, so you can actually get a bit of overview across your base and see what you're doing. It helps for planning out builds. It helps, well, for me, showing you what I'm actually doing. You're going to get really tired climbing up and down these things, but still, it's quite useful to have them. You might have noticed that I left myself plenty of room over here. I can actually build another complete line of 6 of these biomass burners in between here, and then even have a little bit of a room to walk in between. And the reason I did that is because we might need more power later on, and this allows me to easily expand without having to think about that. Last but not least, I built myself a little ramp over here so I have easy access to the forest, because of course we're going to have to cut down more trees at some point to make sure we don't run out of fuel. Another thing to note is that every now and then you will see these random crafting benches pop up when I'm showing you a build, and that is because I tend to just build a crafting bench nearby, just in case I run out of some material and don't have to run all the way back to grab a new stack. Although, of course, depending on how much you need, that might be more efficient, but if I just need to build one more constructor and I ran out of, let's say, reinforced iron plates, I can just make a few on the spot. As a side note, you'll probably have seen these blue slugs, maybe some other colors as well around. There's other random things like these crystals that are hovering over here. There was another one near our base there. We'll get to that later on, but if you see any of those, feel free to just pick them up. Make sure you don't throw them away. Keep them. Just put them in your storage box, in your hub or whatever. Just make sure you can actually find them. You don't want them cluttering your inventory, but you do actually want them, so you might as well pick them up once you come across them. The same thing holds for pretty much anything you find that you don't know exactly what to do with. So things like the nuts, the Mercer spheres, any remains of the enemies that you might have cut down. Just make sure you keep all of that. Just don't carry it around. Okay guys, and this is where the real work starts, because we want to start setting up a proper factory in order to start delivering stuff to FICSIT. Specifically, we want to start delivering smart plating to that space elevator that we haven't built yet. But there's no point in building a space elevator if we don't have the required materials to deliver to that elevator. So, unlock parts assembly next, and then we can start looking at a very nice layout for our future factory. We're going to be expanding a lot, which means we need a lot of space to work with, and this is also where having that earlier production, even if it's just tiny, a little bit of everything, comes into a lot of use, because we're going to need tons of concrete to build foundations, we're going to need tons of iron plates and things like that to build belts. So yeah, make sure you keep all of that running in the background. As you can see, we are not going to be touching the copper production for the moment, so I moved my storage units a little bit further away, because that means I have a little bit more room to work with. And again, You don't necessarily need to build everything where I am building it. You can do that wherever, but you're going to need access to a total of 6 normal iron nodes, or the equivalent of that, in order to build what I'm going to show you next. However, before we start building the big build, I recommend that you craft yourself a couple of rotors. Build yourself an assembler anywhere, doesn't matter, it's going to be a temporary facility. Hook it up to a couple of storage units, something like this, and then put some plates and screws in those storage units. Set the recipe to reinforced iron plates, and voila, you have a little bit of automated iron plate production, which can be useful because we're going to be building a whole lot of constructors, and each constructor needs a couple of these iron plates. Okay, so we're going to need 12 smelters to smelt our iron, and you are going to want to distribute those smelters in groups of 4, hooking up those 4 smelters to a single belt, and then do that 3 times over as I've done over here. Now again, you don't necessarily need to lay them out like I've done, but you do want to keep them somewhat close to each other. Hey, future TDA here. So I actually realized later on that I completely forgot during the first episode that I had the intention to build my factory slightly higher, mostly because then the miners fit completely underneath it. Now, this is not a problem. However, it did lead to an issue that one of the miners, specifically this one over here, actually overlapped with the smelters that I initially had placed here. So all I needed to do was just shift these smelters a little bit up, so I put down a line that is now completely aligned with the iron rod production, or 2 of them actually, and I just removed this middle one. So nothing else in the build has changed, but if you're building along with me step by step, take this into account, otherwise you'll have to move this later on. Oh right, before I forget and before you start typing in the comments, I realized that of course with Mark 1 belts you can only hook up 2 smelters to a single belt and supply them with all the materials that they need, and I just doubled that. That is because we're actually going to be upgrading part of this facility to Mark 2 belts as soon as we've fully automated, the production of the reinforced iron plates. However, for now, just build everything with Mark 1 belts. It won't function 100% optimally, but we will be able to fix that really quick once it's up and running. We're going to need 7 constructors making iron plates, and you will see in some of the footage later on that I initially built 8, I just miscounted, but you need 7 in total. And then we need 11 constructors making iron rods. Now you can see I actually grouped these up in groups of 4 as well, with one group of 3 in the middle between the iron plates production and the iron rod production. And the reason for that is mostly aesthetic, because we can actually have up to 8 constructors on a single belt making the rods if we want to, a Mark II belt anyway. But, well, considering we have groups of 4 over here, I figured why not just make it nice symmetric and keep groups of 4 over there as well. Now, we don't need the middle group to be 4 constructors wide. You could make that way, but then we don't have enough resources coming in the moment. So we have a group of 3 here, and actually this group of 4 constructors for iron plates are actually not going to be producing at full capacity either, because these 2 are actually going to share the belt from the smelters here in the middle. Okay, so here's what it looks like. We have 1 row of smelters connected to 2 rows of constructors making iron rods. Then on the opposite side we have 1 row of smelters connected to 1 row of constructors making iron plates. And then here in the middle we have the last row of smelters connected to both the tiny row of the constructors making iron rods and the remaining constructors making iron plates. And yes, again, some of these are going to be underclocked once we can actually do that, so they won't be functioning at full speed right now. And then we need a total of 10 constructors making screws. Now watch out, because screws are actually a very high quantity product, so you can easily fill a full belt with them. So you're going to need to group them up in groups of 3 in order to avoid that Mark II belt. So remember, we don't even have those yet, to be completely saturated with just these 3 constructors. Now I have 3 plus 3 plus 3 plus 1 here in the back, and that means we have a total of 10 to work with. I also put down a storage unit over here, because we are actually going to siphon off a little bit of the iron rods, and I will be doing the same thing on the other side for the iron plates, because we want some building materials as well. Specifically, what I aim to do here is I'm trying to split off 40 iron plates and 30 iron rods per minute from the production line to store up for building purposes. Very similar actually to what we had before, we just do that in a different situation now. In order to do that, what you need to do is make one splitter at the one of the lines of constructors before you recombine it with the line from the other constructors. Split that off, it will be exactly 40 per minute. And then similarly on the other side, you do the same for the constructors over there. Take one of the constructor lines where you're producing iron rods, one of the lines with 4 of them, split half of that off with a splitter, have that go into storage, and then you're golden. And I have to admit, hooking all of this up to splitters, mergers, etc. is not entirely trivial, so again, let me show you what I've done. There is a belt coming out of the iron rod production over there that is going to be split off. Part of that is going to go into the screw production over here. Then, of course, the screws are being collected and go out there. Then we have the second line of iron rod constructors hooked up with a merger to collect the remains of that first belt. Merge that together and then put all of that towards these 3 constructors making screws as well. And then again we have that split off from the actual the screw production over here into the other line of 4 constructors making the screws. And yes, I actually did move the single one that I had over here in this line just because it looked a little bit more neat. And then the remainder, because there will still remain a little bit of production there from the iron rods, is going to go into a merger over here, which then combines with the last line of constructors making iron rods. And then half of that is being split off into this box over here, and the rest we are going to be using down the line. And then we have these 3 constructors here making screws connecting into a single belt going out, and then the last one by itself is also a tiny little belt with screws. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 belts of screws going out. But don't worry, we're almost done. We are going to need 3 assemblers making reinforced iron plates, and because of the massive amount of screws that we need to put in there, I actually split them up. So I have a group of 2 over here, which will take care of a full belt of screws, and then we can connect half a belt of screws to the one in the back over here. Now, if you want a clean way to raise a belt to the height of a stacked splitter, there's a little trick you can use. You can just build a little stack close to where you are starting out, and then connect a lift to that like this, flip it around. It will automatically try to connect to the stack you have there. It's going to look very ugly, but don't worry, we're just going to delete these. There we go, and now we have like this mini lift that is only raised like 1 piece up. And now if we put a belt to that and we connect it to the stacked splitter we have elsewhere, look at that. It looks pretty clean. Of course, there's nothing wrong with just a belt going up and down necessarily, but I do think this looks pretty clean compared to the alternative. And then similarly, we have 2 assemblers making rotors, and well, it's pretty nice looking, but it's a little complicated. So we have these 2 belts of screws coming in over here, and those are connected here and here. So this is actually a splitter that takes in this belt over here, splits half of those screws to this rotor constructor over there, assembler I should say, and then puts the other half downward the line. And then this is actually a merger that merges that belt with the other belt and then spits it out over here. So you need to be a little bit creative if you want to make everything look nice with creators and splitters and mergers, to make all of these belts look nice and tidy. But I think, well, I managed. I do have to say, I spent way too much time on making sure everything perfectly aligned and things like that. So if your factory looks a little bit more sloppy, don't worry about it. You can always fix it later. You're probably not going to fix it later, let's be honest. But still, don't worry about it too much. If it stops being fun, just finish it and move on to the next project. And then last but not least, we're going to put down 2 assemblers making smart plating. And of course that needs both the reinforced iron plates that we have over here. Don't forget to put in a storage unit in between, because we're producing more reinforced iron plates than we need for the smart plating. And that is very intentional, because we need those reinforced iron plates for, well, constructors for one, but we also need them for Mark II belts. So we're going to be using this storage unit a lot. Similarly, over here we have a storage unit for rotors that is going to collect half the rotor production that we have going, and the other half is going to go right into the smart plating production as well. And then last but not least, don't forget to put a storage unit behind the smart plating production. You can already start building the space elevator and just have the smart plating go in there, but you're going to be producing more smart plating than you can put in the space elevator, so you need a box anyway. And putting the stuff in the space elevator only takes a few moments, while producing the stuff is what is actually going to take a lot of time, because if we look at this recipe, for example, this is going to produce 2 per minute. We have 2 of these, so it's going to be 4 per minute. And for the first phase of the space elevator, you need 50. So that's already going to take almost a quarter of an hour, even if you have everything fully up and running. Speaking of which, remember this is a massive facility. It shouldn't take you more than 1 evening, maybe 2, to build all of this. I've built this so far. I think I've spent about 2 or 3 hours on this compared to where we ended last episode. But still, it's going to take you a lot of time. You need to hook everything up to power. And of course, you can actually start removing the previous iron facilities that we have. You should leave the copper intact. We haven't changed anything to that in this episode. But everything that is iron related that we've built before is now completely replaced by the build that we have over here. It's a lot more neat and organized. It's a lot more production as well. But it's also going to cost you a lot of power, so make sure that once you start hooking things up to the power grid, you make sure that your power doesn't cut out. You might need to expand the power grid as you progress. And on top of that, remember that for the moment, we are actually only using half the buildings until we actually get around to upgrading the belts. As soon as this reinforced iron plate production is up and running, which of course everything is connected, so it's just a matter of hooking up the miners to it. We will get a little bit of overflow of reinforced iron plates, and then I would suggest that you start in the back, start upgrading, for example, the input lines for your mines and things like that. You need to hook up 6 normal node mines to the smelters, remember that, so 6 of them, and start that, so make sure that the smelters are supplied with enough material, and then start working your way down the line. Now remember, you don't need to upgrade every single belt that we have over here. A lot of these output belts near the end don't actually need to be upgraded at all, because they won't be producing more than 60 items per minute. Some of them will, for example the screws. So it's the screws, and then it's mostly the main input lines over here that you need to upgrade, but not all of these tiny little pieces on the side, for example. So long story short, try to conserve your resources a little bit and only upgrade the parts of your factory where it's actually needed. If you want to be super efficient about starting up this new base, I recommend that you first delete all your old iron production and move all the storage that you probably have accumulated by now into the storage that is in the new factory. Then connect a single miner to the middle row of smelters, because that will start both your iron rod and iron plate production. Attach one more miner to the row of smelters connected to the other iron rod production. And then hook up one more miner to the final row of smelters. Remember, you don't need to hook up 2 miners until you actually have access to all of those Mark II belts that you need to upgrade. And the upgrading should be done from the back to the front. So start upgrading your miners first, connect the belts. You will need 2 miners per row of smelters eventually. And then start working your way down the build, upgrading your Mark II belts as you go. But in the meanwhile, you will already be producing reinforced plates, rotors, and even smart plating, and start working towards phase 1 completion. Speaking of those 6 nodes, this is also why I picked this location, because if you have the map unlocked by now and you scan for iron, you will see you have 3 nodes over here and 3 nodes over there, all around that stone pillar that we have, and that is exactly where we're building our factory right now. So if you're playing along with me, this is why I picked this location. If you're playing in a different location, it works just fine. You might need to find some more iron ore from a more distant location, but all you need to do is just bring it in through a belt. And of course, the last thing we need to build is the space elevator, which is a giant building, and it's awesome to look at this coming to life the first time you build it. Look at that. It is just super amazing, super cool. And this is the actual space elevator coming down all the way from outer space. And yeah, this is where all our resources are going to go. Similar to your hub, you can actually see that you need 50 smart plating to unlock the next phase. So that you have milestones in your hub and phases in your space elevator. And once we unlock this phase, we'll get new tiers in our hub in order to unlock more technologies, tiers 3 and 4 to be exact. Now remember, you can just put in a belt from your storage unit where we're storing the smart plating, and then everything will automatically be uploaded to FICSIT. And well, we're a part of the Save the Day program, so hopefully we will also be saving the day. So just a quick recap, we have 12 smelters making iron ingots, we have 7 constructors making iron plate, we have 11 constructors making iron rods, then we have 10 constructors making screws, then we have 2 assemblers in the back making rotors, and we have 3 assemblers in the back making reinforced iron plates. And then last but not least, we have 2 assemblers making the smart plating, and those materials are going to go into the space elevator. Well, I don't know about you, but this looks pretty nice and organized. It's going to be a lot of work to hook all of this up. Again, don't stress about it. You don't need to do everything at the same time. Just get it going. And as FICSIT is telling me, I've been spending exactly 4 hours on this. So there you go. It's time to take a break. I will actually clean up this factory, hook everything up before the next episode. I assume you do the same. Feel free to unlock all the other tiers in the other milestones, I should say, in tier 1 and 2. It's all useful stuff. It's not super necessary, so you should definitely make sure that first of all you focus on unlocking the next phase in the space elevator, because very importantly, that's going to allow us in the next episode to start working on coal power, which is completely automated, so we no longer have to run around cutting down trees and collecting leaves. If you're still here, you're awesome. I hope you found this useful, and if you did, please like the video because it does help me out a lot, and I hope to catch you in the next one. Hey, HTDA, and welcome back to my Satisfactory 1.0 Masterclass. As I said in the first episode, every single episode is going to have a very clear, dedicated goal, and today's goal is going to be very simple. We're going to solve all our power issues. In the last episode, we built a nice looking facility that actually produces everything we've unlocked up till this point, including smart plating, what we need in order to unlock the first phase of the space elevator. And of course, having a big facility is nice, but it's also very power hungry, which is where our power facility comes in. Because even though we're completely utilizing it, which is great, I mean, we've built it to use it, but it's also going to be churning through a massive amount of wood and leaves. And well, you don't want to be running around the forest the entire game. As a side note, did you actually know you can check your power grid status through the power poles? Just press E when you're hovering over one of them. And then you can see the maximum consumption we currently have in our facility is about 350 megawatts, and we can produce at most 360. So like I said, we're completely utilizing everything, so we're definitely going to need some more power. While you're waiting for those smart platings to come in, you can either continue to upgrade your facility, of course, with a better Mark II belts and things like that. You should definitely also be clearing out tier 1 and tier 2 milestones if you haven't done so yet. You're going to need pretty much everything here, so the field research enables you to get the map and then gives you some more inventory slots. We're going to use the MAM later on, so you definitely need that as well. Basically, you're going to need everything. The one exception, maybe, is the jump pads. They're really fun, but that's about it. And the cost of 50 rotors at this point is actually a pretty steep cost, and we're going to need those rotors for other things as well. So if you skip this one for the moment, you're not going to be in any trouble whatsoever. Another thing that you might want to do while you're waiting for your plates to be completed is just building a little bit of decoration around your facility and make it look good. I built a pretty large vertical factory, so I need some pillars to make sure that doesn't look like it's floating. I mean, there's no kind of gravity in the game that requires you to do so, but just adding a couple of pillars makes this look a lot better than just having a floating platform, or if you're building on the ground, maybe just build some walls and things like that. It really just adds something to your factory and just makes it look way cooler than if you don't. This is also the part of the game where you really want to make sure you're familiar by now how the game works in terms of building. So if you press middle mouse button on the foundation, for example, it will copy that. If you want to build more than one at the same time, you switch to the zoop mode, for example, and tada, you can build a whole bunch of them. If you want to build another pillar, let's say you switch to the vertical mode, and then you do it like that. Just making sure that you are very comfortable and quick with using all of these shortcuts makes your building a lot faster moving forward. At this point, I wouldn't recommend spending too much time on making your factory look pretty because you simply don't have the tools to do so just yet. However, just adding some basic columns to support your structures, as well as adding in some basic walls around the edges, is super quick to do, and it actually looks pretty nice, at least I think so. It's also worth noting that with these 1 meter walls, the lifts actually go nicely on top of that, so it looks really clean. Even though there is clipping, it doesn't look like anything is actually obstructed. So it actually looks like the wall is supporting the belt. So yeah, like I said, it just looks very sleek and it's super easy to do. But back on topic, you should pretty soon have your 50 smart plating. So you need to go to your space elevator, find this pedestal over here, press E, and then you need to switch this to seal the container. And then once it's actually sealed, you can send it. You will see it shooting up the air, and we have phase 1 unlocked. Which means back at our hub we now have a lot of new cool things to play with, but we first need to unlock them. And like I said, we're going to start with coal power because that will make everything a lot easier. So select the milestone, you should have the reinforced iron plates and the rotors. And again, this is why we are producing all of this in such large amounts, because we actually start needing quite large amounts as well. So we're going to launch that and get that going. Before I do that and the lady starts talking, I would also refer you to the phase 2 requirements. As you can see, we now need 1000 smart plating. So just as an example, we are going to need a lot of that, and we're producing about 4 per minute now. So you can get a sense of the scale of this game. We're going to take plenty of time to get the other requirements as well, by the way. So the smart plating is actually not going to be the bottleneck. But just to point out, this is why you need to think big in this game. However, in this game it's also very useful if you can think modular, smaller parts that you can easily put together and scale up afterwards if you need to. For example, we're going to start out with a very minimalistic type of power plant. You want to bring at least enough materials to build yourself 4 coal power generators. This will cost you quite a bit of reinforced iron plates and rotors, so again, this is why we're producing those in those high amounts. And you're also going to want to bring enough materials for at least 2 water extractors. Now, as you see, you also actually need copper sheets for those water extractors, so let's go back to our copper facility and make sure we have those in production. Now, if you're playing in the same location as I am, then you will have another copper node right over here next to the one that we are already using. However, you will probably also find that your copper facility over here is completely backed up. You're probably looking at a whole storage unit full of wire and cable, so we might as well just use the existing facility that we already have and tap into these smelters over here just to add another production line to the mix. Now, remember in one of the previous episodes when I said you should always leave yourself plenty of room to expand, and this is a perfect example of that. Now, I have this existing production line for the wire over here. I have these splitters over here that split the things to the side, so we can actually get the iron ingots in here. But the splitter works both ways, so all I need to do now in order to get the copper sheets running is add 2 constructors, or 1 or 3 or whatever number you want, but at least a couple of them, I would say. And just hook them up to the already existing splitters that I have. They go right in here, I set the recipe, and then all I need to do is have 1 merger on the other side, put down a storage unit, and voila, I have some copper sheet production. And then once you have some copper sheets, don't forget to also bring some other stuff like plates, concrete, pretty much anything you need to build foundations, power lines, etc., because we're going to need those as well. And it's a shame if you run out and then find out you didn't bring, let's say, iron plates with you just because you forgot them. The shopping list is super useful. It will show you exactly what you need. Of course, you will need to guess kind of how many foundations you need and things like that, but you get better at that as you continue. And honestly, just think what you need, then triple that number and go with that, and you're probably still going to need more, but at least you're on the safe side. And hey, just because you have this awesome facility now running, you might be running out of power, or there might be 100 reasons why you don't have enough of a certain material. Don't be afraid to just handcraft it. It's going to be probably one of the last times you're actually going to be handcrafting stuff, but you might as well do it to speed things up so we can get that power going. Once you have all that stuff, you want to start walking north along the coast and get to this location with these 4 coal nodes. Now, honestly, I am a little bit confused because I'm used to getting attacked at this point by all these creatures running around. There's a couple of them over there, but they seem to be comfortable just leaving me alone. So I'm not entirely sure if that was changed in the release, but I can't complain about creatures not attacking me. And I am playing on the standard difficulty, so I didn't turn them off or anything like that. There's a Mercer Spear here as well, so make sure you pick that up. And then we can start building. Now you're going to want to start building at one of these top 2 nodes because those are normal nodes while the bottom ones are impure nodes. So these are only going to get you half the amount of resources that the other ones will. As always, I recommend putting your miner on some foundation just to keep things organized. And remember, please people, press Ctrl before you build your first foundation at the new location so it snaps to the world grid, so you can make 100% sure that everything will align neatly. As you can see, whenever I build something on the floor, I do actually try to use the large foundations, mostly because that means that all these nice little tiny rocks and little plants and stuff like that just disappear into the foundation. Of course, the plants you can clear out, but for now we can't actually do anything about the rocks, so just make sure that nothing is really peeking through, at least not on the top. In order to make our coal power plant work, we actually need water as well, and that's why we brought the water pumps. So we're going to be building towards the water. Now, you will have these very irritating mushrooms in the way, but luckily we can actually cut those down. Except, apparently, for this one. I'm not entirely sure what's going on with this one, but well, we'll just have to work around it. Now, let me show you a very neat trick to build a clean-looking factory. Rather than building on the foundations that I just put here, I'm going to place down a 4-meter foundation like this, and then I'm going to place a 2-meter foundation on top of that. Extend the top platform as well, and then build 4 of these coal generators opposite to each other. So we have a little group of 2 on one side and a little group of 2 on the other side. Then what we're going to do is we're actually going to take out this middle foundation over here. Then we're going to build 4 splitters, each aligned with one of the openings on one of the coal generators, and then we're going to, of course, connect these splitters with a lift. Now, if you want to have that look nice and clean, I recommend that you start at the bottom and then have the lift go up. As you can see, that connects really nicely. If you do it the other way around, it still works, but like I will show you in a moment, the connection that on the bottom is a little bit less clean, and I also like this one less. I mean, it still works, it functions, so it's completely subjective, but I like this connection a lot better, and this is the one we'll be looking at. Connect all the splitters to the coal generators and make sure there's belts in between of it, well, of course, and then connect that up to your miner. Then the next thing we're going to do, just to make things a little easier to build, is we're going to place a 2-meter foundation on top of the ones we already had on the bottom, and then we're going to build a 1-meter foundation on top of that one. And then we're going to extend that platform over the splitters that we just built. And then we're going to basically repeat the process, but now with the junctions for a pipeline. Now the pipeline will need to connect, of course, to the generators as well. And you're probably going to need the noodle function in order to do that, the build mode noodle. If you use some of the other ones, it will give you an error, but if you use noodle, it should connect just fine. Once you connected the pipelines, you can actually put back in the foundation that we initially removed. And ta-da! Look at that. That's a pretty clean looking connection to all our coal miners. The pipes are clipping through. It's not really a problem. They're pipelines. They can go through the floor. And the lifts are actually completely invisible now. So you can walk around your facility and you can still connect everything up. Now, do you need to do this? Definitely not. But I just figured I'd show you because it looks kind of cool. And doing builds like this can make your facility both cleaner in terms of how it looks, but it also actually makes it easier to get around because all your belts and all your pipes and stuff like that are on the floor below, and you can still walk around there. Look, I can still reach everything. I can still remove the temporary things that I just placed there. I can debug this. I can do whatever I want over here, but I don't actually have to look at it while the machine is working. And then next up on the list are 2 water extractors. Now you can put those back to back, you can nicely align them, and you can actually connect them to the same pipeline that you can then feed back into your factory. Connect all of that up to some power poles, and then we're almost ready to go. However, well, we need some power to get the other power facilities started. So in order to kind of bootstrap the facility, all you need to do is place down a couple of biomass burners, connect them up to the power grid as well, and then put some fuel in it. Now, you actually do need to make sure these biomass burners run long enough for both the water and the coal to reach those facilities, otherwise everything will shut right back down again and you can start all over again. Now, in case you're wondering if your pipeline is doing anything, you can either just click it, so you can actually see if anything is flowing through it, but you can also see that from the pipeline actually expanding. Of course, with belts it's very easy to see what's happening, but this actually makes it easier for you to, at a glance, see whatever is happening to your pipelines. And actually the color of your pipelines will depend on whatever is flowing through it, so obviously blue is water in this case. So it's really easy to see if there's anything going wrong, because this will actually come to a standstill. Now, you should see both the coal and the water coming into your facility. If you don't see the water coming in, that's probably because you build it too high. Water doesn't flow up by itself, as the game will tell you, so if you need to fix that, then that is where the pump comes in. Let me check where it is. The pipeline pump, you just connect this and it will boost the water up another 20 meters. So one pump will pretty much fix all your height differences, unless you're really building up a mountain or anything like that. Now, there's probably already a couple of people typing in the comments that I got my ratios wrong and that I'm not being efficient, and well, technically they're right. So you can actually suffice with 3 of these water extractors, so 3 of them for every 8 coal generators. So I only have 4 over there and I hooked up 2, so if I would double this build, then I would end up with 4 of these extractors for every 8 rather than 3. So technically I built 1 extractor too many. However, in a moment we will be able to actually configure these in such a way that we scale them down so they don't waste any electricity or any power. But at the same time, it's also a lot easier to set it up like this, because of the way water flows in Satisfactory. It actually flows, so you do need to take into account that there's a maximum amount of stuff that can go through a pipeline. 3 generators, actually 3 extractors I should say, actually generate more water than can fit in a single pipeline, Mark 1 pipeline. So you would need to make sure that you fill it from 2 different sides and that the water doesn't start slushing back and forth, and so on. If you just stick with a 2-to-4 ratio, so for every 4 generators you have 2 of these extractors, you don't need to deal with any of that. It's super straightforward and it just works. Again, there's nothing wrong with going with the 3-to-8 ratio. This is just way simpler to build. Now, of course, this facility doesn't really look that good just yet, so we can clean it up a little bit as well. Which of course doesn't have to be very complicated. You can just add some walls, for example, and it already looks a lot more like an actual facility. Now, I'm not a huge fan of how these walls look, but well, I figured I'd just show them anyway. Now look at that. We have a nice little clean facility. We can even walk around. All the belts are gone, all the pipes are gone, and we have plenty of room here to expand the facility a few times over. Now, the nice thing is, even a very small little power facility like this already generates 300 megawatts of power. You will see it dipping up and down a little bit while it starts up. That's because the coal is being split between all these different facilities. And we're not overproducing coal, we're producing exactly enough coal to keep all of these things moving. But because of the splitters, it takes a little while for the first couple of them to be filled up. And the back ones will therefore turn on and off initially until that sorts itself out. Not a huge problem. You can actually resolve that issue by just taking a stack of coal, putting that in the final few coal generators, and then those will no longer turn off anymore. And you can also see that the total capacity is 360 megawatts, and that's because these 2 biofuel burners are still there. They could still be producing. They're actually not producing anymore because coal takes priority over biomass, but still we have a little bit of backup power there just in case. Now, the last thing you need to do is just make a huge long power line all the way back to your base, and yes, that will take a little moment, but you're going to need to walk back anyway. I wouldn't worry too much about setting up a nice looking power line because you're going to be expanding all over the place anyway, so you can just clean that up as you go. Just get it going first and make sure you have your power connected to your main base. And then once you reach your base once again, you can connect everything up, and voila, you can see we have added a huge amount of power to our base, and this is infinite power as long as we make sure that we don't have anything short-circuiting, because once you actually do overload your power, everything will shut down and it can be a pain to start it back up. So you definitely should be going back to where we just were and build some more coal generators. One thing that is majorly liberating at this stage of the game is that now, because you have infinite power, you also have infinite production, and you no longer need to worry about running out of stuff, as long as you of course keep your power up to par with your production. Now this is going to give you a massive amount of freedom moving forward, because, well, basically whatever you're doing, you're still going to be producing, it's still going to be useful. And there is actually a lot of different ways you can go that we will explore in the next couple of episodes. So honestly, the next couple of episodes are not necessarily in a specific order. You have a lot of freedom to choose where you go next. My order is just a suggestion. Now remember, there is 4 nodes over here, so there's another normal one just like the one we just used, so that will get you another 4 generators up and running. And then there's 2 impure ones over here that will get you another 4 generators up and running. So that's basically triple the power that we have now, and that will last you quite a long while into the next few episodes. More importantly, in the meanwhile, you make sure your factory keeps running non-stop from this point on. And that means you should be finding nice amounts of reinforced plates, rotors and stuff like that, all waiting for you at your home base. So even though we built quite a large base in the second episode, this is now going to massively pay off, because we have an insane amount of production already good to go. And that is something we will be able to leverage in the next few episodes as well. So I hope you found this little coal power tutorial useful. I look very much forward to the next few episodes. If you're still here, you're awesome, and I hope to catch you in the next one. Hey HTDA, and welcome back to my Satisfactory 1.0 Masterclass aimed at helping you actually finish the game. Now in each episode I'll have one clear goal to work towards that you should be able to complete in a single gaming session or 2. Now today I'm going to assume you have your coal power up and running, as well as a basic facility that already produces all the tier 1 materials. The first option you have is simply continue to expand your factory and work towards completing the next phase of the space elevator, pretty much just basically focusing on what you could call the main quest. The second way to continue to develop yourself is using the MAM, as well as a couple of options in your hub where you can basically unlock a lot of different things that are not strictly needed to progress through the game, but they do make your life a lot easier. And then last but not least, the third route is mostly the aesthetic route through the Awesome Shop. If you have some of these coupons, you can spend them on unlocking new buildables. And although most of these things are purely aesthetics, they do come in use in some cases. There's a couple of things in here that are pretty useful to have, and on top of that, making your factory look good is of course always a bonus. Now in reality, of course, you're going to want to do all 3 of those things, but there is a certain order that is a lot more efficient than different orders. Specifically, I recommend that you start at this point of the game by focusing a little bit on the quality of life stuff. There's a couple of things that you really want to unlock that will make everything else after that so much easier, that if you skip it initially, basically you'll be thinking later on, why didn't I do this 20 hours ago? For example, picking up enhanced asset security really early on just makes your life so much easier, because you actually have more inventory slots, which is always welcome. But if you're going to be running around exploring, the Xeno Basher will actually make it a lot easier to defend yourself in the progress. Aside from that, you'll probably also have collected various amounts of, well, random collectibles you find across the map, like Mercer Spheres, Summer Sloops, as well as remains of different creatures. These random items allow you to unlock various things in the MAM, and some of them are useful, some of them a little less, so let me walk you through what you really want to get early on. If you killed more than a handful of these alien creatures that are walking all over the place, then you can unlock alien protein, and you can then unlock the alien DNA capsule that you can craft from their remains. Once you've done that, what you really want to go and pick up is the inflated pocket dimension. This will increase your inventory by 6 slots, which is massive, and it costs almost nothing to unlock. The rest of this technology tree isn't super important. If you want, you can pick yourself up a gun. I've actually barely used this ever because, well, the Xeno Basher that we also just unlocked is just fine in killing pretty much everything in the game. But if you like some gunplay, then you can pick that up. Just keep in mind that you also need to carry around ammunition, so it does clutter your inventory a little bit. On top of that, there's the inhaler, which allows you to heal yourself. Quite nice in a pinch if you're doing some exploring and you drop off a cliff or you get attacked by creatures, but all in all, this is not really a combat game, so if you're getting yourself killed, then you can always just walk back, respawn, or, well, you should probably not be getting killed in the first place. The mycelia tree is also something you should explore pretty early on because it allows you to unlock fabric and then in turn allows you to make a parachute on top of also being able to expand your tool belt. You only need to craft a single parachute, it is not a consumable, and you just put it on your back. Now once you do that, whenever you jump off something, you press spacebar again, your parachute will unfold and it makes it a lot easier to get around high and low places. And on top of that, of course, it means you're no longer going to be falling to your death. You can get mycelia from pretty much anything that is not the typical tree or bush. For example, you can get it from these cactus looking things in the rocky desert. Next very useful thing on the list to unlock is the blue power slugs, or more specifically the power shards that you can make from them. This will allow you, once you unlock the overclock production as well, to actually overclock your productions, basically getting more stuff from a single building than you would normally get from them. On top of that, it also allows you to unlock slug scanning, which makes it a lot easier to actually find them. In order to do that scanning, you can go to the equipment workshop and you can make yourself an object scanner. With the object scanner equipped, you can press your left mouse button and select what you want to scan for, so for example power slugs. And it will tell you if you're going in the right direction. So for example, right now you can see it's getting me 0 bars, so I'm going into a wrong direction. If I turn around, there's a slug over there, you can see it is showing me a larger and larger bar the closer I get. So it's an easy way to track them down all by yourself. Now this might be obvious to some people, but a lot of people, including myself, make getting around in this game way too complicated. So what you can just do is get yourself a ramp, use the zoom mode, and then just build yourself a nice little highway to wherever you need to go on whichever mountain you need to reach. So yeah, just don't try to climb mountains in this game, just get it done the easy way. If you want to start overclocking a building, all you need to do is make some of these power shards by finding any color of slug. The higher color of slugs basically give you the same power shards, so you just get more of them for each slug. And if you double click on one of the shards or if you drag them in, you can start overclocking them. And depending on how much you want to overclock, you will need to have 1, 2, or 3 of these power shards to go in. Now, rather than using the slider over here, you can just say, for example, I want 30 of these per minute. Press enter then, and then it will automatically shift the overclocking to that required percentage. Just as important, however, is the fact that you can underclock as well. So for example, you can set it to 2/3 speed or a round number, and that will mean that if you don't have enough supply line coming in, you underclock a building, that building is not going to require more power than it actually needs in order to make this amount. So you can basically save on power and avoid some power spikes in your facility. It's also worth noting that for underclocking you do not need power shards, so you can do this wherever you want, how many times you want. This is especially useful with certain types of production. For example, with the limestone production that is turning our limestone into concrete, I have 2 miners, each producing 60 limestone per minute. If you look at the recipe, it is 45 per minute per constructor. So I actually have 2 constructors operating at full speed, and then I have a second constructor now operating at 66% or 67%. And that means that it's a perfect ratio between the inputs and the outputs now. Now the next thing on the list that you want to unlock as soon as possible is the quartz tree, or at least the right half of it. Now in order to do that, you're going to need 10 quartz to actually unlock the first node, and then 20 more quartz to unlock silica. Now hopefully you've already found a little bit of that, and if not, you should go out and explore. But as soon as you do, you are going to find that you need quite a bit of silica, which is the thing that you make from quartz, to unlock both the inflated pocket dimension. So again, 6 inventory slots additional, that's super useful, but specifically what you want are the blade runners. Now, getting the quartz, there's no way around it, you'll need to go out and mine some, but getting the silica after that, you can either do that by mining a node, but there's an easier way to get that if you want to kind of speed that up. And that is by setting up a very simple awesome sink setup like this. Just an awesome sink and a couple of storage units attached to that. We've already unlocked the awesome sink in tier 1. And all you need to do is throw in some items that you don't need that many of, but that you are producing non-stop. Things like concrete, copper sheets, copper wire, whatever you want basically. You can just use this as basically a trash heap where you put in stuff that you have a lot of, but you don't need that many of at the moment. By doing so, you will start collecting some FICSIT coupons. It's also worth noting that you can put those alien DNA capsules in here as well and actually give you a lot of points. So even though I just started this up, as you can see, I already getting quite a few coupons out of that, and the alien DNA is stacking up really quickly as well. So you can just see the coupons shooting up while I'm talking. Now, of course, there's nothing stopping you from hooking up the sink directly to your production facilities. Just remember that that means all of that stuff is actually going to be destroyed. So don't hook it up to any production line that you actually need a lot of, because, well, you don't want to be running back to your storage, finding out it's completely empty because everything was put in the sink, and then have to wait around for like an hour or so to get a reasonable amount of materials back. Do keep in mind that once you're placing down awesome sinks, they do cost up quite a bit of power, at least early on, comparatively to whatever else you're building, so, well, use them sparingly. Just in case you don't know, you actually open up the sink and you get your coupons by printing them over here. Then if you go to the awesome shop, you will notice that you can't just unlock a lot of awesome buildables in there, but you can also just get some free materials. Specifically, you can just say, well, let's add a couple of stacks of silica to my cart so I can make my blade runners as well as my pocket dimension upgrades. The blade runners go on your legs and allow you to move a lot faster and jump a lot higher than you did before. Okay, so now with relatively little effort, we've doubled our speed, we've doubled our offensive capabilities. We can now actually jump off cliffs and we can scan for valuable resources. And on top of that, we've doubled our inventory space. So that's a lot of good things to have as early as you can. Now it's time to start exploring a bit and get some more of those resources. Now, before you leave, I do recommend that you set up a production facility for modular frames if you haven't done so yet. It doesn't need to be fancy because honestly you don't need that many modular frames, but you can just hook it up to the existing reinforced iron plate production and any remaining iron rod production, and then just put both of those belts into a single assembler and then connect that to a storage box and you're good to go. Remember that while exploring you'll be coming across a lot of dangerous creatures, and most of them won't attack you if you put them to passive. This is a setting in the gameplay option, so you don't need to have any special mod or anything like that enabled for that. It doesn't even affect your achievements, so if you don't want to be bothered by hostile creatures, just turn them off. Similarly, you might want to put on the keep equipment setting, so if you die, at least you don't have to run back to get all your stuff. While you're exploring, you also want to keep an eye out for these crashed drop pods. They will have a lot of materials just laying around them, and, well, picking them up is just free stuff. However, more importantly, every single drop pod has something in it as well, and in order to open the drop pod, it varies a little bit what you need. Sometimes it's materials, sometimes it's power, but it's always worth opening them up. Opening them up will always give you one of these hard drives, and you can use them in the MAM in order to unlock new things. One of the high priority things you're trying to find while exploring is a Caterium node. Now, there's not going to be a lot of these around, so unless you're using a map, might have a hard time finding them, but they tend to be in pretty inhospitable places like on top of cliffs and stuff like that. Now, the reason I like the Rocky Desert, or at least one of the reasons I like the starting location, is, look, there's our main base, so there's actually a rich Caterium node pretty close by where we started out. You're going to want to mine some of the ore, then make some of the ingots, and then unlock the quick wire and make some of those. Now remember that you don't need to run back and forth to your base, you can just build a MAM wherever you are, and use the items right in that one, and once you're done with that, delete the MAM again. One single pure Caterium node will feed 3 of these smelters, although you will need to underclock the last one to 67%, and 4 of these constructors making the quick wire, although again you will need to underclock the last one, which will be underclocked to 33%. So in case you're wondering what's going on here with these splitters and mergers, each of these smelters actually produces a little more than one of these constructors can handle. So I'm actually splitting off the production from the ingots and then merging that with the second one, but then splitting it off again, just so I can make sure it's actually balanced between all of these constructors. Now, because of the high production speed of the quick wire, it's called quick wire for a reason, I guess, we actually have 2 full belts of quick wire coming out of this. So yeah, we actually need 2 Mark II belts to handle all of that. One of them here is going to go into this storage depot, so I have easy access to a lot of quick wire really quick. And, well, the second belt might as well just go into a sink for now. We're going to use that later on, but for now it's a very easy way to get a lot of those coupons, and that will help us make our bases more pretty. With the quick wire available, you can now unlock Power Poles Mark II, which are pretty awesome actually, because they allow you to connect up to 7 cables to a single power pole, which makes it a lot more flexible than the Mark I version. They are also pretty cheap to produce, so even if you just bring a couple of stacks of quick wire with you, remember this actually stacks up to 500, just like the normal wire does, you can build hundreds of these poles without having to come back to this specific location, so you don't need to worry about connecting this to your main base. You can also unlock the zip line, which allows you to do exactly what you think it does and go between your bases by using your own power poles. Now, it's not super fast and it's a little bit finicky, and I don't know, it's not the most relaxed way of traveling in my opinion, but still, it's quite fun to do and it's a free unlock. However, the main reason I wanted to go for Caterium straight away is the Smart Splitter. This thing is awesome. However, in order to unlock it, you're going to need some AI limiters. And in order to get those, well, you're probably going to have to handcraft them. You could also automate them. There's nothing wrong with that if you happen to have copper ore nearby, but I don't. So I just spent a couple of minutes handcrafting the ones I need and then unlock the Smart Splitter. The awesome thing about the Smart Splitter is, well, that it's smart. You can actually set the different outputs to either not do anything or export specific items. So you could even make a belt with different types of items on it and then split them off depending on where you need what to go. However, the most important use, at least I believe that these things have, is that they have an overflow setting, which means that if the other belts are stuck or backed up, then this output will be used to put the remaining items on, but only if the other belts are actually completely backed up. What this allows you to do is kind of set up a very awesome looking mall like I have over here, where you're collecting all the items that you're producing in a storage box for production purposes and stuff like that, building, etc. But if any of these boxes become full, and they will, then you have a smart splitter here that is set to overflow the items onto a lifted merger over here, and this belt is actually connected to all the other storage units as well, so any of the storage units that is full will put its belt stuff on this belt, and then that belt goes right into a sink. Now, of course, depending on how many items you're actually overflowing, the sink belt, as I tend to call it, might actually get completely full, but still, at least you're making sure that none of your production is going to come to a complete standstill. Now, if you're a little bit of a neat freak like I am, you could also combine this mall setup I have over here on both sides with 2 total sinks, with your hub and some general crafting things like the MAM, your awesome store and stuff like that. You don't necessarily need to do that, and I think you will see in the next episode that this is kind of outdated as well, but still, it's quite fun to do, and honestly, if you're not having fun, then why are you playing the game? You will have noticed that I ignored the sulfur technology tree for now because, well, honestly, we need quite a few materials there that we don't have access to yet. And I also skipped the alien technology tree. However, this is probably the most important one in here. However, again, we need a couple of materials that we don't quite have just yet. But don't worry, that is definitely going to come up in the next episode because this is actually new to the game and it is super awesome, specifically the dimensional depot. But once again, we don't have all the resources for that just yet, so we'll need to do some more work before that. Everything we've done in this episode so far is meant to make our lives easier moving forward, so we can move around faster, we can sort of fly across the map, we have access to smart splitters now, to better power poles, we have a mall organized, and we have a lot of production going in our sink now. So you can see I'm producing a steady flow of about 2700 points per minute, which is not quite a lot yet, mostly because I just relocated all my storage units, so it's actually going to come up a little higher in a bit, but you can still see this is infinite production of points, and whatever I'm going to do next, I will be collecting more and more points along the way, getting free coupons as I go. When it comes to these points, there's actually a couple of things in here that actually do make your life easier, at least if you want to design nice looking factories. So I can recommend pretty much everything in the management tab, because all of this just makes building belts, conveyors and stuff like that a lot easier. The floor hole lifts make anything that goes through the floor look really good. And once you get to the walls, there's also things like conveyor walls where you can actually have your belts go through the wall without having to leave open the entire section or have the conveyor clip through the wall. I would also recommend that you pick up either the concrete or the asphalt or both, because that just makes your floors look a lot better. And when it comes to making better looking ramps, I really like the double ramp set. It's pretty much the same as those triangles you had before, but they look a lot more natural and more connected to the actual building. Ladders are actually quite useful for both exploring as well as getting around your factory easy. And metal pillars actually, or concrete pillars for that matter, make it a lot easier to make nice decorations on your factory without a lot of work. The same actually holds for catwalks or walkways, but these are a little bit more expensive, so you might want to pick them up later on. And last but not least, you should probably also pick up the coffee cup just because it's awesome. All the things combined that I just recommended to you should cost you about 40 coupons all together, so that's actually not that much, and that leaves you a lot of space to just grab whatever you think looks nice after this. And then finally, hopefully you came across a couple of those crash sites and you've picked up some of these hard drives. Now, once again, you can use these hard drives actually in your MAM, and you can scan them for alternate recipes. Now, every hard drive takes a while to scan, which is why I left it to the end, because in the meanwhile you can't actually unlock anything else. So you don't want to do this while you're still quickly trying to upgrade yourself like we've done in the earlier part of this episode. Once you do get one of these hard drives resource, you will actually unlock the option to pick between several different alternative recipes. And it's a little bit hard to tell you what to pick because it will be different for everyone. It's randomly generated. It will always relate to things you can actually already produce. So basically, take a look at it. There's plenty of hard drives in the game to get every single alternative recipe in the game, so you don't have to worry about missing out on something. If you don't pick it now, you will get it offered later. So yeah. Long story short, just see if you find anything useful, and remember you can always just use the standard recipes as well, so you're not going to go wrong in that regard in any way. Alright, so that was a massive amount of upgrades. That was actually quite a lot of progress, even though it doesn't feel that way because we didn't actually make any progress towards the completion of phase 2, but once again this will make our lives a lot easier in the long run. So I hope you still found this useful. If you're still here, you're awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one, because then we're going to be dealing with steel. Hey it's TDA and welcome back to my Satisfactory 1.0 Masterclass. In each episode I set one specific goal that you can work towards and that you should be able to ideally complete in 1 or 2 settings. Now, last time around we set up a pretty decent looking mall over here. We have some sinking going on, we have gotten a lot of upgrades, so now the goal is going to be simple but very ambitious. We are going to complete phase 2. In order to do that, we are going to be all about steel, because honestly from this point on you're going to need about 1 billion steel beams and honestly not that many steel pipes, but well, a lot of steel in general. Now, in order to actually start producing that, of course, we're going to need to unlock basic steel production, completing tier 3 in the process. Now, interestingly enough, we don't actually need that much to get ourselves going, so we need enough materials for 3 constructors, 3 foundries and 2 miners, along with plenty of materials to build things like foundations, belts, etc. In order to produce steel, we're going to need equal amounts of coal and iron, and I'm going to make my factory over here on top of this lake, but of course if you're on a different part of the map you might want to do that elsewhere. The reason I'm making it over here is because up here on the hills is some coal, and down here are nodes with iron, so combining these 2 resources and this open space over here makes for a pretty decent steel factory. As a side note, if you've been playing along so far, you might find that you already completed the 1000 smart plating. Now, that's perfectly fine. Just make sure that you are either putting the extra that you're producing in a storage unit or that you're putting them in a sink. Either way is fine. Just make sure that you're not just letting that production come to a standstill. It's way too valuable for that. These things are worth a lot of sync points if you use sync, and we're going to need a lot more later on as well. So one way or another, just make sure you keep producing them. Now that lake where I want to build my factory is exactly in this direction, and you can see, well, if I want to drive vehicles across the ground, that's going to be at least very much annoying. So I'd rather just opt to make it simple and build a conveyor belt connection instead, because I do recommend that you actually connect your factories to each other by whatever means you prefer. Now, if you're in a different starting area, like the grassy fields and stuff like that, it's a lot easier to use vehicles because the terrain is a little bit less rocky. But I'm going to go for a more simple and I think more time effective method instead. I'm simply going to build a bridge to the other factory that is raised slightly above the ground. This makes it really easy to get around to transport items between factories, although you do have to be a little bit conscious about how high the other elevation of the terrain is, because as you can see, for example, this rock sticking out over here, I've raised it high enough to make sure this is actually going to be above that rock. At the same time, I do want to stay a little bit below my factory for the very simple reason this allows me to put all my belts and stuff like that under my factory, and now we have access to things like holes in the floor and stuff like that where we can nicely connect everything to the top line production. I definitely want to make sure we're starting to make our factories look as clean as possible. Speaking of which, look at my asphalt. This is way better than the standard foundation blocks that we had before. I'm going to use the same principle for the steel factory itself as well. So I'm actually going to have the logistics on the ground floor and then 2 blocks on top of that with a floor on top of that. And this is going to be the actual production floor. Now you could actually get away with a little bit less than 2 of these 4-meter blocks in terms of space for the logistics floor. But I like having the space to walk around and not be too claustrophobic. So this is just a personal preference. And again, I recommend starting out small with just 3 of these foundries and 3 constructors along with that. Now, as you can see, even though it looks like I have a perfect 1-to-1 ratio between the constructors and the foundries, that's actually not really the case because we're going to be making different things in these constructors and not all of these machines will be operating at full efficiency. So to make sure that all the resources actually go where they need to go, we need to pay very close attention to what is being produced where and what belts are connected to which inputs. So this is why I once again use that merger splitter combo. So I have the foundries going into a merger. This first one, strictly speaking, isn't necessary, but it looks good, so it's there anyway. And then the splitter makes sure that there's enough resources going into this constructor, but the remaining resources are then recombined with the next foundry. And basically this allows you to chain everything on and on. Now, currently we're limited to 120 items per minute on a belt, so that is why I am using pure nodes, because that's exactly what they produce. But if you look at the foundry recipe, you can see that these are actually consuming 45 per minute. So even though we have 3, that's actually going to require, if we would leave them all at full speed, 135 items per minute, which is not what we have on that belt. So that means that 2 of the foundries are going to be working at full speed, but we're going to set 1 to 67%, or 30 items per minute to be exact, so that we're actually not wasting any power. Then the very first constructor in the line is going to be making steel pipes. Now that actually only requires 30 steel ingots per minute, and this foundry right behind me is going to produce 45. So that means that the splitter is going to split off 15 of these ingots per minute so that we can use that somewhere else. Which is convenient because that second foundry is producing 45 ingots per minute as well, and combined with the 15 that are coming in from the first one, we have 60 per minute, which is exactly what we need to have the second constructor operating at full speed, making steel beams. Now that means that, strictly speaking, this belt isn't needed, but again, I'm just leaving it in because it looks nice and symmetric that way. But that last constructor over here is actually going to be producing steel beams as well, but only at 50% speed. Because remember, that last foundry is actually not producing at full speed either, so it's only producing 30 ingots per minute, so we can set this to half speed again, just to make sure that we're not wasting power. I'm going to use some nice floor holes to make my lifts look very nice and clean and connect everything that is in terms of output to the ground floor. Which then allows me to really neatly organize all my logistics under the floor. Now, I hope this shows you why I actually wanted this floor to be up high a little bit, because if you raise it down to the minimum height, you need about 1 4-meter block to move around. And this becomes really claustrophobic and hard to work around, and this just allows you to jump over stuff and things like that as well. I'm also going to connect the foundries, or I should say the inputs for the foundries, with floor holes, and as you can see, you can put those pretty close to the foundry for making connections, so I would say this is looking pretty awesome if you connect them up like this. And to organize the logistics of the inputs, what you do is first you raise down a lift to the ground floor to the normal height, then you place a splitter in front of that so you know where it needs to go. And you place another splitter on top of that, and then you can use those two things to nicely align everything else from that point forward. In order to organize the logistics in an efficient way downstairs, what you do is first you raise down a lift to the ground floor, like I've done over here, then you place a splitter in front of it so you know where that needs to go. And then you can use the both of those two things to nicely align everything else. For foundries, the placement of the second stack of splitters is really easy because you actually just put them side to side with the ones you already have. And then of course the lifts go at alternating heights, so you have one belt basically for the coal and one for the iron. Now of course it's completely up to you whether or not you use ramps or lifts to build the actual supply lines to your factory from your miners. But I'm actually a huge fan of using ramps myself, for the very simple reason it makes it a lot easier to get around in your own factory. Now with these new buildables, look at this, it actually looks pretty nice as well, so there's no downside to it as far as I can tell, but of course if you want to use lifts, by all means do that. I actually built a secondary ramp here as well, one to the main level and one to the logistics level, again just to make my own life as easy as I can. Speaking of making things look nice and new buildables, you can now use the wall mounts to make your power run across the side of your bridge over here rather than on top. Now, honestly, I think both of them look fine, but yeah, just figure out what you like best and go with that. That said, I do think it's really hard to beat how clean an actual power facility with beams and ceiling mounts looks compared to just putting power poles all over the place. So the coal that we need is in this nice little oasis over here, and actually if you're here, take note of this purple node over here. It's the SAM ore that we're going to need for the next episode, but first things first, we're going to need to bring that coal to our steel facility. That means we're going to need to scale a lot of height, and of course you can make a massive ramp down as well, but honestly I would prefer to build a kind of around the terrain a little bit more, but that means we need to still scale all that vertical height, so you're going to be very happy that you are wearing a parachute, because well, unless you're a lot better at scaling the cliffs than I am, you're going to fall down a few times while you're doing this. Remember that lifts do have a maximum height, so you are going to need to switch lifts every 10 floors or so. Now, I'm not gonna lie, it's probably going to take you a little while to set up a whole supply line like this, but in the meanwhile, remember, we're still getting FICSIT points and things like that, and this is also the reason why we're starting with a single belt of both ore and coal, mostly to get things going. I also recommend that you double check whether or not all your belts are actually working, especially the ones connected to these splitters in the logistics area, because, well, honestly, sometimes these lifts and splitters don't properly connect together the first time around, and then when you replace them, they suddenly do work. So yeah, just double check if everything's actually doing what you want it to. However, once that is up and running, we have, well, both pipes and steel in production, and we can make our little bus to the main factory. Back in the main base, I removed the elevator from the middle of our initial base and put it on its own platform, kind of out of the way. I also moved it down to the logistics level because, well, it's only going to receive outputs, so it might as well be on that level. Now, the next step isn't really necessary, but, well, it looks cool, so I'm going to change this into this. I mean, look at this. It's amazing how just a different type of foundation makes a massive difference for how cool your factory looks. Well, again, it's completely subjective, but I really like how this asphalt looks compared to the rest. Now, remember, you don't need to do any replacing of the actual foundations. You can just go to the customizer, select whichever one you have, and then just paint all over the ones you already have. And that's just about it. However, we have all these steel pipes and bars waiting for us, so let's put them to use. Now, in order to complete phase 2, we need versatile framework and we need automated wiring. And of course, we need more than just steel in order to make that. However, this is where the base that we built in the second episode, assuming you've been playing along so far, is going to massively pay off, because we actually have everything else we need already right here. And that means we only need to add a couple of buildings to this build in order to complete phase 2. First of all, we need some more modular frames. We currently have one assembler, but we're going to need 3 of those. Now, while I wouldn't recommend you trying to redesign your entire factory using floor holes, because, well, that just means you have to rebuild everything you've already done, you can, of course, just make sure that the new additions actually are making use of whatever you have available. So, for example, over here, the modular frames are being created in these assemblers, and I have floor holes making sure that the steel as well as the reinforced iron plates reach these assemblers. And for example, the reinforced iron plates come all the way from over there, to be exact. You can still see the floor hole, and that means that there's a belt going underneath here that you can't see, but it's there and will lead into these assemblers. Now, I intentionally made this logistics floor only one block high, mostly to show you how this actually works compared to the other one. So you can see there's a lot less space to move around, and in order to fit things into an assembler or any other machine that requires 2 or more inputs, we can't actually stack the different splitters and merges and things like that, so we have to alternate the direction of them. It still works. It's actually a lot more compact, of course, than the alternative, but in general, I think if you leave yourself a little bit more vertical space, it becomes a lot easier to work with, and you don't have to continuously fiddle around jumping over belts and stuff like that either. With the modular frames up and running, all we need to do is add 2 more assemblers to make versatile frameworks. Of course, there's nothing wrong with still using belts on the top floor, especially I like using belts when it comes to the plot to my mall. Because, for example, now I can actually see the versatile frames being produced. Well, if everything is underground, sometimes it's a little bit hard to tell what is actually being produced and what is not. For elevator items in particular, what I really like doing is actually fitting them into my mall. I don't actually need them in my mall because, well, we're not using them to build anything. But this way you can at least have everything nicely organized like I always need to do. And then we can feed them back underground and then feed them straight into the elevator. That means that if the elevator materials are completed, everything else will be stored in this box. And like before, if this box is full, it will automatically be synced. So at least we're never wasting any of that very valuable production. But on top of that, if we get to the next phase and we need even more of these materials, I'll already have a stockpile waiting for me. So that is 2 phase 2 items down, 1 to go. In order to make automated wiring, we're actually going to have to unlock advanced steel production in the tier 4. Now, we're currently producing all of this, so this should be fairly easy. Once you've unlocked that, all you need to do is set up 1 assembler making stators, and then 2 assemblers making automated wiring. Now, in order to make those stators and automated wiring, you're going to need to bring in that wire and cables from your already existing production. Right here, I'm just drawing them from the mall into the logistics area and then bringing them all the way where they need to go. And as you can see, you still have enough room to make sure your belts don't clip if you want them to. Because honestly, if you don't mind the belts clipping, then just make them straight. Saves a lot of work, and honestly, no one is going to see it because it's on the logistics floor. Not even you, after you initially built them. And especially with belts that have items on them with a fairly low frequency, it even doesn't look all that bad even if they clip. I just imagine that there is some sort of intelligence behind these clipping belts that makes sure that, depending on what item is on there, it makes sure it goes into the correct direction. Of course, that's a little hard to believe when there's a lot of items on this belt, but still, yeah, you do you. Hook everything up, and it's just a matter of time before you complete phase 2. In the meanwhile, don't forget to siphon off some of the steel, pipes, stators, well, pretty much anything that you add to your production, you want to make sure you have that in your mall as well. I can also hear you typing in the comments, TDA, we're not producing nearly enough steel for all of this production. And well, you will be right, but if you look at your power now, you can see that the maximum power consumption in our base is currently pretty close to what our coal generators are producing. Now, of course, we actually have a little bit more because we still have the biomass burners connected as well, but really we do not want to use that because, well, then we have to start running around collecting leaves again. So, before we are going to expand any further, we're going to have to increase our power production again. However, we are actually already producing everything we need for phase 2, and in the meanwhile we can focus on upgrading our power in a way that we couldn't do before. First of all, we unlocked the Mark II miner, which means all our miners can now be upgraded to Mark II, which means we get double production out of every single node on the map. On top of that, we can also now unlock, with the steel and pipes that we have available, the Mark III belt, which allows us to actually transport 270 resources per minute. So we can actually also overclock our coal miners in our power station to the extent that we make full use of a Mark III belt. Now, if you already have the power available, all you need to do is copy this little steel build 2 more times, leave out the first constructor making pipes because you actually don't need that many pipes, just leave in the other 2 and have them produce at full speed, and connect that up to the already existing belts with steel, and you will blast through phase 2 really quick. Alternatively, you can do it the slow and steady way and join me in the next episode where we're going to massively scale up our production with all the new tools available to us. If you're still here, you're awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey HTDA, and welcome back to my Satisfactory 1.0 Masterclass. In each episode we will have one specific goal to work towards that you should ideally be able to complete in 1 or 2 sessions. And today is not actually going to be what I promised you the last time around, because I got a little bit ahead of myself promising you we would be massively expanding the factory, because actually there's a couple of things you should be doing first, and that is what we're going to do in this episode. First and foremost, I would recommend that you find yourself one of these nice little purple nodes that give you access to SAM ore. You don't necessarily need to bring this all the way back to your main base, but you do want to make sure you set up a little mining facility to make sure you have access to whatever amount you might need. Now, typically these nodes are very slow if you find one of them, so you might want to speed things up by using some manual miners as well. Now, assuming you also found a couple of Mercer spheres along the way, and you probably will because those things are not particularly hard to find, you can now start unlocking the Dimensional Depot. Remember, if you want to find these things the faraway, you could say, without looking at a map, remember just to carry around the scanner at all times when you're moving around the world, and you will pick up these signals so you kind of know where to look. However, honestly, most of the things you need a lot of you can pretty easily find if you do just a minimum amount of exploring. Anyway, back on topic, what this allows you to do is build these dimensional depots, which serve as a kind of an upload to the void where you can easily get all your stuff from. Now, if that sounds a little bit weird, because honestly it is, the way it works is that these dimensional depots function quite differently from your normal depots. Basically, whatever item you try to put in here is then slowly uploaded to the cloud, you could say. Then if you start building stuff, you can actually access those resources from anywhere in the world. So no more forgetting one stack of, let's say, in this case, steel beams. Nope, you can just get it and put it in your inventory if you need it. Now, of course, there is a drawback to this. It's not like you have infinite resources anywhere in the world, because as you can see, it takes a long while to load back up. But it's a very easy way, for example, things like these modular frames that you typically don't carry around tons of, you also don't need massive amounts of. You can still upload a stack to the cloud, and then if you want to build a couple of buildings somewhere and you just ran out, well, it's right there waiting for you. Now, you will notice that you have quite a bit of upgrades available to you. For example, you can start increasing the amount of stacks that you can store in the cloud, or you can start upgrading the upload speed, or you can even start uploading things from your inventory. However, keep in mind that all of these upgrades actually cost Mercer spheres as well as actually building these things in your mall. So make sure you balance the upgrades between actually getting these depots up and running and uploading stuff to the cloud. I do think that getting at least the first upgrade for one additional stack and then potentially the upgrade for increasing the upload speed is definitely worth it. After that, the cost ramps up quite heavily, so make sure you only get those if you really have the Mercer spheres to spare. Now, these depots are also perfect for these out-of-bounds locations that you don't really want to connect to your main base, but you also every now and then need some resources from, for example, the SAM ore itself. I mean, uploading the reanimated SAM to the Dimensional Depot is going to not be fast, let's be clear. It's going to take a very long time. But while you're doing other stuff, this is going to give you a couple of stacks. That means that you can easily craft a couple of Dimensional Depots whenever you need them. But let's be clear here, the main goal here is to get all the items that you might need to build a base into your infinite inventory. As you can see, I hooked up pretty much everything we have in our mall, with the exception of the stuff that goes into the elevator, up to one of these depots, and it's now flowing into my interdimensional inventory. Now, the nice thing is, whenever you build something By default, the game actually takes it out of this inventory that gets automatically replenished, assuming you set it up correctly. So you have to carry around a lot less stuff whenever you go and then out to build something new. Now, of course, keep in mind that things like concrete, for example, you need so much of if you build a sizable factory that you're still going to want to bring that by yourself, at least until you get all those upgrades. But it's definitely going to save you a lot of backtracking in the future. Something else that you might want to unlock at this stage of the game is the Nobelisk Detonator if you have any sulfur around. You need some sulfur to make black powder as along with coal, and it allows you to make these bombs that you can put on pesky rocks that get in the way or pesky creatures that get in the way and blow them up. However, more importantly, you can use those Nobelisks to blow up these gas clouds that are kind of getting in the way a lot of the time. However, almost as cool as the Dimensional Depot is the Blueprint Designer that you can now unlock. Now, unlike some games, blueprints in Satisfactory are actually not super easy to make, and they're also limited in size. It needs to fit in this large box over here. Now, I don't recommend that at this point you're going to spend hours making awesome looking blueprints. I mean, you can, but it's not necessarily efficient. What I do recommend is that whenever you go and build something that you know you're going to be building again somewhere else, specifically if it's something you really like for example, I have this layout with the bar with all the power connections and stuff like that, put it in the blueprint first, and then make sure that you save it so you can just replicate it wherever you go and you don't have to rebuild that same thing over and over again. Once you make something you like, make sure you save it. And then when you go to your build menu, you can find your blueprints over here. Now you can organize them in whatever way you want by using the edit button. You can add categories, which makes sure you have things here on the side that you can give an icon and a name, just so you know what is going to go in there and where you can find stuff. And then once you make your smelter setup, for example, in this case, and I want to move it to something else, then I can go here and hover over this. And yes, I know this is actually a little bit counterintuitive, because initially what you would expect this to do, let me go back. What I initially tried to do myself, at least, was just try to just drag it in here and drop it, just like you would like in Windows. That doesn't actually work. So you do need to go in here, drag it, and then drag it so this is highlighted, and then drop it in. But then you can organize your builds in whatever way you want. You can also add in multiple subcategories, so you can fine-tune your organization. Make as many of these blueprints as you want, but specifically focus on things that you're going to use again and again. On a completely different note, this is the perfect time to go out and hunt for some hard drives and to scan those hard drives in your MAM. Remember, it takes 10 minutes to do so, and in the meanwhile you can't do anything else in your MAM, so make sure that you pick your moment. But once you do unlock some of these hard drives, you will get access to alternative recipes. Some of these recipes are completely useless. Let's say the alternate automated miner. Well, you can make miners from rods and plates normally, but you can also make them from pipes and plates. Why you would want to do so, I have no idea. However, most of them do have quite a bit of use, and some of them are just plain up better than what you have normally. So for example, the cast screw recipe actually allows you to make screws from iron ingots themselves. So rather than making them from iron rods, what you would normally do, you actually cut out the middleman. So you need no constructors to make iron rods. You just simply put the ingots straight into the constructor and then you make screws. And on top of that, the recipe is actually slightly faster than the normal recipe as well. So this is just a strictly better recipe than the base one. And just to stick with screws for a moment, there's also variations on the same theme. So for example, there's also a recipe that allows you to make screws from steel beams. Now, not only is this a little bit more efficient than the one you have normally, it's also super fast. So you can actually make an entire Mark III belt full of screws, well, almost. And it only costs you a single constructor to do so, assuming, of course, you feed in steel. So you do need to make the actual steel, so that's the downside. But on the upside, you get a huge amount of screws this way. Or, you can just work around screws altogether. For example, with the stitched iron plate recipe, you can make the reinforced iron plates, which normally cost normal plates as well as screws. But in this case, the recipe still asks you for those plates, but you put in wire instead. So you don't need to make those thousands of screws. The counterpoint to that is that even though this recipe is just about as fast, There are also recipes that basically just take the same inputs as before, but do so in a more efficient way. So for example, over here you can see the bolted iron plate, again, makes a reinforced iron plates and still takes plates and screws, but it actually works at about 3 times the speed for almost the same materials. You need a little bit more screws, so yeah, that's definitely a downside because everyone hates screws, but at the same time you get 3 times as much output from the same constructor. And then some recipes completely change how the game works in terms of the resources that you need. So for example, you normally make wire from copper, but there's also an alternate that allows you to make iron wire, which means you only need iron and not copper in order to make the same thing. Now, when you're unlocking these hard drives, the good news is that you will only get recipes for things you can actually build. Assuming, of course, you don't get something like increased inventory slots, which is probably better than everything else. So if you find this one, I would recommend you to pick it up because, well, having more inventory is always useful. However, you can also see that even this relatively early in the game, there's already a ton of alternative recipes. So that makes it a little hard for me to guess which ones you have. I highly recommend that you go out and find as many hard drives as you can, but even then, depending on what you pick, you might have certain recipes available and others you don't. However, remember that you can always just rescan the hard drive if you want. This instant, you can only do that once per hard drive, so make sure that you don't want these basically. But at the same time, these recipes will come back into the pool. So it's not like you decline your recipes and you will never get them again, but you will need to find new hard drives in order to unlock them later on. Right, so now if you're feeling overwhelmed, don't worry, I'm going to go through some of my favorite recipes. And this isn't a strictly you should always pick this from now on type of thing. It's mostly dependent on where you are on the map and what you're trying to do and what resources you have available right there. But there is a couple of recipes that I think are, well, very useful to have if you can pick them up. Let's start with anything relating to screws. I already mentioned these recipes, but it's worth mentioning them again. Cast screw is probably one of the best recipes early on in the game, so pick this up if you find it. And steel screws is also very, very good, just because it gives you a massive amount of these without a lot of work. Similarly, there's a couple of recipes that allow you to just skip screws altogether, which is the stitched iron plate that I showed you before that lets you replace the screws with wire. And there's also actually steel rotor that allows you to make the rotors from completely different materials actually. You use the pipes and wire instead, rather than the rods and screws. Speaking of pipes, you can actually also find a recipe for iron pipes. This means you no longer need steel, but you need, well, iron. You do need quite a bit more iron to make the pipes like this compared to when you use steel. On the upside, you don't need any coal, so that makes it a lot easier to make them pretty much wherever you need them on the map, rather than relying on that coal. Similarly, I really like the recipe for iron wire because it allows you to make wire without needing copper, but using the iron instead. Now again, this recipe is less efficient than the base recipe. It's actually slower as well, so use this only if you really need. But having this available is super useful. Speaking of which, of course I always get the recipes that I want together. Encased industrial pipes, something we'll be using moving forward. This is actually one of the things that we haven't built yet at this point. But you can make the encased industrial beams from pipes and concrete rather than from steel and concrete. And you might be wondering, well, huh? Well, actually making them from pipes makes it a lot more flexible because you just saw we can make the pipes from iron, we can make concrete from limestone, obviously, and this allows us to make these encased industrial beams anywhere on the map, almost, without, again, needing any coal. And then one more recipe that I really like is the solid steel ingot. Now this actually allows you to increase your ingot production by quite a lot, but you do need to add in some smelters in order to make the iron ingots first. Are all the other recipes useless? Well, no. I hope I made that clear by now. There is use cases for pretty much every recipe in here. There's a couple of them that are objectively, I guess, bad. Like, again, the automated miner, for example. But most of them do have their uses, so you can't really go wrong by picking whatever you can. But I would recommend that you keep them just in your library and just pick the recipe when you need it, rather than just picking it up front without having a use case for it. That just allows you to be a little bit more flexible moving forward. One last thing about recipes, and then I am going to shut up about them, but it's really important that you know these things. So once you start planning out your factory, you might wonder, well, do I have all the recipes? What recipes do I have? It's especially annoying because you don't want to place down machines, because some recipes are maybe made in a smelter while others are made in a foundry, even though it's the same item. Now, the way to find that out is pressing O on your keyboard, at least the way to find this out in the game. And then going to your recipes tab over here. Now let's say I want to make screws. I can look it up and click here. And then I can see that there's 3 recipes I have available to make screws. And then I can decide, oh, do I want to make them from rods? Do I want to make them from ingots? Or do I want to make them from steel? I can also see what that ties into, so how it affects later recipes down the line. And you can actually also see, if I pick something else, I probably don't have all these yet. Yeah. So for example, here I can see I have 2 different ways to make steel ingots at the moment, but I don't have 2 unknown recipes yet. So there's actually 2 more ways that I could make these steel ingots that I can find out about by using hard drives. Speaking of moving forward, that does put me in a bit of a pickle, because honestly, from this point on, I don't know what recipes you have available, and you might not have the recipes available that I have. So for the next builds, I will be showing you what you should be building if you only use the base recipes, but I will make the actual build using some alternative recipes, mostly the ones I like the most, and again, that's completely personal preference, so that I can ensure that even if you're trying to play along and you don't have the recipes, you can still build what I am building as well, but you might need to scale things up and down a little bit, depending of course on what recipes you have available. But once again, I will show you what you need if you only have base recipes. Now, speaking of all this hard drive stuff, where do you actually find them? Well, pretty much anywhere in the world, and again, you can look up a map, but I would recommend that you scour your starting region, whichever that is. In my case, it's the Rocky Desert. And if you're a new player, I also recommend you check out the southwest corner of the map. That's the grassy fields. There's a lot of those crash sites there that are pretty easy to find because it's a relatively flat area. And in both of these zones, all the crash sites are pretty easy to open. They mostly use the items that you have available already. And remember, now we have set up our interdimensional depot. You can just grab those items from your void, and you will not have to worry about finding a crash site but not having those items on you. Some of them use power. Just set up a couple of biofuel burners and power it up, and then take them back down because you don't want the random power to be out there. And last but not least, there's actually a couple of them that don't require anything. You can just walk over, open them up, and voila, you have another hard drive. Now, of course, you can go across the entire map if you want to, but that will take you quite a while, so it's probably not advisable to do that at this point. But again, if you want to have all the alternative recipes available to you, then by all means go and do that. Now, in the next episode, I am going to be working towards completing Phase 3, and I know that sounds weird considering I actually didn't complete Phase 2 yet, but that does mean I'm going to assume you've done a little bit of preparing before the next episode, and again, this is the perfect stage of the game to do that. First and foremost, I'm going to assume you've upgraded your coal power facility from something that looks something like this to something that looks a little bit more like this. Now, to be specific, these are 48 coal generators, each producing 75 megawatts, so that's 3,600 megawatts of power, so that's a lot more than we had before, all being powered by a total of 24 water pumps, and then on top of that, of course, we have the miners. Even though upgrading a build like this is pretty straightforward, let me give you some tips and tricks, especially considering this is the first time we're actually upgrading a facility. So, for one, I am actually overclocking the miners. Now, by default, it is set to 100%. This is a Mark II miner now, so it's already producing 120 per minute, but we can overclock it to 200%. And this is one of my favorite ways to use overclocking in the early game, specifically for power, because you can never have too much power, and there's also a limited amount of resources. Specifically, coal is something you don't find everywhere on the map, so when you're going to use it for something like power, you might as well make the most out of it. Keep in mind that overclocking to 240 per minute is already 4 times as much as what we had before, but you could technically overclock it to 270 per minute as well, so 4.5 times as much as what we had before. However, that would require an additional power shard, and I honestly don't think that is worth it, but again, it's completely up to you whether you do that or not. Now, of course, that means that we need to upgrade all the belts to Mark III, and you need to double check if you don't have any leftover belts for Mark I, for example, because that will completely destroy the optimization of your build. However, in order to avoid that, especially when you're building new belts, I like to only bind the Mark III belt to my bars. That way, whenever I start building something new, I will automatically always start at the highest tier. Well, right now at least Mark III is the highest tier, but when I unlock Mark IV, I will switch that up on my bars as well. Same goes for the lift. I, by default, have the Mark III lift on my belt, but if I want to use any other lift, like Mark I or Mark II, just press E and the game will automatically shift to the relevant belt. So you can still very easily use the other ones as well, same holds for the belts, but at least by default you'll always pick the highest one, and it's better if you make an error and put a faster belt in somewhere than sticking a Mark I belt in by accident and then finding out hours later that your build is not actually running. Now when you're going to be scaling up that build, you're going to need to build a lot of these complex type of connections, at least if you are following my build. Of course you can do it differently, but a very easy way to build connections like that again is using the blueprints that we just unlocked. So you can go to your blueprints, you can set that up once, and then you can just make sure that you can just copy paste that. It's not the full connection in this case because I still have to hook up the lifts and stuff like that. That doesn't really work that well if you do that in the designer, but at least I don't have to worry about the spacing and connections between these. There's a Mark III belt already in here, for example. This saves you a lot of work. Another building tip with blueprints is that you might sometimes have a bit of an issue lining the builds up to where you want them to go, because it can be really hard to tell what you're doing if you're in a cramped space like I am over here. Now the way to solve that is just to place them in a more convenient location so that you can easily see what you're doing. Press H, then double check if everything is correctly set, and then you can use the arrow keys to actually move your thing around. So you can see like, okay, so this is in the correct position, maybe it moves, needs a bit moving to the left, to the right, whatever. Oh yeah, this looks good. Place it down, and there you go. So that avoids making all of those mistakes that, well, I at least usually make when I try to do it manually myself the correct way the first time around. Now, let's say it's still not in the location where you want, then sometimes it can be really annoying with blueprints that there's a lot of different items over here that you need to delete. Remember, if you press R, you can now switch to the blueprint dismantle mode, and you can delete an entire blueprint in one go. So make sure that you keep that in mind if you're building with blueprints, because that makes your life a lot easier. Now you might be wondering, why aren't we just overclocking the generators? Couldn't we just do that? Well, yeah, you can. As you can see, the building, if you overclock to 200% for example, does actually produce twice as much power, so it's definitely a way to save you some building. However, you're going to be building quite a bit of generators, so you could, in theory, scale down the 24 generators that we have now all the way down to 12 again, but you would also need 24 power shards, so that's quite cost inefficient when it comes to those power shards, if you ask me. Speaking of overclocking, remember you can also underclock your pumps, and you can set them to 75% if you keep the 2-to-1 ratio. So one pump for every 2 coal generators means you can put every pump to 75%, and it should still be working just fine. And well, considering how many of these water pumps you actually need to keep this build working, all that underclocking is definitely going to save you a whole bunch of power. Now, as impressive as 3600 megawatts sounds, if you look at our actual factory, it's already at 1/3 of that. So we can triple our factory, which is honestly quite a lot, but this is not going to last forever by any means. So if it feels like overkill, trust me, it's not. Between actually completing your power build, as well as hunting for hard drives and setting up your awesome dimensional depots, this is probably going to take you several hours to do. Probably maybe even a little bit more, depending on how much hard drive hunting you do. Bonus is that in the meanwhile you should be completing phase 2, so I'll assume you have that done before the next episode. Now that actually brings me to the end of this episode. In the next one we're going to be working towards phase 3. I hope you found this useful. If you're still here, you're awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey HTDA, and welcome back to my Satisfactory 1.0 Masterclass. In each episode I'll give you one specific goal to work towards, and ideally you should be able to complete that goal in 1 or 2 playing sessions. Before this episode, you should have already completed phase 2, and the game is pretty much going to tell you that you're going to be overwhelmed. And the game is right, because honestly, I think this is probably the part of the game where a lot of players are starting to drop off, because you can produce like 10 new items during this stage, and it's not super clear if you're a new player what you should be building in which order. There's trains to play with. Long story short, it is really overwhelming and confusing, so that's where I come in. So in other words, getting to phase 3 completion is actually going to require a couple of different steps, because we just need a lot of new stuff. In order to make sure you can easily follow along, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to show you that step by step, and we're going to be building that larger factory in separate modules. I will link below in the description to a building planner for every module, so you can actually check and uncheck the alternate recipes that you do and do not have, and adjust your builds accordingly if you want. And I'm also going to be linking to a full build that we're aiming for in the long run for the completion of this entire phase, so that will be stretching multiple episodes. Now, what I'm actually going to do is I am going to completely redesign my starting base. Now, I just want to be clear, you do not need to do this. It's perfectly fine if you keep your starting base running. You might be syncing those items. It actually gives you a lot of points. But what I actually want to do is make full use out of all those precious resources we have over here that we're now kind of letting go to waste, because we're just using Mark 1 miners, Mark 1 and 2 belts and things like that. And we can just do so much better with the resources we have available to us now. Taking this approach actually is also going to allow me to show you some different building techniques, which is very useful, I hope, for this masterclass. But it's also going to allow me to show you that you should probably be setting up your mall differently than we've been doing so far. Just to make sure that you understand, setting up your mall like this is, well, perfectly fine, and it looks really good as well. And it's really efficient in the early game, but once you unlock the dimensional depots, I think this type of mall is a little bit outdated, and I'll show you some alternatives as we go. Right, so that was a very long intro, apologies for that, but I felt it was important to explain to you what I'm doing, why I'm doing it, and how I'm going to be doing it. So, first things first, what if you also want to try and redesign your starting base? Part of what makes actually removing your old factory and replacing it with a new one super annoying is that you will have a ton of resources popping up all over the place that you then need to manually go and pick up, or they will be littering your map for a very long time. You can solve most of that problem by simply deleting the inputs from the miners early on in the base, and then just let the base run for a little bit while you're doing some other stuff. That means the last remaining ores will then be consumed, the last remaining whatever it is producing will be consumed, so it actually clears out most of your belts before you have to start thinking about taking everything down. And again, last time I'll say this, but just to be clear, you do not need to take down your starting base if you don't want to, you can just leave it running. Now, while the main base is actually draining out, I'm going to start out with designing a nice looking steel facility for a couple of reasons. Steel is something that's quite isolated, but it's also used in Mark III belts as well as a lot of other things. So getting your steel mill up and running is actually super useful, so you can ensure that even if you're taking down that main base, you're never going to run out of Mark III belts. In order to allow yourself to build efficiently, you're going to need some blueprints, and those blueprints can actually be super simple. The ones I am using are typically just a combination of different machines, all hooked up to power. I'm not even using things like splitters, mergers, belts and stuff like that in there, because it might depend a little bit on the situation what type of belts I want to use. And on top of that, I'm usually using things like floor holes where the direction might matter. So just making sure I have several machines together, nicely laid out and connected to power is already going to save me a lot of time. In this steel build, I am going to use the solid steel ingot recipe, mostly because it allows me to make more steel out of the same amount of incoming resources, because as you can see it's 3, 3 and 3 here, but if I just make the iron ingots first and using this recipe I only need 2 ingots as well as 2 coal to make the same 3 steel, so it's actually a lot more efficient. Now that is nothing you can solve if you don't have this recipe by simply using the default recipe. You might need to slightly overclock some of your miners. I am not actually overclocking anything here, so just put in a power shard or 2 and you should be just fine and good to go. It does mean, however, that I first need to make some ingots, so I am doing that here with the smelter build that I just showed you. Now the nice thing is, if you're using these recipes, that you can just copy and paste these so you can see it looks really nice. And I actually built two of these sets really close together, so close together actually that you can't even see the belts going into the splitter. There is a belt in here, so you do actually need to select the belt and try to put it in here. And it's already connected, so I can't really show you now. But this is how close you can actually build your factories together. As you can see, you can actually walk through them now. The nice thing about a layout like this is that I can actually bring in the resources from the ground floor, as you can see over here. It's then producing. I decided not to bring them down right away just yet, because that kind of clutters the logistics floor. And I am just bringing everything back together into this merger. And then this lift over here is actually going down below into the floor, and then delivers the ingots to the next stage of this build. Alright, so these are 8 smelters producing a total of 240 ingots, and those are leading into 3 sets of 2 foundries that you can see over here. Just identical setup, just copy paste, but the nice thing about having these different foundry sets is that it allows me to make sure I combine the ingots, because each of these will be producing 60 ingots per minute, so that's 120 in total. So I have 3 belts of 120 coming out once I combine these sets of 2 down below. Which brings me to showing you how the ground floor looks like, the logistics floor I should say. So we have the iron ore coming in over here and the iron ingots coming out over here from the build I just showed you. Then the coal comes in here as well, and it goes into these sets of 2 splitters going into the foundries. Now the nice thing is the outputs of those foundries are actually here on the top floor. So let me destroy this merger for a moment so you can see what's happening. So I have the lift coming out just below the floor, and then you can actually copy a merger and just place it right on top of the lift like that. Now as you can see, it kind of nicely merges in, and then if you connect a belt to all of that, the belt actually can go on the ceiling. So I can just move around here pretty easily, and I don't have to figure out how to get around all of these belts over here. And this belt is going to go straight into the next line of the production. The next part of that production being these 6 constructors making steel beams. So remember, we have 3 sets of the 2 foundries, which are going to be producing a total of 360 steel beams. That's a lot of steel beams, and those 360 steel beams do not actually fit on a Mark III belt, because that's limited to 270. So this is why I just split them in 3, so I can actually use Mark II belts, and it's just 120 per belt, and then feed them into these 6 constructors over here. So what I've actually done is those 3 belts of outputs with the steel are actually going to go into the middle of these constructors. So you have 3 inputs. Basically, each belt is connected to 2 of the constructors, and then the outputs of the constructors are once again going to be lowered here into a merger that is again floating above. It's connected to the ceiling, so it's not like unrealistically floating, but it is very nice to be able to just walk around. All of these mergers connect the outputs up to the belt that is going to go in here into a smart splitter that is actually set to prioritize this belt over here that goes right into the dimensional depot. That means that whenever I consume some of my steel, this dimensional depot will instantly start restocking it. It's always going to be fed by this factory as well, and in the meanwhile I have the overflow going into the rest of my factory. Now I'm going to be building this exact same thing 3 more times, because we're going to need a lot of additional steel and piping. However, I am actually going to make 1 more build producing steel beams, and then the other 2 builds, which are going to look completely identical, are going to be making steel pipes in those constructors. Okay, so just as a quick reminder, I am here in the corner of the rocky desert. We have 3 pure iron nodes over here, as well as 3 pure coal nodes up here. And that is what we're using for this steel factory. That also means that I have this setup over here using 1 coal node and 1 iron node, and that I can replicate pretty much the same build twice more in order to utilize the other 2. Now, what we're going to be doing is I'm actually going to exactly replicate this once more, making even more steel beams. And then the second, or I should say the third facility, is going to look extremely similar as well, but it's going to have twice the amount of constructors, and that is going to be making pipes. which when it's done looks something like this. So again, this line is exactly the same as the one we just built, so 8 smelters, 6 foundries and 6 constructors making these steel beams. And then in the final row, can I jump this? Yes, I can. There we go. Okay, so and then in the final row over here, it's, well, almost the same layout, but the difference is that we added in another 6 constructors over here. And I'm really liking these towers to get around. Another 6 constructors here that are making pipes. So these ones are making pipes as well as these, and these are actually drawing from the same resource. So they're all getting their steel ingots from this main line over here. It's just that the pipes need a lot less steel ingots compared to the actual steel beams. Now, even though this is a very simple factory, it's set up just with a couple of blueprints, honestly. I didn't even add in things like edges or a roof or walls or anything like that. It already looks pretty good, and the only trick here is that the blueprints that I've made are very consistent in their looks. And, well, honestly, making sure you keep organized like this in nice equal groupings and things like that, and leaving some space in between your factory just avoids all the spaghetti, and of course the logistics area helps with that as well, because most of the actual spaghetti, or at least the belts kind of crossing each other and things like that, is all below floors. Now on top of that, if you would want to add a second floor to this, you can very easily do that, because all you need to do is something like this, and of course you can extend that floor in whatever direction you want. And you can start building an entire new floor on top of this. I would again include a logistics area if you do that. But as you can see, this is super easy. It also looks super natural because, well, everything is actually supported by these beams. So yeah, extending your factory in a vertical direction is also extremely easy if you do it like this. Now, if you do build things like ceilings and multiple floors, etc., I would recommend putting in some lighting, because otherwise your factory is going to get very dark very quickly. But yeah, that's just details. And then another thing you could do is color your factory based on what you're producing there. So for example, I have here the blue for the iron production, then the steel ingots is black, and then we have the actual steel production and pipe production being kind of gray. Honestly, I really like the default layout as well, so this is just completely subjective whether or not you think this actually adds to the look or detracts from it. And then finally, what I really like doing from this point onwards is use the dimensional depots to actually construct the mall without constructing a mall. So what that means is that in the main production line of my factory, in the output, I will put a smart splitter like this that actually has the main line as the overflow, and then the initial lines that it's trying to prioritize go straight into a dimensional depot. So you can see that happening over here. The dimensional depot is full, so at this point the main line just functions as normally. But whenever I start building something, the first thing this build will do is try to put some steel back in my inventory. So that just means that basically this is having a double function. It initially functions as a mole until my inventory is filled, and then it will just function as normally. So there's actually zero production going to waste. Now remember, you can use more than one depot for a single type of material if you want to speed it up. So if you're building very long belts, like I was actually doing during this specific build to get all the coal and iron here, you might be burning through quite a bit of steel. So I like having 2 depots uploading steel just to double up the speed it gets back into my inventory. But on the other hand, over here for the pipes, I just have a single depot doing the same thing, because honestly I'm never going to need many stacks of pipes at the same time, so a single depot is going to work just fine. And just to ensure we're all on the same page, remember that adding more depots doesn't increase the amount of material you can carry with you, but it does increase the rate at which it is replenished, because this 30 per minute in my case is per depot. So I have 2 of them uploading steel beams, for example, so I actually get 60 steel beams per minute from that. And as always, just to put some finishing touches on your factory, make them already look a lot better without really taking a lot of work. So again, I have put down some edges using the asphalt foundations, and I actually like having the bottom floor stick out a little because it makes it a lot easier to get around, as you can see. Just make sure you add in some pillars so to avoid the floating fortress type of thing. And the reason I like adding in this kind of tiered layers is because it makes it really easy to just put in some ladders if you need to get around your factory, either from the top to the bottom or vice versa, so you don't need to be doing anything complicated with hypertubes or lifts or anything like that. It works just fine as is. Time to say goodbye to this awesome steel factory and let's move on to the next part. And well, for the next part, I'm going to need some space. Not a lot of space actually, because I'm almost done for this episode, but still, as you can see, my entire factory has come to a standstill. Still, all the resources that I can consume are now off the belt and in their inventories or in the sink. So that should be fairly easy to clean up now. And by the power of time skips, we now have a completely cleared open space here. It's actually a little bit larger than it was, and I actually did lift the entire floor up by 4 meters as well, so we have it nicely aligned with the steel factory there in the back. Now again, you don't need to delete your old entire factory, but yeah, this gives me a lot of room to set up this factory properly this time around. It's worth noting actually that building the floor of a factory is a lot easier when you do that with blueprints, especially if you're like up on high like I am now. And as you can see, this is just a simple 4x4 blueprint with some floors in there, but it's super easy to build a massive part of your floor like this. And this is just the top floor, but you can actually set up the blueprint so it includes both the bottom part of the logistics floor and the top part where you're building your factory. And it's super easy to expand your factory like this. I do want to note that there's these kind of lines in the grid, or I should say in the foundations, that can be really messy if you don't look at where your floor is actually oriented. So if you look and when you're placing a blueprint, you can kind of see on the top here in the northern part of the blueprint, you should see this arrow. This will help you orientate it correctly, so it's pointing north right now. If I would, for whatever reason, flip it around, then these lines would actually start clashing with the lines you already have in place. So as you can see, we have kind of the lines horizontal here, while we have the lines vertical as well. Just saying, if you're placing blueprints, make sure you are watching out for that, because, well, it's a lot neater if they're all pointing in the same direction. Okie dokie, so what's the thing we need most when building a factory? That is concrete. So that is why I'm going to start my factory, or my new factory, with concrete as well. Now you might remember these two nodes over here in the corner that we used all the way in the beginning to set up some early concrete production. Basically, I'm just going to replace these Mark 1 miners with the Mark 2 version, combine the belts and have one single belt going up for 240 limestone coming in. There we go, I'm bringing them up on the logistics floor over here, and I am going to keep my belts on the ceiling as much as possible in this entire factory as well now. So, as you can see, I just bring it up straight away with one of these lifts. I could probably have done that straight away with one lift, but anyway, it's going to go up here into these 6 constructors making concrete. Now, that is about twice as much as we had before. Honestly, if you want, you could scale this up a lot further, because there's no such thing as having too much concrete. But I think it should do for now. Meanwhile, down below, I'm collecting the concrete over here on this belt, as you can see, and it's now going into this smart splitter once again, so that I can divide it, in this case, between 2 of these void storages, or I keep calling them void storages, dimensional depots, I'm sorry. And why 2? Well, again, because we want to have plenty of upload for the concrete, because we're going to be using a lot of that. Honestly, I wouldn't blame you if you set down 4 of these. But yeah, I think 2 should be enough for now. And then the next step is that I'm going to bring in some pipes, because I'm going to use yet another alternate recipe in order to make encased industrial beams. Now, just looking up the recipe for you for a moment. As you can see, normally you would make them from steel, and now we're making them from pipes. It's actually not a big difference. If you don't have this alternate recipe, you would be producing more steel beams instead, and you can just use those. And then very similarly, I have 4 assemblers making those industrial beams. Now, if you are using the normal recipe, you actually only need 3 of these assemblers to make the same amount, which is 16 per minute right now. 16 per minute might not sound like a lot, but it's actually, well, it's a fairly decent amount at this stage of the game. Keep in mind though that if you want to scale this up further, if you are in a location that has a lot of limestone and steel, then you might want to do that, because we're actually also going to be using this for the Mark IV belts later on. So again, there's no such thing as having too much of this, which is also why we're building it first. And of course, once again, I have a smart splitter over here, putting the encased beams into this dimensional depot, not void storage. And yeah, this is going to be a nice little buffer. As you can see, there's already quite a bit in here, so that's going to be a nice stockpile. And by the time we get the rest of our factory up and running, because we are actually going to be using these beams elsewhere as well, The void storage is basically completely up and loaded, and whenever we are actually using them to build, they will get replenished as the first thing. However, because I don't like the idea of wasting my production, I have a storage depot here just to hold the surplus production while we wait for the next part of the factory to be completed. Now, even though this factory looks kind of pitiful right now, we've already done about a quarter of the work we need in order to complete the entire next phase. It doesn't feel like it probably, but all of that steel production that we built in the beginning of this episode, along with limestone and concrete production as well as the beams, are actually a massive part that will make it a lot easier to get all the more complex materials up and running as well, which is what we're going to be working towards in the next episode. If you're still here, you're awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey HTDA, and welcome back to my Satisfactory 1.0 Masterclass. In each episode I'll give you one specific goal to work towards, which you should ideally be able to complete in 1 or 2 playing sessions. In this episode we'll continue to work towards completion of all 3 parts of the Phase 3 project. Specifically, we're going to make sure we have finished the versatile framework production, and we are a pretty long way actually towards getting the modular engines and adaptive control units up and running as well. Now, just as a reminder, there's going to be a link to this build in the description so that you can easily uncheck or check any alternative recipes that I'm using that you might not have, or maybe you have some that I don't that you want to use, so you can easily adjust your build to that. But just to clarify, I am going to use quite a few of the alternate builds actually in this particular episode. I'm going to use the bolted iron plate to make the iron plates a lot faster than the default rate. I am also going to be using the modular frame alt for the bolted frame. So once again, that speeds up the production speed by a lot. That means I'm going to need a lot of screws, and that is where the screw alternate comes in for the steel screw, because I'm actually producing quite a bit of steel from the previous episode, so I'm going to utilize all of that. Now, this is just to show that you don't need to be afraid of screws. It's actually really easy if you use the alternate for the steel screw, but of course you might want to do this completely different, and by all means feel free to do so. Now, after last time, I might have left you a little bit worried if you're actually playing along, because right now we're just producing pretty much anything steel related, as well as concrete and industrial beams. But don't worry, we're going to fix that right now, because we have these 6 iron nodes over here, and that's going to be plenty to do everything we need to do. First things first, I have 24 smelters making iron ingots, and you might recognize the design from before because it's exactly the same as from the previous episode where we used it in the steel mill. Now again, making a couple of these very simple straightforward blueprints saves you a lot of time moving forward. That said, just to make your factory look nice, or maybe just because you like switching things up, or because you like different styles, it is really tempting, and honestly I really love just making some variations on blueprints myself. So for example, over here I made a very simple new blueprint for the constructors, where I have 6 constructors. You can make up to 8 if you want, that actually loop back on themselves and collect all the stuff in the middle, rather than having all these splitters and merge and stuff like that on the outside. Now this is actually slightly more compact than when you actually put the splitters on the outside, but that's not the main reason I do this. I do it mostly because that's actually really easy to tell what you're producing somewhere, because actually the outputs are going to be on top of the machines. Now, the way I've done it over here, as you can see, the belts are actually on top of the machines rather than floating above it. And in order to do that, you would actually need to first build a couple of foundations, a 4-meter foundation to be exact, and then a 1-meter foundation on top of that. Then you build the mergers, because if you actually just stack up splitters or mergers, you get a different height than what I have here. It's actually a half height higher or lower than this belt is at. So either the belt will be clipping through your building, or you have a diagonal belt, or you have a floating belt. So long story short, you'll need a couple of foundations initially to set this up like this. And again, this is where the blueprints come in, because you don't want to do that for every single part of the constructor build you use, but in the blueprint you just do it once and then you have it all ready to go. Don't forget to add in some power lines, because that will save you a lot of time as well. I'm just sticking with the metal pillar thing that I've been doing so far, just to tie the factory nicely together. Now, one benefit from a build like this compared to what I've been previously using, where we did most of the merging and splitting and things like that underground, is that this actually saves you a little bit of time, because you only need to connect the input and the output at one specific place to the logistics floor, and everything else is taken care of above ground in the plug and play from the blueprint. Whatever blueprint you're going for, you will get a lot of mileage out of it, because I currently have a total of 18 constructors making iron plates, and then another 12 of them making iron rods. Okay, so we have 3 facilities making iron ingots, and we have 6 facilities that require those iron ingots, and there's a little bit of logistics going on in order to make sure that all of that material gets where it needs to go. Okay, so the first part is pretty straightforward. This splitter over here is connected to the iron rod facility, and this is also connected to the secondary iron rod facility. Both of those iron rod facilities, so there's 12 constructors in total, can be supplied by a single incoming belt from one of the iron ingots facilities, and actually you'll have a little bit of iron ingots left over that are going to be merged in the later production stream. The second iron ingot facility is just connected to the first iron plate constructing facility, and once again we'll have some leftover iron ingots. So those are going to be merged with that belt that we just got from the iron rod production facilities. Then for the third iron ingot facility, that is actually once again connected to one of the facilities making iron plates. But then we have that third iron plate facility still left, and that is basically going to run on all the leftovers from all the previous builds. So we have that merger from the iron rods over here, along with the remains from the first iron plate facility, and that's going to go on this belt, and these are the remains from the second iron plate constructing facility. And all of that is going to be merged over here and go into that last final iron plate constructing facility. Of course, we're going to need those iron plates and iron rods as well for building a lot of other stuff, so make sure you hook it up to some of the dimensional depots as well, just by splitting off some of the resources from before. Alrighty, with all of that up and running, we are now going to move on to some of the more advanced stuff. However, in order to do that, we're going to need about a gazillion screws. To be exact, we're going to need 2,800 screws per minute, which is a lot, but it's actually only going to be produced by this small facility, well, these 2 facilities over here. I'm actually going to underclock once again 2 of these constructors to 50%, because we only need a little bit less than 11 of them, so we have 12 over here. But using steel in order to make screws is just super easy. Don't forget to store some screws in the dimensional storage just in case. I'm really curious to find out how many people in the comments will tell me I'm crazy for using screws. Anyway, now it's time to move on to the more complicated things. Specifically, we're going to make a lot of rotors and reinforced iron plates. First of all, we're going to need 4 assemblers making iron plates. Now remember, I'm using the bolted iron plate recipe, which is 3 times as fast as the default recipe. It uses the same sort of inputs though, but if you use the default recipe, you're going to need 3 times as many assemblers. Once you start building assemblers and manufacturers and pretty much anything that requires multiple inputs in large numbers, you're going to notice that trying to avoid clipping in your logistics floor is going to be a nightmare. So I recommend take it easy on yourself. Keep in mind you're going to be building hundreds if not thousands of machines throughout this game, and if things like this really annoy you with clipping belts, then it's going to cost you hours in order to keep everything neat and clean. Now, of course, if you want to do that, that's no problem. Just keep it in mind, it is going to add substantially to your game time if you do that. And in a game that has space elevators, I don't think it's weird to assume that there's some sort of mechanism in these clipping belts that make sure that the correct item is going to go on the correct belt. I mean, we have those in real life, so I don't think it's weird to assume this game would have that as well. Either way, don't forget to add a dimensional depot and look at this logistics floor. It's starting to look pretty awesome and pretty organized. I mean, we basically have them all underneath our facility now, and we never have to look at it again. So I really think this is starting to look awesome, but as you can see from all these empty holes, we're not quite done yet. Next up on the list are rotors, and I'm just using the normal recipe here. So these 8 assemblers are making a total of 32 rotors per minute. Once you have those up and running, we're kind of getting into the home stretch of this episode, because now we're going to be making a lot of different frames. First up are the modular frames. I have 5 assemblers over here making the bolted frame alternate recipe. So we're using screws and reinforced plates to make modular frames. If you're using a different type of recipe, you're probably going to need more machines than this, but this is why I like this recipe, because it's a fairly efficient in terms of how quick we're producing that. So we only need 5 assemblers. Speaking of 5 assemblers, in the back over there, I have 5 assemblers making smart plating as well, because we only need the reinforced plates as well as the rotors in order to make those. Now, we don't need those for the phase 3 production, but we are going to need the smart plating as inputs for some of the other production. And in case you're wondering, the whole point of all of this is that we're actually increasing our production by quite a lot. So for example, we're now producing 10 smart plating per minute, while before I think it was 4, so it's 2.5 times as much. And similarly, we are now producing 25 modular frames per minute, while I think before we had something like 4 or 6 as well. So this is a massive upgrade compared to our previous factory. And then here we have the real goal of this episode, and this is the 4 assemblers making versatile frameworks. Now again, this is a massive upgrade compared to how many we were producing before. It should be 20 per minute now, and that's more than we need specifically for this phase. But again, this is also kind of prepping us for the phase that comes after. Now, as you can see, we need 2,500 of these, and if we would have let the original production running, we would actually be pretty close to that already probably. But 20 per minute is going to clear that up pretty quick while we do everything else. As a side note, don't forget to connect your belts up to the actual space elevator. I put it back in its original position, as you can see. And, well, I really like how our logistics floor is turning out. I mean, look at this. There is a whole bunch of stuff going on. We have a whole lot of these dimensional depots. What I like doing is if you have any resource that you're not using yet, put them back to the ground floor and have this little thing sticking out so you can easily see what it is. I have a couple of those actually around. You can see some screws over there, some more screws over here, because we do need some more screws in the future, and the smart plating that we're going to be using elsewhere. Now, of course, you can also hook this up to a sink, probably something I'm going to do in the next episode just to show you how to kind of centralize that. But in the meanwhile, we are now quickly getting to that 2,500 versatile frameworks. Now it's going a little bit quicker than it's supposed to, you could say, because I had a little bit of a surplus. But as you can see, I'm producing bunches of 5, and they're coming in pretty quickly. So yeah, that's going to be a lot of points, either towards the phase 3 completion or towards your sink, because as soon as you've completed those 2,500, you might as well just start either storing them up, because that's not a bad thing, or putting them in a sink and get a whole lot of points for that. So we have all the construction materials back in production, and that means we have no problem in scaling up any further. We are missing the copper, but that's going to be a quick fix in the next episode. And I hope it's now clear why I really wanted to replace my starting factory, because honestly this looks awesome. And it's look a lot better than the previous setup, just because we can make it take advantage of all the more advanced stuff that we have available. When you're making a layout like this, kind of try to plan ahead a little bit. Don't overdo it, because honestly, as long as you're a little bit conscious about what you place where and how you placed every single section compared to each other, it's going to look pretty neat and organized. Just keep in mind that it's usually a good idea to keep similarly styled buildings next to each other. So I have smelters, I have constructors, and then we have the assemblers. Depending on the number of assemblers you need, you might want to think a little bit about how you group them together, like I've done with these 5 over here. I considered overclocking just one in a set of 4, so that I have the equivalent of 5 of them and then just repeating this pattern, but I figured, well, why not just change it up a little bit, just to break the monotony of having everything look the same. But at the same time, just because the style of the buildings is still very much the same, it looks pretty organized, and by doing that you have a pretty awesome looking factory without having to deal with too much things like design and stuff like that. I mean, you can, of course, there's nothing wrong with that, you just don't need to have everything look neat and organized. Everything we've done in this episode, and that's why I'm stopping here, should take you 1 or 2 playing sessions to complete. And don't forget that in the meanwhile, you can unlock things like pretty much everything in tier 4. And in the next episode, we'll be able to clear out most of tier 5 and 6 as well. Now, in the meanwhile, I have a question. Why is this still lighting up? There's nothing for me to unlock here. It's getting on my nerves a little bit, but anyway. Next episode, we're going to be making sure we can clear out everything else, and we're also going to be dealing with the oil processing. So If you're looking forward to that and you might need some help with that, make sure you tune in for that. If you're still here, you're awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey HTDA, and welcome back to my Satisfactory 1.0 Masterclass. In each episode I'll give you one specific goal to work towards, which you should ideally be able to complete in 1 or 2 sittings. Now, just as a warning, here's a sneak peek of what we're actually going to be building, and this is not even all of it. There is a whole bunch more over here, and there's a whole different factory in the corner over there. So don't underestimate that this episode, even though it's like half an hour long, maybe 40 minutes or something along those lines, it's going to take you a little bit longer than most of the previous episodes to build. Just take it step by step, you'll get through it, but we are going to complete phase 3. As before, there will be a link to the entire build of this episode in the description below, so you can follow along with that and you can see exactly how many buildings I'm using and what is being attached to what. So that it should make it a little bit easier to follow along as well. For this episode, I'm actually not going to be using any alternate recipes. I'm just going to do everything 100% standard, so at least that part should not be a problem. And hopefully you will be able to follow along quite nicely as a result. Alright, let's get going with some copper. We have several copper nodes very close by, which is extremely convenient because we're going to be using all of them. Now we're going to need a total of 18 smelters making copper ingots, and that doesn't really work with the current blueprint I have for the iron, although I could just underclock stuff. But I want to make a new blueprint that allows me to make a nice even number, so I am going to make a new blueprint for 6 smelters, so I can make 3 times 6 is 18 in a nice layout. Now, honestly, there's nothing wrong with underclocking. Actually, it's quite efficient if you don't mind the additional space the blueprint takes up. But I wanted to make the other blueprint mostly to show you a different way of building it. So, not my preferred style necessarily, but it is something a lot of other people enjoy, so I did want to show it to you. This is basically a layout that still has the inputs coming from the middle, but then actually loops back the outputs back on top of the machine itself. Now, you can either do that like this, with the mergers going through the middle, or you can just place the actual mergers on top of the machine. Now, if you do this, and I'll show you how that looks in a moment, you will see the smoke kind of coming through the mergers, which I'm not a huge fan of, but it looks kind of cool having the actual mergers on top of the machine at the same time. So again, it's completely up to you which one you prefer best. However, if you are struggling a little bit with getting the mergers and splitters to go where you want them to, you might need to resort to a trick like this, that you place down a couple of these foundations, so you can actually get these mergers to sit at the height and the location that you want them. If you connect them straight to the machine, like I can do over here for a moment, then you will see, assuming I don't drop down, then you can see that it doesn't quite nicely align. So you do actually need to place them manually on top of the machine in order to get them to look quite right. Also, when making new blueprints like this, don't forget that you can actually use blueprints to build blueprints, so you don't have to line up every single smelter by yourself. If you just do it once, you can just copy paste that by using the blueprint function as well, and you have all of them nicely sitting on top of where they need to go. Whatever design you decide to go for, make sure you place down 18 of these smelters, and then we're going to go hook them up to the copper. So remember when I said we have 3 nodes available? These are actually normal nodes, so if we just use them as they are, they're going to be producing 120 ore per minute, and we actually need a total of 600, so with those 3 nodes that's not quite going to cut it. So what we're going to do is we're going to overclock 1 to 200%, giving us 240 per minute to begin with. And then we're going to overclock the other 2 to 150%, so they each give the 180 per minute. That in total makes 600. Now, of course, if you're somewhere else on the planet, you might need to do this differently, but the reason I'm doing it like this is so that I can have the middle belt splitting off the 240 per minute between the 2 outer belts, so they will max up to the maximum amount that you can put on a belt to begin with. And then, as you can see, the middle belt initially will be a little bit slow, but we actually have an overflow on the side belts, so at some point these will get stuck, and then this belt will also kind of regulate itself, and that way we have the easiest way to balance these belts without getting into a whole complex system of mergers and splitters. With the copper ingots in production, it's now time to put them to use, which is why we're going to be building 6 constructors making copper sheets, one of them being overclocked to 50%. We basically need 6.5 constructors, and I want to try to minimize the amount of random constructors, assemblers, etc. if I can. So just by overclocking or underclocking a little bit here and there, we can use the same layout across our entire facility, or mostly at least, so that just makes it look really good without actually changing anything to the efficiency. Now, with larger facilities like this, you're usually going to run into the issue that you have some belts being completely utilized and some belts not being completely utilized. That means that you're going to need to get into a habit of splitting off some of your production and then re-merging them later on after you use them in a part of your facility, so you can use the remains later on in your facility as well. Now, an easy way, if you're in a large logistics floor like I am over here, to keep track of where you still have basically inputs that you want to use elsewhere is just connecting a temporary splitter or a lift, like this. So this basically tells me, okay, there is some sort of input or output that is going to come from here that I can still use somewhere else that's not completely dedicated to something already. If you put a small belt like this, you can easily tell what's actually coming out there, so it makes it a little easier to keep track. And then basically all the dimensional depots actually signal that there is a certain production coming out at that specific location that I can either split off or that it's already a final product. So for example, over here you can see I'm merging all my inputs, and all I need to do is check, okay, apparently this is where I make my iron rods. And if I want to split off these iron rods, all I need to do is connect a belt like this, and then hopefully, yep, there we go, that's where the output goes. Now remember that the smart splitters are always set for any into the dimensional depot and overflow on the other output, so we first fill up our inventory and then use the remaining products in the factory itself. If you make sure that every single time you have an output you connect a smart splitter to that and then a dimensional depot like this, then you don't have to think about whether or not this is configured correctly, but you can just trust yourself that the first time you set it up you always do it like that, so that you can rely on that moving forward. That might seem like a small thing, but trust me, if you get into the habit of doing that, you will not get into a situation where an hour later you come back to your factory and you find out it's not actually working just because you forgot to configure a smart splitter or connect a belt or something like that. Okay, so moving on to wire, which we're actually going to need a whole lot of. So this is 24 constructors making wire, and 4 of those constructors are overclocked to 100% because we need the total production of 28 constructors. So by overclocking 4 of those 24, we actually get to the equivalent of 28. Now, I could just build 4 more constructors. We have plenty of room. I mean, that's not a problem. But again, I just want to try to stick to the one blueprint I have as much as possible and make the factory look nice and clean. So this is what I'm doing, and that is why I am doing that. Also, as a side note, I will be using the colors to kind of notify what is being produced where, but because these are all copper products and I all associate those products with the copper orange, or something that looks like that at least, this is why they're all the default color, because that actually works quite well for copper. But as you can see, we have the blue in the back for the iron and some other colors going around as well. Now, honestly, I find myself using just like a handful of different colors, but even doing that makes it a lot easier to kind of identify what you're producing in which part of your factory without having to make a specific color for every single product, because honestly I wouldn't know what color I would need to give to wire and copper sheets. That both makes sense and also makes it easy to distinguish between those two. Look at how organized this looks when you're actually walking through your factory, and again, just make sure you leave yourself some room in between the different units as well. But yeah, this is really very easy to do and still clean looking, just like I promised you from the get-go. Next on our copper list are the cables, which we're actually going to need quite a few of, so we're going to need 10 constructors making cable. But again, I'm trying to be efficient and consistent just to make my own life as easy as possible, because we're going to need to build a lot during this episode. So I'm just again using the 6 constructor blueprint, and that means I have a total of 12 over here with these two units. I only need 10, so I'm just going to underclock several of them in order to get the equivalent production of 10. And actually underclocking saves you power compared to building 10 normal buildings, which is really weird, but it's actually true, so you might as well take advantage of that as well. Now do keep in mind that with some recipes, for example the cable in this case, we have a very high input requirement. And if we have 6 constructors demanding 60 wire per minute, that's going to add up to 360, which is more than the Mark III belt can handle. So in those cases you might need to have a intermediate feed into your supply line like I have over here. So the first 4 of these constructors are being fed through this first belt over here. That adds up to 240 wire per minute demand, so that is something a Mark III belt can easily handle. And then the last 2 are actually going to be fed by a separate belt coming in, so that I can ensure that these are actually getting the 120 wire in total that they require. Which, once again, I'm just going to repeat this just because it's super important that you understand this. That means that you might need to split as well as recombine some of your belts to make sure that you get the resources where they need to go. Just keep an eye on your machines as well as, of course, the output of your initial blocks. Do a little bit of math and see what amount of resources will be going on each incoming belt, and then again, like I said, just merge and recombine them just to make sure that you make use of all those leftovers that you might have. Okay, so now we actually have all our basics once again covered, ranging from plates to copper to wire, etc. And that means it's time to move on to the slightly more complex stuff. Now, some of that is not new. For example, we are going to need some stators. We are going to need a lot more stators than we were producing before in the other factory. Specifically, we're going to need 6.5 assemblers making stators. Which of course means, because I'm lazy, that we're going to be building 6 of them and then overclocking one to 150%. And the stators kind of nicely align with the copper production over here. So similarly to what we've done over here in the back, where we had the iron production and the kind of west to east aligned assemblers over there, I'm doing the same thing over here, which kind of brings some sort of symmetry to our build as well. Now you don't need to do this, you can use whatever orientation you want, obviously. But I like kind of switching it up every now and then, so it's not just pure rows of the same thing over and over again. Now the nice thing about this particular layout is that we have those 6 stator assemblers over here, and we only need 2 motor assemblers over here to kind of finish off this particular production line. Now the motors are going to be crucial to the unlocking of the next couple of technologies, so make sure you have a dimensional depot attached to that. You should be doing that for pretty much every type of resource you're producing anyway, and I would recommend that you keep doing that as you expand, unless you know for sure that you have more than whatever you need of that particular resource already. There's a couple of examples of that. For example, you don't need that many stators as an example, but for most things it's not there's nothing wrong with just adding a couple of more dimensional depots as you go, because you will need more and more of those resources. Anyway, we have 2 assemblers making motors now. With all of that production up and running, by the way, you will probably now have gotten to the point where you're probably already done with the first all frameworks, like I am as well, and you're producing a whole lot of stuff that is not actually going anywhere because you don't have a output for it, because we are not transporting anything new into the elevator, and we don't have a sink yet. So this is where getting a sink up and running is going to be very profitable if you want some more tickets. So we have this nice open space in the middle. Let's use it. Now, I recommend not connecting every single type of thing you're producing to your sink, but I do recommend getting some of the more high-end products. For example, I have the smart plates, as you can see over here, and the versatile frameworks. Those things are really worth a lot more point than trying to sink all the, let's say, wire that you are overproducing. You can do that if you want, but you will need to add some more sinks to that, and you will also greatly increase the complexity of your logistics underground. Now, just in case if you're wondering, is that actually worth sinking then? The answer is yes, because as you can see, once I start offloading my overproduction of those high tier items, just those high tier items actually hit a total of 157k points per minute. So just in a few minutes I actually got several coupons, even though I already have a lot of them. So it is worth making sure that you get some of those, because, well, who doesn't like new buildables? Now we're actually going to leave this base for a little while now, and as you can see, it's far from done. I didn't make it look nice or anything like that, because we're first trying to get it up and running, and then we can think about making it look nice. A lot of you asked for a bit of an overview of what I've done so far, so here you go. I hope this is a better bird's eye view than what I've been doing before, because I actually just raised a couple of towers and got up a little bit higher to give you a better view. So we have the entire factory from last episode over here. And then on this side we have the 18 smelters making the copper in the back. Then we have those 6 constructors making the copper sheets. Then we have a whole bunch, 24 in total, of these constructors making the wire, and then we have another 12 of them making cable. Then we have the 6 assemblers making the stators, and then we have the 2 assemblers making the motors, and that adds a whole section over here to the production that we had going already. And look at that, it looks so nice and clean to have a nice little white, I took that color because it just looks really clean, sink in the middle of the base. Now we're actually going to be using some of this space as well, but we're first going to have to do a couple of other things. Specifically, we are going to unlock oil processing and get some oil up and running. And as you can see, we actually need the motors for that. So make sure you pick some of those out of your dimensional depot. Now, this is something that confuses a lot of people because, well, you're going to be unlocking 12 new things. Some of them are shop items, but still, there's quite a few new items. And in general, fluid production is quite complicated, a little bit finicky. So we're going to be spending a little time on explaining how to get that up and running as easy as possible. As a side note, we're doing great on power. We have about 2600 total production up and running at the most, assuming every single machine is turned on, but right now a couple of them are still backed up. So that means that we're getting close-ish, not quite close yet, but we are getting much closer to the production cap of 3600, which is also where oil is going to come into effect because we can actually produce some fuel. Oh, and of course, before I forget, you can actually pick up the jetpack now, which a lot of people really like. I personally actually don't use the jetpack that often because I highly prefer the parachute, which actually has a long gliding range. And the jetpack doesn't really become that effective unless you have higher tiers of fuel. Again, my opinion, but it's worth picking up even just for the inventory slots, of course. Now, if you're playing along with me, what we're going to do is we're going to go to these islands just south of our base, which has quite a few of these crude oil nodes that are of pure quality, as well as one normal, I believe. I think there's actually one more over here that's not showing up, but in other words, there's going to be plenty of oil for us to work with. There's also going to be a lot of creatures around, so make sure you arm yourself or just turn the creatures to passive or reactive if you don't want to deal with all that fighting. Side note, there's also a drop pod location on this bottom left island over here that actually has no requirements, so you can just pick up your free hard drive over here while you're at it. Now again, the reason I really like the Rocky Desert as a starter location is because this oil location is actually in spitting distance almost of our starting base that you can see over here. So I'm actually going to build my fuel factory or my plastic and rubber factory over here on this part of the water that is actually going to be really close to the oil as well, because the oil is right behind us somewhere on the floor over there where the creatures are. And we just need 2 of the pure oil nodes in order to have all the oil we need. Now, just because you're building a very simple transportation line with some pipes doesn't mean it doesn't need to look good. And I really like giving my pipes the color of the liquids that are in them. So you can see, for example, I'm mining some oil over here, and this is going to be the oil pipeline. Now, I do recommend actually leaving the coloring of your pipelines until the end, because otherwise you will need to recolor them every time around when you're rebuilding stuff and you inevitably make some mistakes. But anyway, you have these 2 pipelines, each of those coming from one pure node over here. And that is actually perfect because that allows us to build some refineries over here in the viewing distance of our other base. So what we're going to do is leave a couple of spaces, it's 2 foundations actually in my case, in between those 2 refineries. And we're going to be building a total of 16 of them, so 8 on each side. Now we're going to be dedicating 5 of these refineries to rubber, and then the rest is going to be dedicated to plastic, which means you're going to be producing plastic on one side and then rubber and some plastic on the other side. Now, of course, we still want this to actually look good, and because these buildings are freakishly tall, we're going to be using some larger pillars in order to have the power setup up and running. It's going to be a very same principle as we've been using so far, with this bar on top of that where the power is connected, just to stick with the theme throughout the factory. But making a thin pillar like this sticking up all the way into the air looks a little bit weird, so I think actually using the bigger pillars makes that look good. And you can actually use the pillar foundations as well to make it look even better. Speaking of making things look better, you can also use the floor holes. You should have more than enough tickets to buy them, and they allow you to nicely connect everything up to the floor so they are not just clipping through, but it looks very intentional instead. The inputs of the factory are very straightforward. In this case, we just have the oil coming in and we can pump that straight up. You might want to connect a couple of pumps just to make sure you can actually reach up high enough. It should be fine without pumps actually, but just making sure you have a pump on your pipeline, make sure you have an additional head lift so you can make sure the liquid is actually going up where you want it to. Now, do keep in mind that you need to watch what direction you put your pump in, because you can see the flow going if you connect it. That tells you what direction the flow is actually going to go into. If you put it the other way around, things are not going to work. Similarly, with the use of ceiling mounts, you can also make your outputs connect a lot more smoothly as well and make sure there's no clipping involved if you don't want them to. Now, this is one of my favorite layouts when you connect everything up because it just looks so professional and smooth looking. So this is the side where we are only producing plastic, so this is pretty straightforward. On the side that you're also going to be producing rubber, make sure that in the back of the line, so as far away from the direction that you are producing as possible, you're producing the rubber. And then the first 5 of those mergers are going to be on the ground floor instead, so you can run the belt underneath and still connect the plastic to their other counterparts. Which could look something like this with, like I said, one belt on the floor and one belt slightly raised, and that still is very organized, very much not clipping. And on top of that, we should also make sure that we include some of those dimensional depots because we're going to need plenty of rubber and plastic to unlock everything else. However, it's not quite as simple as that, because you might have noticed that you're actually going to be producing heavy oil residue along with whatever you are trying to produce, whether or not it's plastic or rubber. So we're going to need to deal with that because we don't want that to back up our production line. So in order to get rid of the heavy oil residue, we can start producing fuel out of that instead. Now, I recommend that you just put up 4 refineries to make fuel. And you can split them off slightly from the 16 that we already have, for a total of 20, but I would keep them apart a little bit so it's clear that this is a separate type of production. And, well, you technically only need 3.5 fuel refineries, but making sure you are getting rid of all the residue that you can is always a good thing. Now, if you like color coding your logistics, this is the time to do so. So I have, for example, the purple pipeline over here with the residue. We have the rubber coming out over here. We have the blue plastic coming out over here. And we have the oil going in. And you can easily see what's going on where by doing this. Of course, it does take a little bit of time to actually get all these colors in place. So it's completely up to you whether or not you want to bother with that. You can also color code your actual refineries to make it even easier to tell what's going on where. And of course, we have the nice little power connections over here to make sure everything is up and running. Now, in order to actually power things, we're going to need to bring in some power lines. And this is where these nice, large, new power lines come in that make it extremely easy to transport your power across long distances. And you can actually nicely integrate them into your buildings as well. As you can see, they fit nicely under the line I have over here. So it almost looks like they're supporting the building. And, well, yeah, all in all, I think this is a pretty good looking factory like this. However, once you turn it on, you will quickly notice that it will turn off again because the fuel has nowhere to go. Which is why at this point you want to unlock petroleum power, which allows you to build a fuel-powered generator. So in fact, we're going to need a total of 7 of these fuel generators in order to actually consume all the fuel that we're currently producing. And we do want it to consume all the fuel we're producing, otherwise the other production will actually back up and we don't want to manually flush the system. You can do that actually. So if you click on any pipeline and you select full pipe network over here, if you press this button over here, it will drain all the resources from the system. Of course, it will be filling back up again, but that is a nice way to kind of reset your pipeline. Speaking of which, what you typically want to do is make sure that you initially turn off all your generators. You can do that by clicking the standby button over here. Make sure the entire pipeline is filled up and then turn them on from the back to the front. So in my case, the resources are coming in from this fluid buffer over here. And that means I start turning on the one all the way in the back and then work my way in this direction. The reason for that is that fluids in this game are not just going from A to B, they actually kind of slosh around and they react to gravity and things like that. So while your pipes are not completely full, things are kind of going everywhere, and that's not what you want to happen. So if you don't fix that, basically what's going to happen is you will see your fuel generators turn on, turn off, turn on, turn off. At some point that typically does fix itself, but it can take quite a while. So making sure the entire pipeline is full before you start turning things on actually helps to deal with that. And on top of that, actually using some fluid buffers I find helps with that as well. So I'm just putting in all the resources from these 4 generators, refineries into this fluid buffer, and then having it pass on, so that there's basically a collection unit over here that kind of helps with making sure that things are not sloshing around. You can also put in a pump in the bottom if you want. Again, everything just to make sure the fluids are actually moving in the direction you want them to. If you want to make that a little easier on yourself, what you can actually do is build the fuel generators on a lower floor than where you're producing the fuel. That just means that gravity is going to help you out with the whole sloshing part. Now you might have noticed the sink over here, and this is also extremely important because whenever the plastic or rubber production backs up, the fuel production will also back up, which is a bad thing, because if the fuel production backs up, then the power from these generators is not going to be reliable, and that might cause chaos in our factory. So in order to avoid the fuel turning off, we need to make sure we're sinking the rubber and the plastic, at least stuff we're not using. And in order to make sure that this is being produced, we need to make sure we're actually consuming the fuel. So this is where the whole fuel situation becomes a little bit more complex, and the rubber and plastic as associated with that as well, because you basically need to ensure that this production line is always functioning at 100% if you do not want to get into any trouble. As an optional step at this point, you might also want to unlock fluid packaging, so you can actually package up some of that fuel that you're now producing. Packaging is really simple. All you need to do is split off some of your fuel production to the other side, for example. Set up a constructor to make canisters, as you can see over here on this belt. The canisters are being made from plastic, so you have that right available at this location. And then you have a packager where you put in the fuel, you put in the canisters, and packaged fuel comes out. Now you can sink that, of course, or you can put that into a dimensional depot, and that means that you have always infinite fuel on you, so your jetpack will never run out. Alternatively, you can also use this fuel to, for example, power trucks if you would want to use them. However, in this case, I am just going to be building a very large bus, as you can see over here, mostly because my factory is right over there. So setting up a tractor or whatever you want to transport that resources by is actually going to be more work than just having a couple of belts. Now, just in case you don't agree with me that this looks awesome and you definitely want to use trucks, you should, because honestly it's a lot of fun to do. Maybe not the most efficient thing to do, but it is very much fun. And I actually made a couple of episodes about it in my previous series, where I showed you how to kind of have a central depot where all the trucks arrive, how to efficiently fuel them, how to set up an efficient road system with some blueprints as well. So you can check that out. I'll link to that below. Okay, so now we have a nice rubber, plastic and fuel factory, and that means that we can move on to actually finishing phase 3 in our main factory. In order to do that, we're going to need industrial manufacturing, which is going to unlock the manufacturer. That allows up to 4 items going to be put in order to make 1 new item, and we're also going to get 4 new items to create with that along with it. However, before we move on to the manufacturers, there's a few more things we need from the assemblers. So we have these rows of 5 assemblers over here with some space behind that, and we're going to use that for another row of 5 assemblers making automated wiring. There we go. Now bear with me, we're in the home stretch, but it's still going to take a little bit of time to actually finish building those last few items. Moving on from the automated wiring to the rows of 4, we have another row of 4 assemblers making circuit boards. Now actually we need to overclock one of these assemblers to 133% in order to make all the circuit boards that we need. And I really like that circuit boards are green in nature, because that gives me an excuse to give these things another color. Which means it's manufacturer time, and the first 2 manufacturers that we're going to be building are dedicated to computer production. Now, as you can see, these things are huge, so make sure you pick a location where you have plenty of space, because we're going to be building a lot more of these. Now, dealing with 3 or 4 inputs in a manufacturer can be really challenging actually, because you have all 4 of them very close together. So the way to deal with that without too much clipping is to make sure you have an output like this, and then you space them out with splitters accordingly. So you have a ceiling mount basically that you attach. So you kind of do something like this, then you take a splitter and you connect that to the end of the line, and you do that for every single one of these outputs, and then do it at a different distance so you can split them out. Now there will still be some clipping. You might run into belts that you previously placed that you might need to kind of move it out of the way if you want to avoid that clipping, or you can just say F it and deal with it as it is. And as someone pointed out in the comments, it's kind of like spaghetti versus hidden spaghetti. But if you can't see the spaghetti, is it still there? Well, you tell me. Of course, if you want to avoid all spaghetti, what you can do is basically do the same setup as I've done over here, but make it vertical. So make the top line be at the top and then the second line be a little bit lower than that, etc, etc. It's a lot harder to get around in your factory that way, and well, depending on how you handle the belts after that, so you might need to raise and lower belts a lot in your factory as well. It's a lot more work, basically, but it is cleaner if you put in that work. So it's completely up to you whether or not you want to deal with that. It'll take a little while for the factory to actually produce enough resources for your depot to fill up and then continue on to produce it for the rest of your factory, but we have nothing but time in this game, so I wouldn't worry about that too much. Now, although I don't recommend doing this, if you really can't be bothered to wait a little bit for the resources to fill up, you can always buy a couple of stacks from the awesome shop and fill your depot that way, and that way everything else will be going into your factory. Again, I don't recommend it because these things are relatively expensive to buy this way, but still, you can. Anyway, back to our blueprint. Remember that when you're placing a blueprint that includes the actual logistics floor, you actually need to clear out the existing logistics floor and have some pillars that are just slightly below where you want your actual platform to be, so that you can rest your blueprint on top of that. It can be a little bit hard to place these blueprints, but once you have it somewhere near where you want, just press H to lock it in. And then by nudging, you can move it where you want. And this one actually turned out to be perfect the first time around, but sometimes you need to nudge it a little bit that you can place it. And there we go. Now we have an entire manufacturing, including all the logistics below, ready to go. Speaking of which, this one is going to be producing heavy modular frames, and we're going to overclock it to 125% because we need slightly more than one, but I don't want to build an entire manufacturer just for that 0.25% that we need. Now for that manufacturer in specific, you're going to want to unlock the tier 4 belt. And just in case you missed it, the reason for that is because we're overclocking here, we're actually going to need 300 screws per minute, which is more than a tier 3 belt can actually handle. So we're just going to need one tier 4 belt in our factory for this single purpose. Now you can also solve this with some of the alternative recipes, but I'm sticking with the normal ones for the moment. So I hope you really like building manufacturers, because we're going to be building 2.5 more of them. I built 3, as you can see, because I'm underclocking one to 50% to save a little bit of power and a little bit of power shards, because I'm actually running a little bit low on them. Although I can probably make a lot more, because I think I have like a ton of those slugs in my inventory. But anyway, I built 3 just because. You can also build 2 and then overclock one of them to 150%, the same thing. But as you can see, these 3 will be making adaptive control units, and that means we are one step closer to completing phase 3, because now we only need modular engines. To be exact, you're going to need 5 manufacturers making those, and this time there's no over or underclocking, it's just straight up 5 of the manufacturers making that. So there's one in the corner over there, and then there's 4 more to make a total of 5 of them making the modular engines. As you can see, this one actually starts producing quite quickly because we already had all the required resources for that, because it's relatively low effort things that we have been producing for a very long time. As you can see, the adaptive control units are still not doing anything, but that's mostly because we're still waiting for the heavy modular frame to buffer, and once that is done, this will start producing actually quite quickly, and I think it might actually finish before the modular engines in terms of the 100 versus the 500 we need, but I guess we're going to find out. Now I do want to point out that we're going to get to a point fairly quickly, at least before we reach the end of phase 4, let's put it like that, where we are still producing all of these things, the versatile frameworks, the modular engines and the adaptive control units, while we don't really need them. So I would recommend hooking them up to your sink or storing them one way or another, but make sure they're not going to waste. I also want to point out that if you reach this part of the game where you're about to complete phase 3, you're actually further ahead than most people ever get in this game. Just looking at this, you can see why. There's a huge amount of logistics going on, there's a massive amount of production going on, and none of that is trivial. It's doable if you do it step by step and you follow kind of the steps that I showed you, but you still need to connect everything up, still everything needs to actually work, and that is not trivial, so you should be proud of yourself if you got to this point. This is also a good moment to kind of work on your factory. Make it look pretty by adding some edges, maybe some walkways. Make sure your factory isn't actually just floating in the air, but supported by some columns and pillars and things like that. And generally speaking, I would suggest that you leave the sides open a little bit so you don't get all those big boxes all over the place, because that gets boring really fast. Then again, who am I to tell you what is pretty and what is not, so make sure you do whatever you feel like and that makes you feel good about the factory that you're constantly going to be looking at. Last but not least, here is a kind of bird's eye overview of the factory that we've built. So over half of this we actually built in this episode, so that should probably take you a couple of evenings, depending on, of course, how long your evenings are when you play. But we have the copper in the back, we have the wire, we have the copper sheets, and we have the cables over here, and then we are producing things like motors and circuit boards over here as well as the stators. Now, they have all the manufacturers here in the front that we just showed you a minute ago, so I won't go through that once again. But as you can see, it's super organized. It's looking, in terms of the aesthetics, it looks very consistent. And it also doesn't look too boring, I think. I hope. I mean, again, completely subjective, but all in all, I am not too unhappy about how this turned out. I also did build myself a tiny little home base over there. I made that white, don't know why, with a sink, so I can just dump that in here. My previous version is actually still up and running there. But I relocated the temporary station that we had over there with all the storage boxes. I cleaned them out, synced all the stuff in there, and now we have our little workshop over here, which we'll be continuing from in the next episode. Okay, so that was a bit of a monster episode, honestly. There's a huge amount of building in this one, but I hope you found it useful and enjoyable as well. If you're still here, you are definitely awesome. And next time around, we are going to do some really amazing stuff. We're going to take our factory building up to the next level. Really excited to show you that as well. So I definitely hope to catch you in the next one. Hey HTDA, and welcome back to my Satisfactory 1.0 Masterclass. In each episode I'll give you one specific goal to work towards that you should ideally be able to complete in 1 or 2 sittings. This episode is going to be all about preparing for the endgame, so I'm going to assume that you have phase 3 elements in production. As you can see, I have as well, and it means it's a perfect moment to start preparing for phase 4 and beyond. And you're going to have to build a lot during those phases, so you might as well make sure you have all the tools available to make that not suck, because honestly, it's going to take quite a bit of building. But speaking of building, the FICSIT Blueprints Mark II make that a lot easier, so that's the thing you should be picking up now. The Mark II Blueprint Designer is exactly the same, or at least works exactly the same as the Mark I, but it's just slightly bigger. It's 5x5 rather than 4x4 foundations, which just allows you to do a little bit more. But if you're watching this and you don't have the Mark II available yet, you can actually do everything I'm going to show you in the Mark II as well. You'll just need to size things down a little bit here and there. So, as you can see over here, the Mark II Blueprint Designer is slightly bigger than the Mark I. It's 5x5x5 rather than 4x4x4. Now, you might think, is that really such a big of a difference? And actually it is for some of the larger buildings that just don't fit quite as well into the Mark I. But you can do most of the things I'm going to show you actually in the Mark I Designer as well. So if you are watching this and you don't have the Mark II yet, you might still be able to take advantage of most of the things I'll be showing you. As a side note, this is completely optional, but I like making kind of a blueprint factory in my main base as well, with all these towers around that make it really easy to view it from all different angles, build from all different angles, and well, just makes it look good. Okay, so the first step of making some nice blueprints is a floor. It's very simple. I typically use the 2-meter foundations as my floor, just covering the entire designer in it, just to make sure the buildings actually have a little bit of solidity to it. They look a little bit more sturdy than if you use the 1-meter foundations. But if you want to use those, of course, go ahead. I do think typically the 4-meter foundations as a floor just look a little bit too bulky, but that's completely aesthetics, so it's up to you. Now, as you might have guessed, this is going to be our logistics floor in the blueprints. So basically what I'm doing is I am raising the second floor 2 foundations high. So I have 2 foundations of 4 meters, so 8 meters in total. And then another 2-meter foundation on top of that to form a floor. Now, if you're in the Mark II designer, you actually have a little bit of extra space. So if you want, you can raise your floor all the way up with 3 foundations, so 12 meter high. That gives you a lot of extra space to work with. It also really adds some additional verticality to your buildings, which you may or may not like. You don't necessarily need the space, I believe. So this is completely an aesthetics choice, so it's up to your own preference. Personally, I'm going to go with a 2 foundation high floor and just complete the entire thing and save this as a blueprint. Might seem a little bit lame to save a blueprint like this, but trust me, it's going to be useful to make some more blueprints efficiently. Then you can empty the blueprint designer again and make a basic layout with various different type of machines. For example, I have a very basic layout here with smelters. You can fit a lot more smelters than this actually in a Mark V one, but I'm liking the number 8 for pretty much all the basic buildings. Why? Because it turns out a even number, so first of all it's symmetric, so that's nice, but on top of that you need a total of 16 smelters for most of the nodes. So, or at least a multiple of 8, let's put it like that. So this is why a blueprint with 8 smelters is going to be universally useful. Similarly, with constructors and assemblers, the number 8 works very well as well. Now, the reason why we're making this over here is because this actually makes it really easy to lay it out on top of our previous blueprint. So the main reason why we just build it on an empty floor is now we can actually take that build and place it exactly where we want. You can press H, you can nudge it to the side a little and center it wherever you want on the floor. You could do this straight away if you are a lot better builder than I am. You might be able to exactly know where you want it to be and how things will line out. But if you're not, and you find out that you build it, let's say over here, and you're like, it should have been just a few meters to the side. You actually need to take everything out and build it all over again. While if you build it on the empty floor like I just did, all you need to do is just paste it in, nudge it a few meters to the side, and you're good to go. Then once you have it placed where you want, you can start in adding the smaller details. So I have floor lifts over here that are connected to the ground floor. I have set up my usual power system. Now I recommend that if you try and copy my builds, that you place 5 of these pillars on top of each other, because some of the buildings are a lot higher than these, and this just makes sure you can easily combine these different builds and it will look very clean and laid out nicely. So this is basically a height of 20 meters, or again 5 of these pillars. You can see I did the power stuff a little bit differently this time around, just because I didn't like the power lines going all the way from up top. So I just have a bar here in the middle that connects all these smelters up. Now there's something else I want to show you, apologies for that. Here on the ground floor, make sure you set up all the mergers and things like that. I like setting up a lift to the floor like this, not because I'm actually going to use it, but as soon as you hook this up to inputs, you can check if the outputs are coming out here. If not, then you did something wrong. While building, I can just remove this as soon as I know where the items are going to go, but in the meanwhile this serves as an easy reminder that there is an untapped type of resource here, ready to be used somewhere else in the factory. On a different note, if you want to be a little bit conservative with your resources, you can actually set up these pre-aligned builds with lower tier builds wherever you can. So for example, I have this smelter all the way in the back that's connected over here. I know that no smelter is going to be producing anything more than 60 items per minute, so I have a Mark I belt connecting it to the next one. Now the next one is going to add some more stuff to that, so this second is actually going to be a Mark II belt, and then once I start connecting things up, I'm going to need a Mark III belt to combine everything. But in general, this belt will never carry more than 120 items per minute, so I'm using Mark II belts rather than, let's say, Mark III or Mark IV, what we have available now. Alternatively, if you don't want to risk using the wrong type of belt, or you're just lazy and you want to use the higher tier because it will always work, then there's nothing wrong with just using the tier 3 or 4 ones everywhere. Just keep in mind that you're going to be spending a lot more resources while building your factory that way. Now, of course, keep in mind that depending on what you're actually producing, you might need to fiddle around with some of the belts when you're actually using this blueprint. Let's say you are making screws, my favorite type of item. then you're probably going to want an individual belt for each output, but generally speaking, this is the layout that you're going to be using, so just set it up for that and you can always just adjust it easily whenever it just quite doesn't fit whatever you're producing. Alternatively, if you really want, you can also make this different versions of the same layout to pre-adjust for that, although typically I find that that's a little bit more work than it's worth. So once you decided on how you are going to design your factory and the type of layout that you're going to be using, all you need to do is just rinse and repeat this process for every type of building you have available. So for example, over here you can see my layout for the constructors. I have 8 constructors over here. Now again, you are not going to need necessarily 8 constructors everywhere in your factory, so you can use this same blueprint to make variants of it, so make one with 4 constructors or 6 constructors or whatever you want. However, what you can also do is just use the one with 8 constructors and then underclock if you don't need that many. That's actually going to save you power compared to having less buildings. It is going to take up a little bit more space, but it's super convenient and easy to do, so it completely depends on how you like to move forward. But it's very viable just to have one blueprint for every type of building. Also, don't forget that if you make a certain layout that you really like for example I just did for the constructors, then you might as well just save that as a building block for new blueprints as well. Now, if you want to keep your logistics floors a little bit cleaner than what I've been doing so far, then this is the moment to design your blueprints around that. So for example, you could go for something like this. This is a setup for the assembler, and those require 2 inputs of course. So I have one input coming on the upper belt over here, and then I have a lift getting the inputs from a lower belt over here. It makes it a lot easier to tell what is actually being supplied, where the items are actually going. There is a problem, or it could be a problem for you if you don't like clipping, that these lifts are actually going to transport the items through this belt. So it's not a perfect solution, but hey, there's a solution for that as well if you want. So let me show you an alternative using my favorite blueprint of them all, the manufacturer blueprint. In a Mark II designer, you can actually fit 2 of these manufacturers side by side. And as you can see, I actually laid out the belts in a little bit of an interesting shape. So these belts are actually going to go into the floor at a different vertical, horizontal width, as you can say. Not just all next to each other like we've been doing so far most of the time, but I'm just spacing them out a little bit. Not only does that look very nice, but it also allows you to do something nice on the bottom floor. So as you can see over here, I have the different splitters all connected up, and all the belts are completely non-clipping. Now, of course, if you do add incoming belts as well, if you need a very high input item, but usually that's not the case with manufacturers, you might need to cross some of these belts. But generally speaking, this should work very well. I have 4 different inputs on the sides over here going into the manufacturer, and there's 0 clipping whatsoever. Now, as you can see, I did have to move to the side a little bit because I made an aesthetic choice here to actually continue the beams down below as well, and they were sticking through, so I need to form the belt around that. Now, I'm going to show you why you want these beams to go through the ground floor as well. Some of you might have already guessed where this was going, but in case you didn't, this is why you want these blueprints. First of all, you need to set up one wherever you want to start your factory, and you can select that blueprint again, switch to the blueprint build mode, and then you can just snap on a new blueprint like this. You can even do this vertically as well, so let's say we want to make a whole bunch of smelting, then all we need to do is this. My game is lagging a little bit because of all of the building, but there you go. As you can see, we just set up a huge amount of smelting capacity, and thanks to the beams going through, this looks completely realistic and supported. Of course, you might want to add in some walls and things like that to make it look even better, but this just took me like 5 seconds to build. All I need to do is now hook up some miners and things like that, and then we have a factory good to go already. You can also see why I decided not to completely fill the entire blueprint with machines, mostly because that actually allows me to have some space in my factory to get around as well. You might actually want to make blueprints with just empty floors as well, and maybe not like 5 by 5, but maybe like 1 by 5 or something like that you can put in between of these blueprints, just so you have some more walkway space to get around as well. Maybe even include a blueprint with a stairs in it. Depends a little bit on how far you want to go with that, but that's definitely something you can do, and then you can basically just build a factory out of Lego bricks that you pre-designed, and that is going to save you a massive amount of time, because who wants to focus hours on building smelters when we are at this point probably already 40 or 50 hours into the game, if not more. Oh, and before I forget, because I realize not everyone might know this, let's say you place down a blueprint and you're like, no, it should have been the other way around. Don't worry, you don't have to manually delete everything. Again, there's a blueprint mode for that as well. You can just take it out like that, and then you can place down a new blueprint in like that and just flip it around if you needed to. Don't forget to do this with the larger buildings as well, especially if you have the Mark II designer available, because thanks to the additional space you have, you can actually fit these in quite nicely, even if you include a logistics floor. So things like refineries typically take quite a while to set up, because you need to do all the stuff on the ground floor, as you can see over here. Now, I did leave out the bottom of the floor over here, just because I didn't have the space. Again, these things are ridiculously tall, but this will save you, well, hours of time if you were doing this manually before. Speaking of hours, you might also want to spend a couple of hours completing the rest of the MAM tree. So, for example, there's going to be a couple of very useful things in here that you can now unlock. For example, the gas mask for some further exploring. However, the probably most important thing that you want to unlock at this point, if you haven't done so yet, is unlocking the alien technology production amplifier. Unlocking this allows you to put summer sloops into your machine to increase the outputs by a multiplier of 2. So actually you get twice as much output for the same input. So if you do that with your enemy remains, for example, you get 2 alien protein rather than 1. And if you put a summer sloop in the next machine as well, you can turn those 2 alien proteins into 4 alien DNA capsules. So you actually get 4 DNA capsules out of that for every single remain you put in. Why am I highlighting this? Well, it's a very easy way to get a lot of coupons going, because you don't actually need a lot of DNA points to unlock one, and multiplying all the creatures you kill by 4 basically is going to allow you to very quickly get some coupons if you need them. Another very popular way to use this is by using a summer sloop to increase the amount of power shards you get out of your slugs. So you can turn 1 slug into 2 power shards now, or the higher tiers for their equivalent amount as well. So it's basically going to allow you to overclock a lot more buildings. However, my personal favorite is to use the summer sloops in the highest tier item that you're producing. So for example, over here I have the manufacturer making adaptive control units, which is an insanely expensive thing to make. So multiplying that by 2 not only actually increases the amount of stuff I'm getting from that by a hefty amount, but it's also effectively doubling the size of my factory without actually doubling the size of the factory. So it's an insane way to increase your production while saving power and not having to build a massive factory. Now, of course, at some point we might not want these adaptive control units anymore, and I can just take the summer sloops out again and put them into another machine whenever I want them. So just keep track of where your summer sloops are actually being used, and again, keep in mind that you only have a limited number of them, so you can't just multiply everything in your factory. Don't rely on them too much, but it's insanely useful, and that also makes these things extremely valuable for your production. Of course, there's also going to be a couple of things that are a little bit less exciting, but still very useful, like increasing the amount of tools that you can carry around by making use of the various upgrades available in the MAM tree. Also, I would highly recommend just completing everything in the Caterium tree, because honestly, all of these things are extremely useful to have. Specifically, you have the geothermal generator at this point available, which is just free energy. In order to use these geothermal generators, you're going to need to find some of these hot springs like I have over here. These are actually very close to our starting base if you're playing along, so make use of them. Again, it's one of the reasons I picked this location. And what these things do is just basically draw the heat from the earth and give you power in return. So this is actually going to vary in terms of the production between 200 megawatts and 600 megawatts. You can see it fluctuating up and down. So I would treat this as a kind of a free power plant that is producing 200 megawatts. But if you do want to use the surplus, all you need to do is build a couple of batteries. They will absorb the overflow that you get like here, and then discharge it again. So you can actually kind of average out your production, in this case around 400 megawatts. It will still fluctuate up and down, which is not ideal. You might see your factory shutting up every now and then, but you can go that way if you want. Keep in mind that not every of these geothermal generators is going to produce quite as much. So one of them is on a pure node, I believe, and this one is on a lower tier node. So this is only going to produce 100 megawatts up to 300. But again, it's free power and it's always going to be producing. It doesn't depend on anything else. So you might as well take advantage of that. There is also the power augmenter in the alien technology tree as well. It costs a summer sloop to unlock, but it's going to be worth it. Not only is this one of the best looking buildings in the game, just look at that. It's also one of the most expensive buildings in the game, because you're going to need 10 summer sloops in order to build it. So you need to think about whether or not you want to do this before you do so. Of course, you can always just delete the building, but just keep it in mind when you do it. This is actually going to be producing a whole lot of power, because by itself, the power augmenter already produces 500 megawatts, which is, well, quite a decent amount, but it's also going to boost the production of your entire network by 10%. So you can see that we just went up from a little over 5,000 to over 6,000, because it first adds 500 megawatts from itself, and then it takes the entire production of the chain and increases that production by 10%. So this thing by itself is already producing more than 1,000 megawatts of power, and that power is actually going to increase once we start adding more fuel facilities and things like that to it, because that is also going to be boosted by 10% as well. So long story short, the power augmenter does exactly what it says on the tin. It's going to augment your power by a whole bunch, but it does come at a price. So if you want to use those summer sloops for boosting your production, you might want to keep a couple of them in reserve. Of course, that means you might want to do some exploring around the map to get yourself a whole bunch of stuff. So for example, I've done a couple of hours of exploring, got a whole bunch of hard drives, some more spheres, some summer sloops, and a whole bunch of slugs. So I can now start boosting my production whenever I need to. Keep in mind that a lot of the times things that you might want to collect are actually hiding underneath the rocks. So this is where the obelisks come in. You can just use to blow them up and then get access to your nice resources. Now, if you're going to be looking for things like summer sloops, they're going to be in hard to reach places. So in order to get around, you can just build some ramps or ladders. That's typically what I do, and I use my parachute to fly in between high places, because the jetpack tends to get me killed because I run out of fuel at the wrong time. But there's different ways to do it as well, so I am going to show you one. So you can actually use these power lines to get around as well, and then just using your zip line, you can use that to just zoom up. Make sure that you press shift to run as well in order to speed yourself up, but as you can see, this is actually a pretty fast way to get around, and as a bonus, you're actually building yourself a power network as you go. And of course, as a little bonus, you're also going to be able to collect a lot of high tier items from the hard drive locations as well. Things like aluminum and even things like fused modular frames are just lying out there. There's not going to be a massive amount of them, but this can actually speed up your progress later on as well. So it's not a complete waste of time running around. Of course, it's not going to be a waste of time anyway, because you want those summer sloops, you want those spheres, and you want those hard drives, but still, it is time consuming, so don't feel like you need to clear out the entire map or anything like that. Just do a couple of rounds, and then once you get bored of it, continue building your factory. Speaking of which, that is exactly what we're going to do in the next episode, because by now you should have all the required materials in order to actually complete phase 3. So we're going to be moving on to phase 4. But I felt like doing this kind of intermediate episode to prepare you for that was actually going to be quite useful, because I'm going to use those blueprints quite heavily, and you also need all those other resources to kind of just boost your production along the way. So I hope you found this useful. If you're still here, you are awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey HTDA, and welcome back to my Satisfactory 1.0 Masterclass. This episode's going to be a little bit different because I'm just going to be talking about trains. It seems to be confusing a lot of people, but it's actually not that difficult once you know how to do it. Now, just starting out with the general tip, I recommend that you start out small, but that you leave yourself space around your stations. That way you can easily expand it when you need to, but initially you're not going to need massive trains. Now, for some reason, I see a lot of YouTubers and a lot of players as a result of that, setting up their trains to drive around in circles. And although there's nothing wrong with that per se, it's actually a lot more efficient and a lot quicker to build if you just set it up from A to B with a train that drives back and forth, something like this. In order to make this work, all you need is a train at the end of your track on both sides, and make sure that the arrow is pointing outwards. Also keep in mind that even a single freight platform using Mark IV belts, which you should have available by the time you unlock trains, allows you to transfer up to almost 1,000 items per minute already, so there's no need to build large train stations in the beginning. Make sure you set one station to load and one station to unload the items you need to shift from A to B. Build a tiny little train like this and make sure that each locomotive on the outsides is actually pointing outwards, because otherwise it won't be able to drive in that direction. Get in your train, edit the timetable and add the different stations that you wanted to visit to your list. Save the timetable and turn on self-driving, and you should see your train starting to drive back and forth between your stations. Voila, you have the core of your train stations done already. Now, of course, you can have your train actually drive around in circles, but it doesn't really add anything to the system other than making it slightly easier to add in more trains to this route. But if you need more trains, you probably need more input and output, and that's also achieved by just adding in one more freight platform to your stations and having the same train drive back and forth with twice the amount of stuff. Okay, but let's say you want to have two different items delivered at your central station over here, and you want those to come from different locations. Now, what you can actually do is set up something like this. You add another freight platform to your central station. You add another station as well, so the locomotive from the other direction has somewhere to arrive. And of course, you need to set up that secondary location as well. Now, the initial train we had is going to deliver its cargo to this freight platform, and because the other one is arriving from the other direction, that will be delivering its cargo to this platform over here. If you want to avoid messing things up or getting confused, you can also just add an empty platform in between these different stations to make things a little bit more clear that these are actually separate inputs and outputs. Now, obviously, these trains are going to be using part of the same rail route, so in order to make sure they don't collide, we're going to need to use signals. Now, in order to avoid this, we're going to set up some block signals on both sides of the track. Now, the reason we need them on both sides is because we have trains moving in two directions, so they need to be able to read the signals from both directions. Once you set this up on both sides of your train station, you're going to see the tracks changing color when you try to put in another block signal. So you can see this is yellow, this is red, and this is orange. Basically what's happening that there's only going to be one train allowed per block. So the blocking signals will make sure that there's only going to be one train allowed per section, and as you can see, there's now a train on the station, so this train is going to stop and wait for the other train to leave. Then as soon as the other train clears the station, the light goes to green for the other one, and that second train will move onto the station and deliver its goods as well. Now, let's say you have multiple trains that all need to arrive at the same station and are all going to be merged together on a single track. Then you can still use this block method to do most of the work for you. All you need to do is set up some block signals at the entrance of that single track, and that will make sure the next train is going to be kept out until the first train has cleared the entire section. Now, that does take a little while, of course, especially if these tracks are longer, so it might feel a little bit inefficient, but it's really only going to be a problem if in the meanwhile your storage units are overflowing, and that will only happen if, again, you're transporting mass amounts of items. Now, let's say you do want a more complicated setup with different trains moving on the same track, but also combining and recombining on different places of that track. Now, then you can still usually get away with just using block signals, as long as you make sure that every intersection has its own designated color like this. So you can see, for example, this one here is a red. I have just block signals on every piece of that intersection, so that whenever there's a train splitting off, that should only be able to drive into this direction if there's no train there. And then when merging them back together, there is a chance that there's two trains coming here at the same time. But there's only going to be ever one allowed on this intersection, and until that train has passed, no other train is going to be able to come on here. The only time when you're going to need path signals are when you have tracks crossing each other like this without actually merging. If you want to make sure that trains are still not going to collide, all you need to remember is put a path signal at the entrance and a blocking signal at the exit. And here you can see that. So the trains are going to be coming from this direction. So these are the entrances. So at the beginning, I have two path signals set up over here. So this is one, here's the other. And then in the back, for the exits, I have a block signal set up at every route as well. And then the same thing over here. So we have one train coming from this direction. So there's a path signal here because that's the incoming path. And we also have a train coming from here, so we have a path signal over here, because again, that's the entrance. Then this is going to be an exit, so there's a block signal, and this is going to be an exit, so yet another block signal. Now, trains sometimes get a little bit confused, or the path signals get confused if you don't put in more blocks. So that's easily solvable by just putting in at least blocks around your train station, so make sure every train station is its own dedicated block. But you probably want to break up these longer stretches in different blocks as well, just to make sure that if you have multiple trains driving the same circle, that they don't wait for the first train to clear this entire path before the next train is allowed on. Another trick to keep in mind is that you should always have a storage container attached to your train stations, because as soon as a train arrives and starts loading and unloading, the belts will actually stop. You can see that happening here in a moment. There you go. And that means that the other input is not going to be collected anymore. So by using a storage container, you make sure that the inputs are still being delivered even while there is a train on the station. And the same thing applies to the output, so make sure there's a storage unit there as well to catch all the outputs and make sure that things keep moving while you are collecting your resources from the train. Now this is really all you need to know about trains and tracks, because as long as you have all the trains moving in the same direction on a track, you can probably do most of the stuff with actual just block signals, but if you have tracks crossing each other, then just add in the path signals like I just showed you, and that's just fine. You can add in 10 more stations if you want, and a lot more crossings and mergers and splitters and things like that, but the principle doesn't change and doesn't get more complicated than this. So I hope you found this useful. Make sure if you have any other questions that you leave them in the comments. I'll do my best to answer them. And if you're still here, you're awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey CDA, and welcome back to my Satisfactory 1.0 Masterclass. In each episode I'll give you one specific goal to work towards that you should ideally be able to complete in 1 or 2 sessions. At this point you should have completed phase 3, which means that not only are you now in something like the top 95% of the players, because apparently a lot of people don't get this far, but you also have a decent looking space station. But more to the point, that means that you can now unlock bauxite refinement, which allows you to make aluminum. Yay! It's probably one of the recipes that drives people most crazy. So that's what we're going to be doing today. We're going to build ourselves an aluminum factory. Now, as always, I'm going to go through this step by step, but if you want to skip ahead or at least look at what buildings I'm using and what is connected to what, make sure you check out the description below where there's a link to the planner. Now, I am going to assume that you did what I suggested in the previous episode, and that is basically exploring, get yourself plenty of hard drives, immersive spheres and summer sloops, so that you can use all the fun stuff in this game. At this point, it's pretty safe to say we're getting somewhere close to the end game, so you might as well start upgrading your depot if you haven't done so already, because all of these upgrades are going to be pretty useful to make your building life a lot easier and quicker. I'm also going to assume that you set up plenty of power. You can either build another fuel station like we've done before, or you can build a power augmenter that is going to give your power a huge boost, or you should probably be doing all of these things, build some geothermals and have some batteries to make sure you are making the most out of them. If you haven't done so, this is also the moment you might want to start working on aluminum alternates, because there actually is a ton of different ways to make aluminum, just to confuse people even further, I guess. But depending on what you want to achieve, those recipes are actually all pretty useful. Now, let me walk you through the base process of making alumina before we talk about the alternates. So, first of all, you take some bauxite and some water and you turn that into alumina solution and a little bit of silica. Now, this alumina solution is then going to be turned into aluminum scraps with a little bit of coal added to that. Now, you're also going to get water as a byproduct, so you can actually use this water in the first step where you're making the alumina. So you don't need to feed only new water to the system. There is a water loss in this process, but you can kind of feed it back. But that's also something that gets really messy and confusing if you don't know what you're doing. Now in the third step, then you're making that scrap into the aluminum ingots. Now you're going to need to add some silica to that. Luckily, we were already making some silica in the first step, so you can use that silica to feed the aluminum ingot production as well. Now you're going to then turn the ingots into either aluminum sheets or into aluminum casings. That's pretty straightforward, but up to that point, you've already done several steps to just get those ingots up and running. Now pretty much all the alumina alternates are going to be useful. For example, the sloppy alumina allows you to not only make more aluminum from the same bauxite, but it also removes the silicon production as a side product. Now, losing the silicon production from the solution alternate is potentially a downside, but if you also take the pure aluminum ingot recipe, you actually don't need any silicon production anymore in your entire factory when making aluminum. So you can actually simplify the recipe quite a bit, and you only sacrifice about 10% of the production as a result. You could actually regain the lost production by using the electrode aluminum scrap alternate, but then you need to add petroleum coke to the recipe, which is quite annoying to make and hard to balance, so it's not my personal favorite. Just to make sure you can follow along, and actually because I kind of like the default recipes to begin with, I am just going to use the default recipes for the solution, the scrap, the ingots, as well as the sheets. Now I am actually going to use one alternate, and that is for the aluminum casing. The all-clad casing alternate is actually really efficient because you get a little bit more casings out of your ingots just by adding in a little bit of copper, and we have plenty of copper to go around, so that's almost free. Now then the real question is, where are we going to be putting our factory, because we need some bauxite, and there's plenty of that over here on the platform, as you can see. We're also going to need some coal, and we're going to need quartz, and we're going to need water. So basically, it doesn't matter really where we place the factory. If we want to have it somewhere close by, we're going to have to bring in a lot of resources. Now, I'm actually liking this spot over here because it has easy access to water. It's close to all of our other factories. And on top of that, we can easily use some trains to get those resources in. So I kind of like the look of this alcove over here to build the factory. Not only is it very close to everything we already have, as you can see, this direction, this path over here actually leads to a lot of the resources we need. It also leads up here to the plateau, so having a train run there is going to be very useful in the future, I believe, as well. I'm just planning this out as I go, so I don't have like a total plan for the entire game just yet, but I think this should work out just fine. I'm also going to raise the logistics floor a little bit compared to this factory over here, because I want to kind of align it with this rock formation over here, so we can put the factory on top of that and have the train run actually below the factory. And as a bonus, we get to do this. Okay, so I've started out with a platform, so I have an idea of where I'm going to be building my factory and what room I have to work with, and it's actually turning out a little bit higher than I expected, mostly because this pillar over here is sloped up slightly, so you need to start building from the highest peak in order to avoid getting into, well, clipping issues with the ground. I also built a bridge. Don't worry, the entire thing is floating. We're going to fix that. We're going to make it look pretty. But actually, I don't mind the fact that this is up a little higher. It kind of fits with the whole mountain thing we have going on here. And it leaves plenty of space for the train to run underneath as well. Now remember, this is not actually the logistics floor. This is what we're going to be placing the logistics floor on, using the blueprints I showed you in one of the previous episodes. I'm going to start out with a section of copper smelters. We're only going to need 7, and there's 8 in the blueprint, but well, we can just underclock 2 of them. And I'm putting them in the corner over here because we're actually going to use a copper node that is hiding in the corner over there. Then I'm going to use some empty platform blueprints in order to make the platform that this is standing on 5 by 5. Because that allows me to put a nice section of constructors nicely aligned with everything else next to that. Now we're only going to need 6 constructors here actually, so we're going to again underclock a couple of them. But these constructors are actually going to be making quartz crystal. Now you might be thinking, we don't actually need quartz crystal for this build, do we? Well, no, you're actually completely right, but we are going to need that later, and we are going to be bringing in a whole lot of quartz to be processed here anyway, so we might as well take advantage of that while we're at it. Then, using the awesomeness of the blueprint mode, I'm once again going to leave myself a little bit of space, and then I'm going to once again add in a couple of constructors. This time around I am going to put in a total of 12 constructors over here, at least that's the goal. We're going to add in a couple more because there's 8 of them in my blueprint, but as you can see, this is super fast building your factory like this. Almost feels like cheating, doesn't it, when you do it like this? Well, it's not, because it's going to drive you nuts setting this all up manually, and using this blueprint is making your life a lot easier, trust me. Now, we are just going to do a quick recap, because this is actually going to go pretty fast. We have a total of 7 smelters making copper ingots, so underclock 2 of them in the set of 8 to 50%, and you have the equivalent of 7. Then we are going to need 5.6 constructors making quartz crystal. You don't want any more because we need all the other rock quartz for the silica. That means that you can underclock several of them, because we have 8 of them here in the corner, to the amount that leads up to 5.6. Then we need a total of 12 constructors making silica. Again, we have 16 over here, so we can underclock a couple of them on each side in such a way that we get to a total of 12. Now, it doesn't really matter how you underclock the machines, but I do recommend splitting the underclock machines, at least for the silica, to both sides, so you can easily fit the 450 silica that we're going to be producing here between these 2 sections, and then they fit each on a Mark III belt. Now again, I'm going to leave myself some room between these different sections, and I'm not going to repeat that every single time. Just assume that I'm leaving at least one wide walkway in between every section from now on. Now for the next 4 pieces, you can actually kind of shift them around depending on what you prefer in terms of the logistical order, but I think this way makes sense. So first of all, I have 6 foundries here that are going to make the ingots, the aluminum ingots. We actually need about 8 of them, so I'm going to overclock 2 of them by 100% to get the desired result, because I can only fit 6 in a blueprint. Then next to that, there's a whole bunch of assemblers. There's 8 in total. I'm actually going to use 1 row to make the all-clad casing, using the alternate for that. And we only need about 2 assemblers doing that in that row. So you can actually underclock them so that each assembler is producing exactly 60 units, so 240 in total. And then that takes care of all the casings that we need for now. Then the front row is going to be producing the aluminum sheets with just the default recipe. And I'm going to overclock one of those assemblers with 100%, so we get a total of 5 assemblers, or at least the equivalent of that, making the sheets. That should come up to about 150 per minute. Keep in mind that if you want to underclock, you can either type in the percentage, or you can just type in whatever number of units you want. So again, in this case, the all-clad casing is set to 60. Typing in this number would be really annoying, so you can just adjust this to whatever you want, and it will do the math for you. Across from the foundries, we're going to need some refineries to make the scrap. Now actually, these refineries pump out scrap at a ridiculous rate, so I'm actually going to undertune them, to underclock them I should say, to 50%. So we have the equivalent of about 2 of them here, but I'm still going to place all 4 of them, mostly to make sure everything aligns nicely. And I'm also going to color the pipes, so I know actually what's supposed to go where. So we have the aluminum solution going in with white, and then we have water coming out with the blue over here. And then finally, we're going to need the actual solution to be produced in these refineries, and we actually need 4 of them, so no underclocking or overclocking this time around. We have the solution coming out on one side, and water and bauxite going in the other side. Now, this was the easy part. Now we have actually all the machines we need. We have most of the power infrastructure already in place as well. But now we actually need to hook everything up. And now most of this is pretty straightforward, just connect A to B and B to C. There's a couple of things that I want to highlight here. Generally speaking, it's best to input fluids slightly from above, like I'm showing you over here. Now you don't need to do it, it works fine if you do it from below, but it will be a little bit less reliable than when you do it from above. Now the main problem that people run into is the fact that we're actually producing water as a side product, which is not easy to get rid of. So of course what you want to do is actually feed the water back into your factory when you're making the solution, because this actually requires water. However, the water that you get from the scrap production is not going to be enough to do all your solution production, so you actually do need to bring in some water from the outside. Now, in order to make sure that the water you bring into your factory is not the water that's being prioritized, otherwise the entire factory might come to a standstill, you're going to want to combine those different pipes in a way that looks something like this. You want to feed the outside water, so the water coming from the pumps, on the top of a line like this. So this bottom line is the line coming from within your factory, and then the top line is the one that is actually coming from the outside. Now, the way this works in the game, and don't ask me why because I don't fully understand the logic, but I do know that it works, is that the lower pipes will be prioritized over the ones that are on top. So basically this water will be consumed first, and this water will only be brought in if there's additional space for the water to fit in your refineries. Just as a side note, you do want to make sure you're using Mark II pipelines for most of this actually, because otherwise you won't be able to have enough throughput through your pipes in order to get everything to your factory where it belongs. And this is back in tier 6, so you should have no problem unlocking this in case you haven't done so yet. Also keep in mind that the aluminum scrap facility along with several others are actually producing quite a bit of stuff, so you're going to need to use several belts in order to get some stuff from A to B, as well as ideally using Mark IV belts just to make your life easier and not have to think too much about what goes on what belt. Anyway, connecting up the factory isn't too difficult. Make sure you set up some dimensional depots for the silica, the quartz, the casings and the sheets, because that's the new items that we're actually producing here. And you might also want to make sure those casings and sheets can go into a sink, because we're going to be producing way more than we need for a little while. Okay, so let's start with some of the easy things. We need some water. We need 4 pumps to be exact, and make sure you add in plenty of pumps to make sure the water can actually go all the way up to the factory. Now the Mark II pumps do help with that because they actually give a head lift of about 60 meters, I believe. So that's plenty to get up to the height we need them to. The copper is also nearby. We can just get that from over here in the corner. We only need about 210, so 1 pure node will be sufficient. For the bauxite, we're going to go up the mountain all the way over there because we are going for this pure node, and we're going to be overclocking that, so we get actually 480 bauxite per minute from this single node. I just like using as few nodes as I can, and that's going to supply the entire factory with enough bauxite to do everything we want. As a side note, once you get up here, actually seeing your entire factory at a glance, super awesome. With that, we have the solution in production, we have the silica, or at least some silica in production, and we also have the copper in production. Now we're just going to need coal and some more silica on top of that. Which brings me back to something I've mentioned quite a while ago in this episode now, the trains. I still think we can run the train below here. We do need to be a little bit careful about this pillar over here, and again, this thing is not done yet. We will make it look better, but the train itself will probably continue onwards in this direction at some point, maybe. So if I build the train station either here or somewhere over here, I'll just need to figure out with that. I can make sure the coal can go into this facility over here and the silica can go into this facility over there. So yeah, just pretty much in the middle over here is going to be just fine. Okay, so how about this? Nice little station with 4 wagons. We can have 2 wagons coming in with coal and 2 wagons coming in with quartz, and that should be more than enough. It's probably actually already overkill, but I might as well make the train a little bit larger if I have it driving up and down all the time. Check out my previous video if you're in any way confused about how you actually build trains. As you can see, I'm having the storage units attached to that as well, and I'm just actually probably not going to put foundations under my train because that's a whole lot of work to do, and it doesn't always necessarily look all that well as long as you're not running your trains in the air. I actually think that just the train tracks across the terrain looks pretty good. If you want to lay somewhat natural tracks, just curve around with the train a little bit, try to avoid going like uphill where it's not logical to do so, and your trains will look pretty realistic actually. Anyway, so if you are playing along, then we're going to go into this cave right behind our facility. So this is the facility over here. We're going to go into this cave next to the water down below. Now there's going to be things like spiders and stuff like that in there, so make sure you're armed if you're playing with creatures on hostile. But on the other side of the cavern you'll find some coal. So right when you leave the cave you'll find a pure node, and of course if you're playing somewhere else in the world you're just going to need a pure node as well, or at least the equivalent of that, because we need about 240 coal per minute for the factory that we just built. I also have a little station over here again with 2 freight carts collecting the coal, and then there's 2 empty station parts so that the front 2 carts are actually going to be able to be loaded with something different, namely the quartz. Now, as a side note, I used to be really anti-train because honestly there's nothing a train can do that you can't just do with belts, and belts do it for free, at least they don't cost any power. But it's so much faster to set this up, it's not even in the same ballpark, and also having the power come along with you is just super convenient. So yeah, I'm sold on trains by now, and I do think they're actually really cool when you see them driving around. So we're going to need about 480 crystal quartz, and well, it's actually right around the corner, and it's actually closer than I thought it was going to be just looking at the map, because I just built the other station to collect it, and well, as you can see, this is a bit too close together for my liking. So I'm actually going to remove the second station to save some power and just add a couple more freight platforms to this one, and then get a belt to run over here instead. Alrighty, power up, crystal coming in, and I upgraded the station to collect all of that stuff. Then all I need is a train with 4 wagons and 2 locomotives, one on each side. Add the stations, turn on the self-driving, and there we go. Also, don't forget to actually set your station to load and unload at the proper locations, because otherwise nothing is going to arrive. Not entirely sure why my train is glowing blue, but at least the resources are coming in. I hooked everything up, and that should mean that we now have the aluminum in production. And there you go, we have sheets, we have casings, basically we have everything we need to unlock, well, a lot of other things actually on the technology tree now. Now all I need to do is make this look slightly better than it does currently. How about this? Nothing special, just a couple of walls and a couple of linings around the edges. Some railings on the ramps really make them look good as well, and it nicely integrates into the rest of my factory. And I actually also really like how the gates look if you use them with some open walls. And well, honestly, this logistics floor looks pretty clean now we're using the blueprints and we don't have too many belts clipping. Thanks to the blueprints and leaving myself some room to get around, the factory is really easy to get around and also still looks extremely organized, so it has that going for it. And I also think it looks pretty neat and organized from the top. So let me walk you through it just once more. So we have the copper in the back, we have some crystal in the back as well. This is completely optional. And we're making the silica over here. We're making the ingots over here, we're making the solution here, and transporting most of that into this build over here that is making the scraps. And then finally we have the assemblers over here making the sheets and the casings. All in all, pretty straightforward. It still costs you quite a bit of time to build, mostly actually to get the resources in, to connect everything up, but using the blueprints I've shown you before, or a version of that you made yourself, because honestly, like I said before in the comments, they are not complicated at all. It's pretty straightforward to make, there's nothing special going on, it's just something to save you a lot of time. And there we go, this is one of the most frustrating builds in the game completely done. I hope you found it useful. If you're still here, you're awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey HTDA, and welcome back to my Satisfactory 1.0 Masterclass. In this episode I will have one specific goal for you to work towards that you should ideally be able to complete in 1 or 2 evenings. Last time around we did aluminum, so now it's time for something completely different. Thanks to having aluminum unlocked, you can now just start unlocking everything else in tier 7, because we have everything we need for that. Now that will also give you access to the hover pack along with some extra inventory slots, which is super useful. You are now able to make Mark 5 belts, which makes all the logistics a lot easier. You actually need the aluminum sheets to make these belts, so we have those in plenty of production, so that shouldn't be an issue. So you can pretty much just start building everything with Mark 5 belts from this point on, just to keep things easy. You can also unlock the hazmat suit, which you should definitely do. It again makes your life a lot easier, and well, the inventory slots are not a bad thing either. And you're going to unlock the control system development, which is going to unlock a whole bunch of new stuff, which we're going to need for tier 8. Because actually for tier 8 we don't need that much new stuff. As you can see, we have most of the things already unlocked and in production, but we're going to need some things like radio control units, for example, that will allow us to unlock some more stuff. But we'll get to that in a moment. And when I say in a moment, I actually mean in the next episode, sorry about that, because we're going to need to fix our power first. As you can see, we are at a max consumption of almost 6 gigawatts, which is also more or less what we're producing. So we have a little bit of energy to spare, we shouldn't get into any trouble, because again, this would require every single machine to be turned on, but still, we want to make sure we play it safe, because having your factory shut down is just a pain in the ass, and if you then are starting to build power, well, you don't want to do that. So Basically what we're going to do today is fix our power issues for the foreseeable future, and we're going to do that by building a nice little fuel layout. Before we do that, just a quick word on the hover pack. That's actually quite different from the jetpack that just flies you up and down for a little while. As you can see with the hover pack, you can actually fly around without almost any limitations. The only limitation that you have is that you need to keep in the range of your own power grid. If you fly away from your factory outside of the range of power, well, basically it will fall to the ground and it won't do anything. So keep that in mind. That also means that building alongside things like these power lines is super useful, because you can just place them down wherever and you can actually explore the entire map like this just by building some power lines and flying across like that. And as you can see, as I'm flying around now, these power towers are still supplying me with power. So even though that you might every now and then fall down, as long as the power tower gets built in time, you should be just fine. It also makes it almost trivial to fly up cliffs and things like that. So if you haven't done a lot of exploring yet, you might want to do that with the hover pack. So remember this little fuel slash plastic slash rubber setup that we did a couple of episodes ago? You can actually upgrade that with what we're going to do in this particular episode. However, I am not going to do that because I actually want a lot more plastic production as well. And I might as well just do that rather than trying to fiddle around with an already existing factory, just because we can make it a little bit more efficient. However, I did want to point out that you can actually apply this to your existing factory as well. It's actually not too much work depending on how you do it, but we'll get to that in a moment as well. What I'm here for though is the packager that we have over here, or specifically the constructor that is making empty canisters. Because what I'm going to do is just put a simple splitter in here and then put a dimensional depot, because I want to start gathering some of these canisters. Now this is completely optional, you actually don't need to do this because canisters can be made by hand pretty easily as well, but I'll have this factory to do it for me, so might as well use that. Now I'm going to be building a new factory in this awesome looking little valley up on the north coast. It's right over here. It has a ton of oil spread around, and on top of that it actually is worth visiting wherever you come across it, because there's I don't know how many slugs in here. You can see like there's a purple one, there's a blue one, there's a yellow one, there's like tons of these all over the place. There's a couple of crash sites over here as well. Look, more of everything basically. Spheres, sloops, pretty much everything you would want to go out and gather is in this valley as well. But on top of that, like I said, there's a lot of oil and a lot of space, and we're going to need that for this particular build. Now this build is not going to be too complicated, but it is again going to take quite a bit of work, because honestly there's just a lot of buildings in here that you need to set up. So you want to make sure that whatever you're building and wherever you're building it and however you're building it, make sure that you're using blueprints, because otherwise this is going to take you far longer than it needs to. So first of all, we have 16 refineries over here making plastic. All of them plastic, nothing special. And you can feed all of these 16 refineries just from a single pure node if you overclock it to 200%, because that will give you the 480 oil per minute that you need. Of course, if you don't have pure nodes where you're actually building yourself, then any equivalent of 480 oil per minute from different sources will make the same thing happen. Now, of course, keep in mind that you need to use the Mark II pipes for that. Otherwise, you will have to split up it, for example, in 2 sections of 8. Something else to note is that wherever you build this, I recommend leaving yourself plenty of space to build next to this, and you'll see why in a little while. Next up is a set of 6 packagers. Now these packagers are going to work just like the ones we've shown before. They're going to combine something fluid, in this case water, with an empty canister, and then they're going to be making packaged water. Now this is why you wanted to bring those canisters, or at least put them in the dimensional depot, because you can just manually feed the empty canisters in here, and since we'll be making a closed loop, those canisters will actually be recycled. So once you put them in there, they will be in that system forever. Now, hopefully I don't need to remind you of this at this point, but I'm just going to do so anyway. Make sure you make a blueprint for the packagers as well. And you actually need 2 blueprints. You need one blueprint for packaging something into the canister, but you also need a blueprint for unpacking whatever you put into a canister. So, for example, you can turn packaged water back into normal water by unpackaging this, which is not what we're going to be doing, but we are going to be using that second blueprint here as well. And that second blueprint should look something like this. Doesn't have to be exactly like this, but the basic thing is that you're putting in something in a canister into the thing, unpackaging that, and you will get an empty canister out, so we're collecting those over here in the middle, and we're also getting a fluid out, which we're collecting on the other side. Then these canisters are going to be feeding back into this build over here, where they're going to be recycled, closing the loop. So every canister that you're going to be putting into this cycle will be recycled forever. Now, of course, we do actually need something worth unpackaging, and that is going to be made in these refineries over here. So there's 8 refineries because I have 4 of them in my blueprint and I just copied it twice, but we actually only need 6 of them. So you can underclock some of these refineries, 4 of them to be exact, to 50% to get the equivalent of 6 refineries in total. We're going to be taking in the heavy oil residue from the plastic build along with the packaged water that we're producing in the packagers, and then making packaged fuel. Now, of course, packaged fuel itself is not really that useful other than powering vehicles and our jetpack, but it is going to be able to be put back into those packagers that we just built to be unpackaged back into its liquid form. This diluted fuel alternate is super efficient. Normally you would take 6 heavy oil and turn it into 4 fuel, so you actually get less fuel out of the recipe than the amount of heavy oil that you put in. But now we are turning 1 heavy oil into 2 packaged fuel, so we're actually getting twice as much fuel out of this compared to the heavy oil that we're putting in. Now, of course, we do need to add in the water, but the water is, well, not entirely free, but almost free. So for every oil you get 3 times as much fuel by using this recipe. So again, it's just super efficient. I should note that you can actually very much simplify the same process by making diluted fuel through a blender. This is a building that we just unlocked at the end of tier 7, so that you should have unlocked by now, or you at least can unlock by now. But you do need the alternate for the diluted fuel specific for this building to go along with this as well, and you might not have that at this point. Personally, I've tried to actually get it for this episode to show it to you. As you can see, I don't have it right now because I had 10 hard drives stored up. I re-rolled them, didn't get the recipe, so this is why I'm showing you the basic variant as well, because it's actually not that complicated. It's very straightforward, and potentially you could build it a lot earlier in the game as well if you would want to. But still, if you do have this available, you can just replace the packagers and the refineries for the fuel by some blenders, put in the heavy oil and the water directly, and get the fuel out directly as well. If you do go for the blender route, you're going to need 1 blender for every 5 refineries making plastic. However, there is something very nice and visually pleasing about this particular very long build with all of these refineries in a row with the packagers in the middle. Okay, so as I said before, you're going to need 480 oil per minute in order to feed this particular factory, so you can either get that from multiple sources or just by overclocking a pure node to 200%. You're also going to need exactly 3 water pumps in order to get enough water to the packagers, the water packagers to be exact, to make sure you package all the water you're going to need to dilute your fuel with. And of course, make sure you put a pump in there as well if you're building a little bit upwards like I'm doing, in order to fit the pumps under here. Now, in order to get the water packagers going, like I said before, we're going to be manually feeding some canisters into the system. Now, the answer to the question, how many canisters do I actually need to feed into the system, is pretty simple. You're going to need to feed in exactly as many stacks of canisters as you have buildings using those canisters if you want to make sure everything keeps flowing. So we have 6 packagers here, we have 6 packagers over here, that's a total of 12 buildings, and then we have a total of 8 refineries. Doesn't matter that they're not working at full speed, we have 8 refineries, so we want a total of 6 plus 6 plus 8 is 20 stacks of canisters into this system. Now, the reason for this is very simple. These buildings will be collecting canisters in the building, either filled or unfilled, and because of the fact that we're using the splitters and mergers the way I'm using them over here, using the most basic simple version, some of the buildings are going to be having a full stack of canisters waiting for them, either, like I said, either filled or unfilled, and that means that those canisters can be used elsewhere. So if you have at least 1 stack for every building to kind of claim for itself, there will of course be some stock on the belts as well, then that should mean that your factory doesn't get slowed down by the lack of canisters. You can put more in there, that's fine. but you don't want to put much less than that in here. Now keep in mind that you can easily just handcraft canisters at this point as well. If you have plastic in your void storage, it only takes like a minute or so to craft a couple of stacks, but you have the void storage anyway, so you can also just use the canisters that you put in there a few moments ago. You also want to make sure that you sink the plastic that you're producing in this build. The reason for that is that if we don't do this, everything will grind to a halt and we're not producing fuel any longer. So we need to make sure we're actually consuming the fuel, but we're also going to need to make sure we're consuming the plastic. Now, of course, later on we're actually going to be using this plastic, but for now, just make sure it disappears and you get some free points for that on top of it. The build itself, however, is pretty easy. You hook up the heavy oil to these refineries along with the packaged water. Then the packaged fuel is going to go into this unpackager, and then you're pretty much done. That's the entire build. The nice thing about this, of course, as usual, is that we have a nice little logistics floor over here that you can make advantage of. But don't worry about everything looking pretty. I'm going to take care of that in a moment. But first, build the factory, make sure it's working, you have everything in place, and then make it look pretty. And if you're wondering why everything goes up like 4 meters over here, that's just because I made a mistake and put my refineries at the wrong height, and I didn't want to have to do this entire half the build all over again. But if you want to make it look really pretty, then you should probably try to keep it all at the same level. If you build that first section once, you can actually build it 2 more times with all the oil you have available in this particular location, because we actually have 2 pure nodes as well as 2 normal nodes here, which is of course the equivalent of 3 pure nodes, so we can make the entire build 3 times. We actually have some impure nodes here as well that I'm currently not using, so you could make even more of these refineries. But just replicating this build 3 times will generate you pretty much all the plastic that you're going to ever need, and a lot of power on top of that. But you might be wondering at this moment, TDA, where's the power coming from? Well, of course, we're going to need to build some fuel generators for that as well. Now, I do want to point out that you don't actually need to build all these 3 sections at the same time if you find it boring or you just want to continue with something else, because of course one section is already going to be producing quite a bit of power, and you can always just come back and replicate the other 2 sections later. You are probably going to need to build more refineries making plastic and rubber later on, so you're going to need to do it at one point or another, but if you want to keep things a little bit more varied, then of course please go ahead. We're going to need a whole lot of those fuel generators in order to make use of all the fuel that we're producing over here, which is kind of the point, because that's going to be generating a huge amount of power for us as well. Now we have this nice open area over here, so let's make sure we get rid of all those nasty plants and put in some fuel generators instead. Now, before you start making those fuel generators, please make sure you make a blueprint for that. Doesn't need to be complicated. As you can see, I have a very simple blueprint with my standard logistics floor height over here as well. I just put in 2 fuel generators, but I also put in a pipeline to make sure they were connected to each other, and they have kind of a start and an end pipeline that I can simply copy paste this blueprint next to the next one, hook up the pipeline, and we will be done. And of course I have the power facility to go along with this as well, so I only need to hook up 2 power thingies and then the pipeline, and I can just connect all those blueprints together without having to manually rebuild every single fuel generator. It is worth noting that I intentionally have the pipeline above the floor and not on the logistics floor, because like I said a few episodes ago, feeding in the pipelines into the buildings from above is a lot more efficient than doing it from the bottom because of the way fluids work in this game. So just keep in mind that getting things out of a building, make sure the pipes are going down, or at least if you want to make sure you don't have any weird physics going on, and if you want to have something go into a building, feed it in from the top if you want to make sure everything is working efficiently. Now at this point I have to admit I made a small detour to a couple of pure limestone nodes I had near the top left of my map, because I wanted to make sure I had all the concrete I was going to need in order to spam these blueprints. Now, just because this is a very simple facility where I just copied in my blueprint for the 8 constructors 2 times in order to make some concrete and then hook them up to a couple of dimensional depots, doesn't mean we don't need to make it look pretty. Just using a couple of different types of walls along with some edges makes your very simple layouts look very nice and clean. Just make sure your factories are not floating in the air. And also if you want to use these gates, they look really awesome. Look at that. Just use 2 gates next to each other in opposite directions and you get that result. Now I hooked all of this up to a total of 4-dimensional depots. That's probably a little bit overkill, but I figured, well, why not just make sure I will never have to worry about concrete ever again. Now, when I say we're going to be using a lot of concrete in a very short time, I'm not kidding, because we're going to be turning this lush oasis over here into a fuel factory by making 3 sections of 18 fuel generators in total. So that's 3 times 18 is 54 fuel generators in order to consume all that fuel that we're now making. Which, when you're done, looks something like this. Now, I do have to admit, it looks really cool. It's not my favorite thing to kind of just spam mass factories like this, honestly. It might sound weird coming from a guy that plays a lot of factory games, but I don't know. It feels a little bit simplistic, this particular build, but it's still nice and awesome looking at all these different chimneys putting up smoke and producing power for us now. I have a couple of these industrial fluid buffers at the start here to kind of buffer the fuel in case for whatever reason I am overproducing it. That shouldn't happen, but what it also does is make sure that there's kind of a way for the fluid to flow, and it goes slightly down from over here. So you can see I intentionally put the buffers above the actual fuel stations, and there's a valve in here to make sure the fuel can only flow into the fuel generator direction but not backwards. Is it all necessary? Not really. It also works fine without, but it just makes sure it's a little bit more stable. But as you can see, look at that, 18 fuel generators in each section over here, looking pretty nice and sweet. Now, of course, I do want to make sure that I make the building look a little bit nice and clean as well, and actually I've started using a couple of variations on just straight lines of different walls, windows and things like that. Now, honestly, this looks super clean. I still like using the default coloring on the walls as well, as long as you don't use too many walls. It doesn't look that bad, I think, and it's yellow and I'm Dutch, so deal with it. Make sure your fortress is not floating. At least I don't think that's particularly good looking. Make sure there's enough pillars to make it look realistic, so the thing is actually supported. And yeah, like I said before, just a small edge around the edge of your factory does a very good job at making it look realistic and clean looking as well. That also holds for the supply lines. You just take a little bit of effort in making it look clean, and it looks a lot more satisfying every time you visit your factory again. Yeah, doesn't need to be complicated in order to look good. Also, a little trick I used over here, because we don't actually need the logistics floor in this particular section. I left all the little trees in kind of my private little garden over here as well. It looks kind of cool if you look through the window and you see all of this stuff just here. There's actually some creatures running around as well. I'm not sure where they went. Might have despawned. I'm not entirely sure. There were a lot of creatures in here. Oh, look, there's one. But anyway, you can play around with this a little bit if you want. Pretend that you're caring for the planet just a little bit by leaving some of the flora and fauna intact as well. I don't know, you do you. Now, regardless of whether you decided to go with the blender version, where you need about 4 blenders per section, or you went with this version with all the packagers, the real question is now, how much power are we actually generating? Of course, the answer is kind of obvious, considering we just built 54 power generators that are each producing 250 megawatts of power, assuming they are completely satisfied. That means that we're making over 13,000 additional power. Now, of course, that power is also going to be boosted by the power generator, assuming you built one like I recommended a couple of episodes ago. And that is going to be pushing our power almost to 20,000, depending on the amount of geothermal power that we have flowing in and out. Of course, we also added quite a bit of consumption to our system, because we added, well, a huge amount of refineries along with some packagers to the mix. But it's definitely worth it, because now we have over 10,000 megawatts of power to spare, which is actually more than the entire factory produces. It's almost twice as much as everything we're currently consuming. So you can see this is going to go a long way at making sure we don't get a headache from power anytime soon anymore. And I do want to stress, we're not just building this for the power, we're also building this for the plastic, because we're going to need an insane amount of plastic moving forward, and this factory is going to be able to supply us with over 800 plastic per minute, or some rubber, depending on how we feel, because actually just switching some of these refineries from plastic to rubber works just fine. Just make sure you put it on a different belt. But other than that, yeah, this factory is going to be able to basically supply us with all the oil-based recipes that we're going to need for a little while. That brings me to the end of this episode. Remember to check the link in the description that shows you the build I have planned for phase 4. So if you want, you can actually play ahead as well. Or if you want to use different alternate recipes and things like that, you can just use the planner, mark the recipes that you do or do not have, and the planner will adjust your build accordingly. So you don't have to follow my builds one by one, but I do think the order in which I'm going to be building the next parts of phase 4 do make a lot of sense if you want to progress through it in the easiest way possible. Either way, if you're still here, you're awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey it's TDA and welcome back to my Satisfactory 1.0 Masterclass. In each episode I'll give you one specific goal to work towards that you should be able to complete in 1 or 2 sessions, and that will help you actually complete the game. Last time around we built this pretty awesome looking plastic slash fuel slash power factory, and I actually got a lot of questions from people asking me why I didn't, for example, use turbo fuel or rocket fuel and scaled this thing way bigger than it's currently at. Even though we built 50 power plants, I think that's pretty sizable. But a lot of people pointed out that I could have made it like 150 plus just by using some additional inputs and some other recipes like, for example, rocket fuel. And I do want to emphasize that there's no reason to not scale up the factory as large as you want to make it. If that's what you find fun, then by all means, go ahead and do it. But I am very intentional about keeping my builds to the point. I do scale things up because I do want to automate pretty much everything in the game. But at the same time, I'm trying to avoid these massive, large builds that a lot of other content creators do. I mean, again, it's fine to do that. They look great. They look awesome, actually. But at the same time, it's exactly what burns a lot of people out on this game. There's a reason a lot of people never complete phase 3 even, let alone phase 4 or 5, just because it gets very overwhelming, very time consuming to build these massive factories. The roughly 21 megawatts of power this facility is supplying, along with everything else that we just built, should be enough to complete phase 4. And although I definitely went for the plastic because we needed the fuel as well and we wanted some more power, we are actually moving on in this episode to actually use the plastic that we were building in the last episode. Speaking of keeping the builds efficient and to the point, I haven't actually automated everything that we've unlocked in the game so far. You might have noticed that. The main reason I don't do that is because it's very easy, just like I showed you I think in the first or in the second episode of this series, to set up a couple of machines like this and just start making whatever you are lacking elsewhere that you haven't automated yet. For example, black powder in order to make nobelisks. You only need coal and sulfur for that. I have added those to the dimensional depot now. And I can just throw a couple of stacks in here, have some black powder being made, and then from the black powder I can easily just handcraft some nobelisks. Could I automate all of that? Yes. Is there really a point to making thousands of nobelisks, other than the fact that you can blow up the entire world and that's fun? Not really. Similarly, over here, for example, I am now making some oscillators, and I'm making those because I need them for the radio control units. You need these to unlock some of the technologies in tier 9, and don't worry, we will actually automate this in a next episode or something like that. But for now, I'm just getting a head start, putting some machines to work, because I already have all of these other things in production. I might as well start making some of the advanced materials while I am building my other factories. Anyway, do you need to do this? Definitely not. Do we need to get to the point for this episode? Yes, we do. Before we get into the larger build we're going to do this episode, there's a tiny little addition that I want to make to the aluminum factory. Specifically, I want to make use of this train we have driving around over here and actually utilize the back part of the station. We're bringing in 2 quartz units over here, but that's actually a little bit of overkill. I want to start bringing in some silver here as well. For those of you that are playing along, there's actually a silver node over here that is fairly close to where the quartz is as well, so it's pretty easy to connect that to the train station we already have in existence. Or you can just add another line to this and have the train drive a little bit further, but honestly I would recommend just building a belt for this. For what we're going to do to the aluminum factory, we don't actually need that much sulfur, but I figured if I'm building a node anyway and there's not that many sulfur nodes around the map, I might as well overclock it and bring in as much resources to my main base as I can. If you make any changes to your stations, make sure you keep track of what wagon will be transporting what on both sides of the station, because otherwise your things are going to go on the wrong belt, and that's a nightmare. But as you can see, I am now transporting the quartz in the third wagon only, or second wagon, depending on which way you count. And I am bringing in the sulfur now on this belt over here. I have a nice little belt going all the way over there with a little bridge over there. Look at that. Again, I would recommend keeping your belts and things looking a little bit clean as well. Just, yeah, makes it look good when you walk around the world. Meanwhile, back at the aluminum factory, we now have the sulfur coming in. It's going to go all the way up and then over here into the factory on the far side. Meanwhile, back at the aluminum factory, thanks to me wanting to add something to that, I noticed that my entire aluminum production was grinding to a standstill, and that was because my silica belt was stuck. So if you're wondering what's going on over here, I'm basically offloading all the overproduced silicon into the sink so that everything else should be starting up again soon. Anyway, in the meanwhile, we're just going to be adding 2 buildings to this thing. Now, I do recommend building that at whichever side of your factory the casings are coming out, because you're going to need those too. But for the moment, all we are going to do is add a refinery, add the sulfur to that, add some water to that, and then make some sulfuric acid. Now, if you followed my exact aluminum build that I showed you before, then you do want to make sure you add in another pump to the mix, because the 4 that you had before won't be cutting it by themselves. And then the last machine we're going to be adding to this factory is a blender. We're going to be making some batteries in here, which we are going to be making from that acid that we're now producing, along with some of the overflow of the alumina solution from the rest of the factory and the casings that we're producing in this factory as well. So we have these 2 items already in production over here, so we're just adding the sulfuric acid to that to make some batteries. However, as before, we're also producing some water. Now, the blender is actually going to be producing less water than the refinery that we just built needs, so you can recycle the water, but again, you need to make sure you do that correctly. So make sure that the new water from the pumps is going to come in from the top, so that this bottom line is being prioritized, so you can always get rid of the extra water that you're producing before you're adding in new water to the system. Similarly, the main reason that we're making this addition to the aluminum factory is because we are producing casings that we're just putting in a sink at the moment, which is, of course, getting us a lot of tickets, but we might as well put those casings to use somewhere else. So this is where the smart splitter comes in. If there's any casings going on this belt, basically exported to the sink, then I'm trying to put those into that blender first, and if that belt gets full, as you can see it does pretty quickly, then any remaining casings will still be put into the sink. Meanwhile, that allows us to put forward any additional casings that we're producing that we're not needing anywhere else to the production of some batteries. Now, this is going to be producing 20 batteries per minute, and we have a whole bunch of storage units here because I have no intention of letting this function forever. At some point we're going to need those casings elsewhere, but for now we might as well just start building a nice little stockpile of batteries. And if you're wondering why we're building such a large stockpile now of these batteries, it's mostly because we can, but also because we're going to be running drones later on, and having a massive stockpile of batteries means that we're pretty much never going to run out of fuel for those things until the very, very late endgame, but at that point we'll be able to supply them with some other types of fuel. For the main build for this episode, we're actually only going to need one single node, and that is the normal copper node we're looking at over here. That is actually on the map in between where I built my plastic factory in my main base, but if you are anywhere else on the map, of course, feel free to use a different node. You are going to need some water nearby, so if you have water nearby like I do, that's going to be very convenient. I am going to need slightly more than what a normal Mark II miner is going to give me for my normal node, so I'm overclocking it to 112.5% or 135 items per minute, but that's all we're going to need, because you might be wondering, what is a single node going to give us? Well, actually quite a lot, but you are going to need some alternates in this build. Okay, so you might remember that we are usually making the copper ingots in a smelter at a 1-to-1 ratio, but if you use the pure copper ingot alternate, you can actually take 6 ore and turn it into 15 ingots. So that's 2.5 times as much output from the same amount of ore. All you need to do is throw in some water, and apparently that magically turns the copper into 2.5 times as much. However, that does mean that we cannot use smelters anymore to make the ingots, but we need to use refineries instead. Specifically, I have 9 refineries over here, or at least the equivalent of that, because I have 8 and I'm overclocking one to 200% because I like my blueprints, but the 4 refineries in there. And yeah, like I said, we just throw in some water. So I have a total of 4 pumps over here. We are using those pumps for something else in a moment as well, but we only need a single pipeline, so this build is very straightforward and compact, setting it up like this. So, since I like refinery so much and I like throwing water at copper to make more copper, well, why not just continue doing that a little bit more? So, I'm going to be adding 15 refineries making copper sheets. And yes, I said refineries making copper sheets, because again, I'm using an alternate here, which is the steamed copper sheet alternate. This is where we're combining some copper ingots, we throw some more water at it, and then magically it turns into copper sheets. Now, normally you get 1 copper sheet out of every 2 ingots, but using this recipe you actually get 1 for 1. Just adding some water to it. So we just multiplied the production of the copper ingots by 2.5 by using the pure recipe. And then we're now producing twice as much copper sheets from the ingots by using the second alternate recipe, making sure that we're producing 5 times as much copper sheets from every single copper ore, making those copper sheets. So all we're doing is adding some water. We are spending some additional power as well, because of course refineries are a little bit more power hungry than smelters and constructors are, but still, it's a pretty efficient recipe to do it like this. Now, you might be wondering what we're actually going to be using 340 copper sheets per minute for, because so far it has been one of the least used and least exciting items in the game. Well, the answer is actually several things, because you need it for quite a few different items that we need to start scaling up now. Specifically, we need a lot of these for circuit boards, and as you can see, I have a total of 16 assemblers making circuit boards over here. Now, if you want to optimize your power somewhat, you can actually leave 8 of these to be completely operating at normal speed, and then the other 8 you can underclock to 66.7% or 5 items per minute. The total of which is actually going to be producing 100 circuit boards per minute. It's one of those items that people seem to really dislike, and some people actually like using some of the alternate recipes for this as well. But considering copper sheets and plastic are so easy to make, I'm just sticking with the default recipe here. Now, of course, we don't actually have the plastic over here, but the plastic is just behind that mountain over there. You can actually slightly see some of in the distance, some of the fuel factories over there. It is right around the corner, so all we need to do is run a train from here to there. And again, like I just showed you on the map as well, we have our main base right over here. So we actually are kind of condensing all our production again to the core center of our base. So all we need to do is add a train station to our base, and I like keeping the train to a size of 4. We are going to be transporting multiple different types of items in this train though. Which means that if you want to color code your train stations to make it easy for you to track what is going to where, well, you might as well do that. I mean, the color coding makes that super easy to spot what is going to be transported where. We're going to be putting the circuit boards on the train as well as some of the copper sheets. We're not actually using all the copper sheets that we're producing in this factory over here, although we are using the majority of them. And there's also a lot of plastic going to go on this train. We're using about half the plastic that we started to produce in the previous episode. The other half will be needed elsewhere, so we make sure that this train can continue on as well. Now, when you're building train stations in this stage of the game, leave yourself plenty of room to maneuver your trains around, but also kind of think about what is going to go where. For example, over here, this train is probably going to be running somewhere around this line and then over this bridge over here, kind of using the natural terrain to flow towards the base rather than trying to cut it straight through here, because A, that doesn't look that pretty, but we might need that building space for something else later on as well. As I mentioned before, I really like running my trains through the natural terrain without using foundations. It looks really nice and clean. But I definitely do recommend that you build your stations on top of foundations though. Also, make sure you use some storage buffers in order to make sure the materials keep flowing as efficiently as you can in and out your stations. And on top of that, speaking of stations, I do not recommend building more freight platforms than you actually intend on using. So even though this train has a size of 4, I'm using 2 empty platforms for the 2 wagons that are not going to be unloading or offloading anything at this station anyway. Remember that each freight platform does actually take up power, so building ones that you don't actually plan on using is just going to drain your power unnecessarily. And there you go, we have the plastic arriving at our new build. With the circuit boards will now be starting to be produced. And as I mentioned before, I always use my logistics floor with a 2 foundation height. And part of the reason for that is that I can actually fit a storage unit underneath. So you can see it fits exactly in between the logistics floor, making sure you don't necessarily need to keep your storage units connected to your trains on top of the platform. You can also use them below. Also note that unlike most of the previous builds, I'm not actually adding any dimensional storage to this build, because we're not producing anything that we haven't already automated and put into those dimensional depots before. And there we go, we are now starting to load lots of circuit boards on the train, which is going to be super useful in the next episode, where we're going to need all of those. I started out this episode rambling a little bit about not needing to build large factories, and I think this is a perfect example of a build that, for me as a player, really keeps me engaged and doesn't make me want to, I don't know, throw my computer out the window after a little while. It's a small build, it actually does give you quite a bit of progress. We massively scaled up our copper sheets and circuit board production, which is a large step actually towards the completion of phase 4, even though it might not feel like it right now. And we're doing all of that by using a single normal copper node. I mean, how awesome is that? All of this production from this single node and some water added to that. As a side note, take note of this location as well, because honestly this is a very interesting location. There's this cave over here. If you go down this cave, I recommend that you arm yourself if you have the creatures set to hostile, because there's a lot of nasties in there, but there's also some very useful resources in there that you might want to take advantage of if you're not playing exactly one-to-one along. But there's also a lot of iron and coal over here, so this is also a perfect facility to set up, for example, another steel facility if that's what you want to do. Of course, don't forget to add some nice touches to your facility, make it look a little bit more professional and more realistic with some pillars, making sure that the platform is supported and things like that. But that, again, doesn't take a lot of time, and it does make a massive difference in how your factory looks. Scaling up all of this production takes a little while, but it's definitely going to be paying off pretty soon, because we're going to be moving on to the Caterium node that is right between this base and the main base over there in the next episode, and all the production that we're going to be setting up there will allow us to complete the first step of phase 4, and that's actually already probably 1/3 of the entire phase, maybe even a little bit more than that. So we're not going as slow as you might think, even though this episode was a little bit on the short side. The reason I kept it a little bit on the short side, because initially I was going to combine it with the production on the Caterium node as well, but it turned out to be way too long to combine all of that in one episode. So I hope you don't mind this one being a little bit short. If you're still here, you're definitely awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey CDA, and welcome back to my Satisfactory 1.0 Masterclass. In each episode I'll give you one specific goal to work towards that you should ideally be able to complete in 1 or 2 sessions. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm getting really tired at looking at the top right of my screen and seeing no progress happening there, so let's work on that this episode. In order for this episode to actually work like I wanted to, we're going to need everything that is now on this train. So we need the additional plastic, we need the copper sheets, and we need the circuit boards. So all the hard work from the previous couple of episodes is going to be paying off now. You're also going to need the pure Caterium ingot, at least if you want to follow my build 1-to-1. Now, as you can see, if you have a bit of trouble finding specific recipes, it's not just you. This took me even more than you can currently see here. This took me about 10 of the hard drives, including rescans, to actually get the recipe that I needed. So sometimes it takes a little while before you get what you want. It is worth just keeping everything open like this, because this locks in those recipes, and that means that every time you scan a new hard drive, you will get one of the things that you don't currently have already access to. And of course, if you want any of these recipes, you can just pick them up whenever you want. Other than that, all you need for this episode is one single pure Caterium node. And I'm actually going to reuse this node over here that we opened up in, I don't know, like one of the first 2 episodes. It's ages ago by now. That we, as you can see, built in a period where we didn't have fancy things to make our factory look good other than just some walls around the edges. So I'm definitely going to want to, well, basically upgrade this by a lot, because right now it's kind of an eyesore. The other reason I actually picked this node is because it's right in the center of everything else I'm producing. We have the plastic and the other things coming from over here from this train. We have the steel facility, the aluminum facility, and the main base over here as well. So it's a very convenient location to start building in that basically makes sure we don't have to transport things all over the place. As a side note, this is also why I really love the Rocky Desert as a starting area. As you can see, we barely expanded outside of this area to begin with. We have some crystal and stuff coming from over here, the plastic, the initial plastic at least from over here, and then some more plastic from over here. But if you compare it to the rest of the map, there's like 80% of the map that we haven't utilized at all, and we're already closing in on the end of phase 4. As always, if you don't have the alternates available that I'm just showing you, you can always just look at the planner that is linked in the description and replace the recipes by whichever recipe you do have access to, and then basically adjust the build accordingly. Now, I'm actually going to remove this existing facility, and considering that there's tons of wire and stuff like that in here, like stacks up on stacks, I don't want to do that manually. So what I'm actually doing here is I cut the inputs, so the miner is gone, so we don't have new materials flowing in. And then the materials that are already in here are being synced by a temporary sync, and also just overclocking the machines to get rid of all the excess ore, as well as all the ingots and stuff like that are just stuck on the system. That just makes it a lot easier and a lot quicker to clean everything up if you don't have to manually delete all kinds of stacks. By now you've probably spotted the pattern here, because I really like overclocking my miners, and this is going to be no different. We're going to be completely draining this node as hard as we can by completely overclocking it to 600 items per minute. It's a pure node, they're ideal for overclocking, and let's just make sure that we get the maximum output from a single node. In order to make use of all that ore, we're going to need 24 refineries in making pure Caterium ingots. Now, we're going to need a bit of water for that as well, a full Mark II pipeline actually, and that means that we have these 5 water pumps over here. It's going to be raised up quite a bit, so don't forget to add in some of these pumps over here as well to make sure the water actually reaches your factory. But yeah, this is going to give us a huge amount of Caterium ingots from just one single node. Now, just a reminder, at this point you should not be building anything without some blueprints. And again, you don't need complicated blueprints. These are actually the only blueprints I'm using in my game so far, and it's just a simple blueprint for every type of machine we currently have available. With all the ingots in production, I'm going to use another alternate, and that is the one for Caterium wire. I really like this alternate, even though Caterium is a relatively rare resource, because it allows you to take a little bit of ingots and then make a huge amount of wire from a simple single constructor. I'm going to need the equivalent of 7 constructors making this recipe, so that means I'm going to get a whole lot of wire in production, and it also means that I need to make sure I keep an eye on my belt speed limit, because, well, all these constructors together will be pushing out more wire than I can fit on a single belt. Luckily, we have a total of 4 on each side, so I'm going to be underclocking the last one on each side to 50%, so we get a total of 3.5 or 7 in total constructors making the wire, and then I'm going to make sure that the outputs on each side are going to go on their own belt. We're also going to need a whole lot of cables. We need actually 12 constructors making cables. Now, there's only 8 constructors in my blueprint, and I like being lazy and saving myself some time, so I'm just going to overclock every single one of these constructors making cables to 150%. So rather than the production of 8 constructors, I get the output equivalent to 12 constructors making that. Now, you could easily just use this empty space over here to fit in this blueprint once more, and then underclock them so you get the equivalent of 12 again, but I like saving myself some time. I don't want to have to deal with all kinds of belts and stuff like that if you don't have to. Just a matter of being efficient, and well, we have more power shards than we can ever spend at this point in the game probably, so yeah, might as well use them and overclock to save ourselves some playing time. Okay, so let's scale up some more basics. We have a total of 15 constructors, underclocking 2 of these to 50% to reach that number. 15 constructors making quick wire. So this is not to be confused with the normal wire that we're making over there. This is the actual Caterium version of wire where we're turning the ingots into quick wire. Now I'm building these two builds like this so that I don't have to mess around too much with belts, because again we're going to be pushing out a lot of that quick wire, more than can fit on a single belt, and by laying it out like this it's a little bit easier to actually get the inputs here, as you'll see in a moment, but it's also easier to process the outputs. As a side note, this is also how I actually develop my factories or plan them out. So I look first at what do I want to produce in this specific factory, then I keep an eye on how much stuff is actually going to be on the belts, and I try to limit it to whatever throughput fits on my maximum level belt at that point in time. You can't always keep to those limits, especially if you have things like wire or for example screws, but generally speaking, if you make sure your in and outputs are, well, optimized in such a way that you don't break your belt limit, you're going to save yourself a lot of headaches along the way. On top of that, I try to order the buildings in the same way I'm going to be using them to feed into each other, so you don't have belts crisscrossing across your entire factory. And on top of that, you could also kind of look at how you place your blueprints in terms of where the in and outputs are, so that you don't have to double back things like the belts, because you're having the outputs be coming out over here, for example, while you need the inputs over there again, or something like that. So it's just putting a little bit of thought behind how you place your blueprints and how you structure your base goes a long way to making it look nice and clean. Similarly, my decision to either overclock or underclock usually kind of depends mostly on the layout of my factory as well. For example, in this case, we're going to need 3.2 manufacturers making high-speed connectors, which by the way is a new item. Yay, progress! But those 3.2 you could either achieve by using the blueprint that makes 2 manufacturers and then just overclocking them, or building 4 of them and then underclocking each of them to 80%, so you get 3.2 as well. Now, I went with that last option, so I have 4 manufacturers underclocked to 80% to get the 3.2 that we need. Mostly because, well, it nicely fits into this area of my factory. I could have built 2 and then just overclocked them. That would actually require a bit more power, so usually I do lean towards underclocking because it actually saves power rather than costs you extra power. But in this case, the main reason I went for this route was just because, look at this, the nice and square layout we get in my factory because of that. Making sure all your blueprints have the same size also goes a very long way for them to nicely stick together. So all my blueprints right now are 5x5 using the Mark II blueprint designer, and as you can see, this makes them fit together seamlessly. Okay, so this episode is kind of turning into a mini tutorial for building your base, but anyway, let's move on with the actual build. So, I need some AI limiters, and actually I only need 2 of these assemblers making AI limiters, so I'm just going to build my standard blueprint, saving myself some time, not having to fiddle around with removing facilities or anything like that, and then underclock all of them to 25%, so I get a total equivalent of 2 assemblers making the AI limiters. Don't worry about actually hooking everything up to each other yet. We're going to do that once we're done with this build, so you can get it right the first time, and also you don't have to fiddle around with belts too much until you're actually done and ready to connect everything up. That said, I did intentionally put these assemblers over here to kind of keep my base sort of symmetric. I know it's not completely symmetric because we have different machines on both sides, but other than that, it looks pretty nice and sweet. And it also means that visually, when you pass by your factory, it just looks a little bit more clean than when you have everything just mishmashed together. Anyway, sticking with that theme, we're going to need a lot of computers, at least relatively speaking, because computers are super slow to produce. We are going to need a total of 9 manufacturers making those computers. I don't want to actually build 9 of them, so in this case I'm going to overclock the 6 that I can build nicely in a row over here, and then just overclock all of them to 150%, giving me the equivalent of the 9 manufacturers that I need. And you know what is better than computers? Supercomputers. So we're going to be building 4 of those per minute. Now actually the supercomputer recipe is a little bit weird because it produces a very awkward amount per minute, and we actually need 4 of them per minute, so what you can just do is select this, set this to 2 and overclock them by a tiny little bit in order to get the required amount. And then last but not least, we're going to be building 4 assembly director systems per minute. Now, again, I'm just going to use my standard blueprint, and because I need 4 of that per minute, I know that I need 4 divided by 8 is 0.5 per minute for each machine, so I can just underclock them accordingly. So that is actually all the buildings we're going to need. Now let me walk you through how we're going to connect everything up. As I mentioned a little earlier in this episode, you actually have a very easy way to connect all of the ingots up because we have everything that requires the ingots in a nice little row over here, making the wire and the quick wire. So all we need to do is just bring the ingots all from the refineries together. It should fit on a Mark V belt, and then connect them up and split them off along the way. The wire is slightly more complicated because we do actually need a little bit more than half of what we're producing on a single belt. So this is where the Mark V belt over here comes in. I am basically merging the two belts together, but I also have a smart splitter over here on one of the sides that is splitting off some of the additional wire that is left over as overflow in order to make sure I can use that elsewhere. We're actually not going to be using the overflow wire in this specific build, but we are going to need that later on for some of the other items we need for phase 4. So for now you can just leave it like this and then have the majority of the wire feed into the cable factory. The quick wire is actually going to be needed in 2 different places, and even though we are producing it in 2 different places as well, we need most of that to go towards the high-speed connectors and then the remainder to go into the AI limiters, which means we're actually going to need to connect these 2 facilities up and then basically have the overflow going into the AI limiters. In order to make that happen, all you need to do is decide which one of these factories on each side is going to supply the highest demand output factory, so in this case that's the high-speed connectors, and then have a belt splitting off from the other facility, merging together into the first facility, and that means we should be maxing out that belt, and then all the leftover is going to go on the remaining belt, which in this case feeds into the AI limiter. The cable is going to be used to produce the computers as well as the high-speed connectors, but in this case, because everything that we're producing in terms of cables fits on a single belt, all we need to do is just have a splitter and then just split those off. Now that of course means that one side is going to have a little bit too much initially and one side is going to have a little bit too few, but the belt that has too much will back up and then the remaining items will be going on the other belt. So that fixes itself after just a couple of minutes usually. At this point it's time to start bringing in some of the other materials from the previous factory so we can actually make this thing work. So how about a little platform to the side? Now I'm actually not intending to build the train station on top of this platform. I kind of like keeping my trains on the ground floor. But I did want to kind of break up the monotony of having all factories kind of just look the same with pillars and then a flat area and things like that. It doesn't necessarily need to be done this way, but I want to kind of experiment with some different looks. A platform like this allows me, well, some walking space for one, but it also allows me to bring in some of the power lines that fit kind of naturally into the factory like this. And like I said, it also actually kind of looks nice to have this kind of this tiered type of factory with the actual trains on the ground floor. Okay, so back to the previous episode factory where we were bringing in the plastic from the fuel factory over there into this factory to make some sheets and circuit boards as well. We also have more plastic on this train than we need in this facility over here, so we can bring the remainder by making a nicely blended into the terrain track into the Caterium factory that we are currently building over there. Now, as you can see, and I've noticed this before as well, I really like not having my tracks on foundations. It's so nice and flowing to keep them into the terrain like this, and I think this is a very good example of that. And do you need to weave your trains through the tunnels that are across the terrain? Well, no, but it's kind of cool to do, because actually if you do use these tunnels like that, you're not going to be using them for anything else anyway. And if at some point you decide to build a factory on top of here, it's going to look so cool with your trains passing underneath and stuff like that. But if you don't start designing your trains with that from the outset, you're not going to do that later on. So just something to keep in mind when you're building. Also something I need your input on, because honestly I have a little bit of a hard time deciding myself. Do you prefer using the color-coded system for your trains like I'm doing over here, so it's super easy to tell what is on which train? Or do you just favor keeping the entire train station in a single color? It looks a little bit more neat, but of course it makes it harder to identify what's going on. Let me know in the comments. To be honest, I used to give all my train stations a single color, and I actually only started to give them different colors for your benefit, so it's easier to tell what I'm doing. But I actually really like this system, so I think I'm gonna stick with the color system for now myself. Anyway, back to finishing the build. The plastic is going to go in both types of computers, so we are using it both in the supercomputers as well in the production of the normal computers over here. The circuit boards that we are bringing in from the other factory go into the computers as well, but they're also needed in the high-speed connectors in the back over there. The copper sheets go into the AI limiters, and at that point you should have pretty much the entire factory up and running, with the exception of the actual item we want to produce here, which is the assembly director control units. Those we can simply bring in from a belt, because remember, we are just producing them right over there in our initial factory. And this is part of the reason I built this factory over here, so it was easy to bring them in. So all you need to do is extend this little bridge we had going here between our steel mill and the actual main factory, split it off to the side, and have a belt coming in from over there. This hopefully goes without saying, but I'm going to say it anyway just in case you forgot. Make sure you add a dimensional depot for all the new items that we're producing in this facility. So far I haven't automated the AI limiters. We've been building the high-speed connectors for the first time here as well as supercomputers. So all three of those items should definitely get their own dimensional depot if you haven't built them elsewhere yet. Now, I can hear you guys typing in the comments that things like supercomputers are very slow to produce and that will drain your intended production in this facility for a little while if you split them off to the dimensional depot. And the answer is yes, you're right. However, you're going to be needing those items elsewhere as well, for example, to unlock some of the technologies, so you're going to have to do that one way or another anyway, so you might as well do it through a dimensional depot so it's completely automated. Something else I probably should note at this point in time is that if you've done the math, you'll actually see that we're overproducing several items in this particular facility. We are actually overproducing AI limiters, we actually are not using all the copper sheets yet. We have an overproduction of computers, AI limiters, cables. In other words, all of the overproduction does have a reason, because we're going to need those to make the other materials for the completion of phase 4. So don't worry about it now, you don't need to stock them up or anything like that, but there is a reason why we're slightly overproducing some things, because I want to avoid having to replicate the same builds over and over again. At the same time, I also don't want to make massive builds that don't have a very clear purpose. I don't want to be producing more than what I need for this particular phase. So I see some people making like large builds, making like a massive iron and copper factories and stuff like that. And well, honestly, there's no problem with that. If that's what you want to do, then that's perfectly fine, of course. But I'd rather have a very purposeful approach to building what I actually need rather than brute forcing it. While we're waiting for the actual factories to start up, it's time to make it look nice, because of course that is very important as well. And I kind of like the thing that I stumbled across here with the actual kind of like lifted walls. The belts that we have feeding into the factory that I intentionally put out on the platform just to have things look different for a change. Actually go nicely underneath the walls that are kind of coming down from the top. Now, if you want to make sure they look like they're actually supported, you can do something like this, add in another line. Yeah, I actually kind of like that look as well. So you have some support, you have some very elegant solution to having the items go into the factory. Now, you don't want to do this with very high items like pipes, because those I think will actually clip the walls. But everything we're putting into the factory over here is kind of nice and flat. So yeah, this is a nice alternative to what we've been doing so far. If you want to speed things up a little bit, don't forget that you can also use your summer sloops to overclock the machines by getting free materials or doubling your production. Keep in mind though that this massively increases the power usage of the machine. It's not going to be a problem, you should have plenty of power for that, but just keep it in mind. And you also always want to sloop things at the end of your production chain, because that effectively doubles the production of everything that came before that. I also really like how the overclocked sloops make the assemblers look like. See all that smoke blowing out? This is actually a perfect machine to use those sloops in, because, well, this is a very late game item, and it only takes you 2 summer sloops to double the production coming out of this machine. and it also only relatively is a small increase of power demand. Now, of course, I am currently underclocking this machine, so to make this more efficient, I should probably set this to a higher percentage, so I get more bang for my buck for the summer sloops. Now we have the first item in production for the completion of phase 4. I think it's also logical to kind of replace the location of the actual space elevator, because right now it was sitting over there, and well, we're not producing anything over there that actually goes into the space elevators, so I moved it to the new facility over here. Also made sure that there's an overflow sink over here just in case I need it, some storage units to initially catch some of the production as well, because we do need it for phase 5 as well. None of that is really going to be a big deal, because it's going to take a while for the 500 assembly director control units to be produced, but as you can see, they are flowing in right now, so we are working on that. And with this build completed, I'm going to say something that might sound a little bit weird, but I actually honestly think the hardest part of the game is over. Now, you might be wondering how I can say that when I just completed the first item, we still have 3 of them to go, but honestly, the other ones are going to be relatively straightforward thanks to all the prep work that we've done, and from this point onward, we're going to be able to access some technologies that are going to make things a lot easier moving forward as well. I think the next episode will be a pretty clear example of what I mean. Honestly, this facility itself was already starting to feel a lot easier. It only took me like an evening to build this entire thing, including all the links up. So I hope you found it useful as well. I also really like how all the factories are now starting to blend together with this one being completed. We have 3 of our builds right close together over here, and some of the other builds actually over there as well. Yeah, and it's starting to feel like we're actually making this territory our own, rather than just trying to survive out into the wild. Either way, if you're still here, you're awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey HTDA, and welcome back to my Satisfactory 1.0 Masterclass. In each episode I'll give you one specific goal to work towards that you should ideally be able to complete in 1 or 2 sessions. We now have the first item of phase 4 in production, and even though it doesn't feel like it, we're actually not that far off from completely automating everything else as well. However, in order to do that, there's one more basically work stream that we need to scale up, and that's the one relating to iron and steel production. In the last few episodes I already showed you the strength of using alternate recipes to not only simplify your factories but also really scale up the production you can get out of a few nodes, and this episode is actually going to take that to the extreme. We're going to be building a heavy modular frame factory with just a couple of iron, coal and limestone nodes, and actually it's going to be requiring a lot less resources than you might think, so honestly you can pretty much do this anywhere on the map as long as you have a little bit of those 3 resources available to you. Now what I've done in this case, I actually figured I'd build a second factory close to the one we have over here making the circuit boards and copper sheets, where again we were just using a single node, normal node of copper to make all of that. But actually this location is really nice because we have a nice little iron node over here, we have some coal, there's actually a couple of coal nodes behind this ridge over here as well, and we have a single limestone node over here to complement that as well. All 3 resources we need. It's not even pure nodes or anything like that, we don't need a massive quantity, and actually if you check out the builder that I will be linking in the description, and you turn off all the alternate recipes, you can actually see the required resources shooting up massively. So this is really going to be a demonstration of how you can save on the resources while still actually making your factory a lot easier to build, and combining all of that to make a nice little production unit. Now, even though I would heavily recommend getting all of the alternates we're going to be using in this episode, and you can actually check out which ones those are by again looking at that planner, if you don't have some of them and you don't want to go around and find some more hard drives to unlock them, what you can actually do is just go to the planner, uncheck those, and you can automatically see what adaptations you will need to make to your factory accordingly. On a purely aesthetic note, because we have another factory close by, I've decided to make sure that the new factory is going to be on the same height as the other one, just to make things look nice and clean. Speaking of which, because there is these I don't know what to call these stone formations over here that we cannot remove, sad face, I'm going to have to be building around that. So this bridge is not actually going to be there in the final product, but I do need to make sure that I use this to kind of level my factory. And then I'm probably going to be building my factory starting from this location over here, so the arches don't get in the way. Arches, that was the word I was looking for. Alrighty, so to kick things off, we're going to need the equivalent of 9 refineries making iron ingots. Now, normally we would be making those in smelters, but as you can see from the recipe, normally you get a 1-to-1 ratio, 1 ore becomes 1 ingot, but by using the pure iron ingot alternate, we are actually turning 7 ore into 13 ingots, so that's almost twice as much from a single ore compared to the default recipe. So this is why we're going to be massively optimizing the throughput from this factory, because basically we're reducing everything we need by half, and that's just this first recipe. And speaking of making things twice as efficient, we're going to do the same thing with the concrete. So I have a single refinery over here, just one, making wet concrete. That's not called pure for whatever reason, but the principle is the same. We throw in some water and we get concrete out, and we're actually getting exactly twice the amount of concrete for every single ore we throw in here. 3 water pumps are going to be more than sufficient to make sure all the refineries are getting enough water, and you can just have a single pipeline supplying all of them. In terms of the actual nodes we're using this pure iron node over here that we're going to overclock slightly because we need about 305 iron ore per minute. You can overclock it to just 300 if you want to save a power shard, but you should have plenty of those by now. We're also going to need quite a bit of coal. We need about 520 per minute in total. We have 4 nodes, so there's 2 of them over here and there's 2 of them hiding in the back over there. You're going to need to overclock at least one of them to get to the required 520 coal per minute. And then we have the single limestone node over here that we just can use as is, because we don't need to overclock that at all. The coal, along with most of the iron ingot production, is going to go into these 12 foundries over here. We actually need a total or equivalent of 13 foundries in order to make all the materials that we need. So you're going to need to overclock at least one of them to 100% or 2 of them to 50, whatever you want. So get the equivalent of 13 foundries in total making steel. Now we're going to be using the alternate here again. This is the solid steel ingot alternate that we've been using before as well in our previous steel factory, because that increases the output by 50% for all the materials going in. So you can see things stacking up like quite heavily here actually, because we've just doubled basically our iron ingot production, and now we're increasing the steel production by 50% as well by using an alternate. Now, you've heard me say in some of the previous episodes and also in the comments that I typically don't build more than what I actually plan on using short term. This build is going to be the exception, because it's so efficient and so easy to just make a whole lot of steel in this particular factory that we're actually going to be massively overproducing steel ingots. And I don't currently have a plan for using them in the next couple of episodes, but just set them up and make sure you have them available, because you're going to need plenty of steel in the future as well. And as you will see in this episode, you can use steel to make a massive amount of different things, so just having that available is going to be convenient later on. Next up on the list are 6 constructors making steel pipes. Now, you could underclock these machines to get to 6 constructors making iron pipes, because well, you likely have a similar blueprint with at least 8 constructors in there. However, you could also decide not to underclock them and make some additional steel pipes, because like I just said, we do have an overproduction, a significant overproduction actually, of steel ingots, so you might as well put that to use and then either sink the remaining ones or export them to another place in your factory. Now, I am using the default recipe over here mostly because it's a very straightforward, simple recipe, and I like using alternates to make things easier rather than more complicated. But if you want to use an alternate, then the alternate for molded pipes, using concrete and steel to make more pipes than you would normally get, is a very nice way to scale up the production for pipes as well. You could easily do that because we already have the concrete in production over here, so just overclock this miner a little bit and then overclock the refinery as well, or build a second one. But that's completely up to you. It's not really needed, and pipes are very straightforward to make and pretty efficient to make already, so I'm just sticking with the default recipe for now. We're going to need a whole lot of basics to add to our system, which means we need some iron plates, we need some screws, and we need some iron rods. Now, all of those could normally be made from iron, but you can also make them from steel, and because we have steel in production here anyway, that's just super convenient. So what we need is a total of 3 foundries making steel cast plates. This is the alternate recipe. Now, just checking that out for a moment, normally you get 2 plates out of 3 ingots, and now we get 3 plates out of 1 ingot. Of course, we do need to add in the steel, so it's not a completely fair comparison, but it's just a pretty efficient recipe just by adding in some steel to the mix. On the same note, we're going to need some steel beams and some iron rods, but the iron rods can also be made from steel, so we use the steel rod alternate. Specifically, we're going to need a total of 68 per minute, so I'm underclocking one machine because I have a second one, so by just typing in the number. But again, you don't need to underclock it if you just want to produce a little bit more, because we have plenty of steel ingots. Similarly, we need about 10 steel beams per minute, so I'm underclocking this machine like that as well. Then we're almost done with the steel production, I promise, but there's one more thing we need, and that is screws. And you might have noticed in one of the previous episodes when we built the other steel factory that I really like the steel screw alternate, mostly because we get a ton of screws by just using a tiny amount of steel, and we have plenty of that in this particular build. The nice thing about the screw recipe now at this point in the game is that we have belts that can easily handle a large amount of screws as well, so we only need a total of about 2 constructors making steel screws to have all the screws we need for this build. The only reason we're actually making iron plates in this specific build is to funnel them into a couple of assemblers making reinforced iron plate. Just like before, I'm using the bolted iron plate alternate, which is actually not really changing anything to the recipe other than making sure you get 3 times as much iron plates out of a single assembler. So this is mostly to reduce the amount of assemblers that we need rather than really changing the recipe. But we're going to need 23 of these per minute, so 23 reinforced iron plates per minute, so you could easily make that in a total of 2 assemblers. We're actually already getting pretty close to the end of this build because of all the streamlining we've been doing thanks to these alternate recipes. Now I'm actually going to stick with one of the default recipes for once, making the modular frames. Honestly, the alternate recipes you have available for modular frames are all pretty good. They all use different variations of plates, iron rods, and pipes. And honestly, like I said, all of them are pretty good. So if you do want to use some of these alternates, then you can. I just wanted to make this build as straightforward as I could, so this is why I'm using those. So remember, we need a total of 4 assemblers in making that particular recipe, but feel free to use some of the alternates here if you want. The next building is a little bit odd because we don't actually need it for the heavy modular frames, but we are going to be needing those elsewhere, and that is a single assembler making rotors. Just using the default recipe in this case, although you can definitely use some of the alternates as well, but most of those alternates actually use different materials that we don't have available in this particular build. Just a single assembler making rotors, and while you're at it, look at this, look at this. Doesn't it look pretty awesome looking at all these beams and power supply units working all together? It really looks like an integrated factory than just loose elements just stitched together. Anyway, we were building a factory TDA focus, and to continue the trend of making use of cost-efficient recipes, we are going to put the concrete to use as well as the steel pipe production, and use the encased industrial pipe alternate to make the encased industrial beams. That's a lot of work. Anyway, the whole point of this is that this is actually replacing the steel beams that you normally need to produce these industrial beams by pipes. And since pipes are a lot cheaper to produce than the beams, this is going to save you a lot on the resources as well, while producing the same thing and also actually requiring pretty much the same type of inputs. We're going to need 2.5 assemblers making these industrial beams at least, but again, you can easily scale this up if you want to, just by increasing the pipe production as well as the concrete production that you have in this build anyway. And then last but not least, we need a single manufacturer making heavy modular frames, specifically using the alternate for this, the heavy encased frames. This again improves the efficiency of this particular recipe by a lot. it's actually requiring pretty much the same types of inputs, but you get a lot more bang for your buck, so to say. It's worth noting that the recipe is a little bit weird in terms of how much it produces, but we actually need 3 per minute, so I'm slightly overclocking this. And apologies to say this again, but if you want to scale up this production as well, you don't need to do so, but you can easily do so just by ramping up the production for everything else as well. All that's left at this point is just combining the different in and outputs together as required based on the recipes that you decided to use, and making sure the factory looks nice and clean as well, using some pillars and things like that to connect everything to the floor. Now, this episode is very much on the short side, and this is very intentional on my part, because this specific build to basically make modular frames is something that lends itself towards many different uses, so I thought it kind of deserved its own episode. We are not just producing the heavy modular frames here, but we're also producing the normal frames, where you're producing pipes, industrial beams, rotors, screws, plates, the normal plates I mean, and iron rods, and all of those combined are like half the amount of basic elements that you need to make all the more complicated stuff. So scaling up this build or replicating this build somewhere else on the map is a massively useful tool to have in your arsenal, or in your toolbox I should say, to pretty much make whatever you want throughout the entire game. Of course, it does heavily rely on using some of the alternates, but then again, you don't necessarily need to use all of them. Long story short, I do believe this is very much worth its own episode. Something else I want to note about this particular type of factory is that this whole thing is designed to produce a couple of things, but only in small quantities. We're producing something like 20 additional pipes per minute, we're producing 4 rotors and 3 heavy modular frames. None of that is really worth putting onto a train. I mean, you could, there's nothing wrong with that per se, but it's not really designed around high outputs. Instead, what you could do is use some drones to get this transported to wherever it needs to go. All in all, I think drones are super fun to use, so that is exactly what we're going to be doing in the next episode. Speaking of the next episode, in that next episode we're going to pretty much be combining everything we've been doing so far over the last like 5 or 6 episodes and making some massive progress on the actual completion of Phase 4. So if you're still here, first of all, you're awesome, but I also hope you're very much excited about that, so I definitely hope to catch you in the next one. Hey HCDA, and welcome back to my Satisfactory 1.0 Masterclass. In each episode, I'll give you one specific goal to work towards that you should ideally be able to complete in 1 or 2 sessions. Now, today's episode might be slightly different because honestly, even though the steps themselves aren't extremely complicated, there are quite a few of them, so it might take you a little bit longer than average. However, last time around, we built this heavy modular frame factory that is spitting out heavy modular frames. I think it's about 3 per minute if I remember correctly. We also built quite a few different factories, all making different parts, and this time around we're going to bring all of that together, including building a few small new ones to completely end Phase 4. However, before we get into that, I do need to explain something that I completely forgot to mention in the episode where we made the assembler director system. So, in order to make these, we were making use of the previously made factory where we made the adaptive control units, and we also made a factory generating some supercomputers. Now, the supercomputers you actually need a bit of overflow for, and this is the reason I actually didn't mention upgrading the previous factory that was only producing 2.5 adaptive control units, while the entire factory making the assembler director systems would need 8 adaptive control units per minute to come in. Now, there's 2 reasons for that. First of all, like I said, you need an overflow of supercomputers initially to unlock some of the technologies. But at the same time, you also can easily upgrade your factory to make those 8 adaptive control units per minute with just a couple of slight adaptations. So the trick here, but also in general if you want to sloop your factories really efficiently, is that we were making, like I said, 2.5 adaptive control units, but we're making those in 3 different manufacturers. However, you can also just build them in one and just completely overclock that, and that will bring the whole thing up to 2.5 per minute. Now you have the same requirements going in, but you're just making them in a single manufacturer by overclocking. Now if you sloop this, you haven't changed anything in your factory other than just using this manufacturer to the max, and you already doubled your production from 2.5 to 5 per minute just by slooping this. Now remember, this is going to cost you quite a bit of power, so you may need to make sure that your power grid can actually handle that, but other than that you need not change anything. If you want to bring the entire factory up to the actual 8 per minute, then all you need to do is go to your second manufacturer, overclock that to 150%, and sloop that as well, so you get 3 per minute out of that, so 5 plus 3 is the 8 required. Now you are going to need a little bit of extra resources because that second manufacturer actually also needs to be supplied. But honestly, you don't need that much. You will probably have a huge stockpile of wiring, circuit boards and computers at this point. The heavy modular frames maybe not so much, so you can either bring those in from the factory that we built in the previous episode, or you can go to this factory, sloop the heavy modular frame manufacturer in this factory as well. Now of course that will require another 4 sloops, so depending on your preference you might do one or the other. But then your entire factory should be running just fine for a very long time, making those 8 adaptive control units per minute. Just again, you don't need that to complete phase 4, this is just to optimize the previous factory that we've built. Anyway, back to the actual build of today. We're going to need some radio control units because we need to unlock aeronautical engineering, which will give us access to drones. Now we haven't actually automated those things yet, but we can just make a couple of them by using all the materials that we already have available. Sadly, there's nothing else that comes along with this unlock, but the drones themselves are quite worth it. Remember when a couple of episodes ago we set up this nice little battery factory that is now storing up quite a few batteries. It's not quite 6 units full, I think it's just 1.5, but that's going to last for a pretty long time. Now all we need to do is actually set up a drone station next to that where we feed that into that, so we're going to need a belt to do that. But this is actually going to be a receiving station only, so you don't actually put a drone on top of this port. Rather, we're going to be sending other drones from other ports towards this one to pick up some fuel. Similar how to truck stops work, you actually have a fuel port and you have an entry and exit point for your drone station. So you can see over here, this is where the fuel goes in. You don't necessarily need to fuel this one actually, because we're not going to be sending out drones from here, but I just figured I'd show you how to do this. And then the second port is going to receive the remaining batteries so we can pick them up. Now, Satisfactory uses what I've heard described as a many-to-one system for drones. So that means that you can send multiple drones towards the same stations, but not vice versa. You can't have one drone visiting multiple stations in return. So that means that we're going to be sending drones from out inwards to this station to pick up their fuel and then supply their own fuel stations. If that sounds a little bit confusing, don't worry, I'll show you exactly what I mean. So, we're back here at the factory that is producing the first part of our phase 4 completion, and we had a little bit of open space on the side, so I figured why not put in a couple of drone stations in order to receive all the items that we're going to need over here that we're not producing here, but that we're producing elsewhere. Now, since these 4 drone stations are only going to be receiving stuff, they don't actually need to be fueled at all, because the sending station is going to supply the drone with enough fuel to fly here and fly back to where it came from. I also set up a couple of storage units along with it, because honestly the drone storage itself is not that large. If you look at it, it's just I think it's 18 stacks, but that's of course a lot less than what I can fit in a storage unit, so we can basically just double the storage by doing that. Then at any factory where you're producing something that you want to send off to a different factory, so for example, we are now back here at our heavy modular frame factory that we built in the last episode, you're going to need a drone requester that is going to basically request some fuel. So I call this fuel request, so you know exactly what's happening. Then you go to this port, you select the fuel supply, and that means that it's going to go to the fuel supply, pick up the fuel, and then fly back. Now, why is this not working? Oh, it doesn't actually have enough fuel, so the first time around you will actually need to manually supply it with some fuel. That's of course really easy to do, and then we should see it flying off pretty soon. I see some movement. Yep, there we go. It's starting to take off, and it will fly over to the next factory, And that's just awesome, especially once you have a couple of these flying around. It really brings your factory to life along with your trains. Look at that, it is so awesome. However, more to the practical point, you're going to export the fuel from this station, but also make sure that you have it going back into the fuel port, because like I said, you have to actually fuel your drone stations. Then on the other side over here, I have a total of 4 drone stations, because there's 4 different items that I want to export from this particular thing, and all of them are being fueled through the logistics floor by the fuel coming from that first station. To be more specific, from our heavy modular frame factory, we're going to be exporting heavy modular frames, but also some pipes, some rotors, and some reinforced iron plates. And of course, each of those drone ports is going to correspond to one of the receiving drone ports on the other end with our central factory. You could, in theory, set up a single drone port to receive everything. Honestly, you could very well do that, but in that case you need to make sure you set up a system with splitters and mergers and an overflow, so that you can make sure that if you receive more than you need from one item than you actually use in your factory, that all that overflow has somewhere to go, otherwise all the other items will get stuck. And the other downside is that if you use a bit higher throughput type of items, that it's just going to unload the last stack that was dumped into its inventory, so it might not always be the actual item that you need. So you can actually reduce the efficiency of your factory a little bit if you don't use individual drone ports for every single item. One last thing, I slightly changed my mind on which recipes to use in this particular episode, so we're actually going to need slightly more cables than before. It's just a tiny bit, but what you want to do is find one of your cable constructors in the main factory where we're producing our phase 4 items, and then overclock one more to 150%, and you should have more than you need. Okay, time to bring everything together, and honestly, I showed you in I think 10 episodes ago or something like that you could easily stack blueprints, and then I proceeded to never actually use that. So I figured, why not actually expand upon our existing factory quite literally by making a second and maybe even a third floor. I'm not sure yet. In order to complete the second item for phase 2, we're going to need to unlock nuclear power, because that gives us access to the magnetic field generator recipe, as well as the electromagnetic control rod, that's a lot of long words, in order to actually make these things. We actually only need 3 assemblers in order to complete the second item we need for phase 4, and as you can see, I built a second floor. Now, you can easily just stack blueprints like this, like I've shown you before, and I actually built this second floor just outside of the range of these refineries, because they stick out a little bit more than everything else. So I figured, why not just make it look not like blocky, but a little bit stacked, more like a pyramid. Now these 3 assemblers are making 3 different items, it's just one assembler each. We have one stator production over here, clocked at 125%, just from the pipes and wire. Then we have the electromagnetic control rod, which is using those stators along with some overflow from the AI limiters. And we only actually need 1.5 per minute, so you can underclock that one. And then last but not least, we're going to need the versatile frameworks that we are actually making in our initial factory, along with those 1.5 electromagnetic control rods, in order to make the magnetic field generators, and that completes the second part of the phase 4 production already. Just because we have access to drones doesn't mean that we need to start suddenly transporting everything with drones, because the initial factory where we're producing the versatile frameworks is just there, so it's like very close to the factory you already have. So just using a good old belt to get all those phase 3 items in here is going to work just fine. Just put them on the lift and put them in your factory like that. I am not going to go through actually setting up the logistics floor for every single part of this episode, because otherwise this episode would be probably 3 times as long. But in order to stay organized, it's a good habit to have some of your belts on the ceiling, some of the belts on the floor. Like I've said maybe a dozen times by now before, don't worry about it too much if you have some belts splitting through each other, but if you don't want that to happen, that you can still do that on the logistics floor. It's just going to be a little bit more work. But either way, just make sure you keep track of what's going where, and you will need to do a lot of things like splitting off certain production, because you're going to need several of the items and several different machines throughout the entire factory. What I do highly recommend that you do is once you hook up a machine that is producing something new, is that A, you make sure that there's a dimensional depot attached to that so you actually get some of those in your dimensional storage, but B, sloop it initially. That just doubles the production for free, almost free. You do get some more power usage, of course. And that just speeds up all these low production types of items that are going to take quite a while to actually fill up your dimensional depot. And just slooping them will make sure that you don't stand around waiting for your factory to kick into gear for too long. Alright, so that is 2 items of phase 4 in production, but for the other 2 we're going to need a whole lot more different things. We don't actually need that many machines for all of that, but we are going to need to tie a lot of short ends together. So let's start out with 4 manufacturers, or to be exact, 4.33, so we need to overclock one of them. I think it's this one that I overclocked. Yep, there you go. In order to make some crystal oscillators. This is again something we haven't actually automated before, so make sure you attach a dimensional depot to that. Next up on the list are some motors, and specifically I'm using the rigger motor alternate here that allows us to put rotor stators and crystal oscillators into a machine to make some motors out of that. We're going to need a total of 8 per minute, so we're going to need to overclock this slightly and put this to 8 per minute in order to get what we want. By now you're probably sick of handcrafting these radio control units, so let's automate those as well, since now we also have the oscillators that we need in order to make them under control. And we're going to need 2.4 radio control unit manufacturers in total, so we can make a total of 6 per minute. It's now also time to finally start utilizing all the stuff that we're producing in the aluminum factory, other than for making batteries. So we're going to need to bring in the casings, and in a moment you'll also need to bring in the sheets, the aluminum sheets as well, so you might as well add a second belt for that while you're at it. Speaking of aluminum, we're actually going to need to unlock the advanced aluminum production now, because we're going to need all of these items that are over here, as well as the unlocks that are going to be attached to that. And luckily we now actually have the radio control unit automated, so you don't necessarily need to handcraft them anymore. Meanwhile, back at the factory with that unlocked, we can now start making some heat sinks, and we actually only need 4 assemblers making those, so you can underclock the 8 in the default blueprint that I'm using to 50%, or just build 4 of them, whatever you want. And this is also where you're going to need those aluminum sheets that I just mentioned, so we need a lot of sheets apparently in order to make these heat sinks. We're going to need to complete 2 small side projects, or I should say 1 small side project and 1 medium side project, in order to complete the entire phase 4 production that we are aiming for. First of all, we're going to do this small one, and this is setting up a nitrogen facility. Honestly, that is just a matter of picking up your production tab, putting down a well pressure in the middle of the big node, and then going to the same tab and then putting on the resource well extractors, the small ones, on the smaller ones. However, as you can see, I can't actually place them right now, and that's because this thing hasn't actually got any power yet. Luckily, powering is actually going to be super simple because it's right next door to the concrete factory, because we're at the top left side of the map over here. This is actually where our coal facility is. I built a small concrete facility over here in the corner because there's some pure nodes there. And then we have the nitrogen right over here. So you can see we've barely left the top left half of the map, and we are already ending phase 4. So this is why I love starting in the Rocky Desert, because you basically have anything you need close by, or at least relatively close by. There's actually only, I think, 6 places on the map where you can find nitrogen, and one of the best ones happens to be right over here where we need it. Making a nitrogen facility like this, or any other resource well, look a little bit clean, is actually a little bit of a challenge, because usually the height differences and stuff like that you can also see occurring here get in the way a little bit. But if you put down some foundations, at least that goes a long way to keeping your pipeline straight, and in general making the thing look a little bit streamlined. I'm not entirely sure why this thing actually makes the camera bounce, even though I'm flying once it drills into the ground, but yeah. One more important thing to note though is that you don't need to package your nitrogen before you put it on a train. If you do that, you can actually put a lot more on a single train, but the thing is that whole packaging and then unpackaging is a lot of effort, and in most cases, unless you're like transporting it all the way across the map to the other side, the train is going to be plenty fast enough to just drive up and down and get all the nitrogen where it needs to go without packaging needed whatsoever. We're going to run a train line all the way up here across the water and then through the little valley over here. Look at that. Looks so nice when you put a train track to little canyons like that. And we're going to run that all the way up next to the other train station that we already have at our central factory. And the other train goes off in the distance, and as you can see over here, I put a secondary train station right next to the one we already had. This one is going to be all white because, well, we don't need color coding because the actual thing that is arriving here is white and that is nitrogen. So look at that, nice and tight curving around the entire area over there. Where are you going? What did you get scared of? Anyway, now we have nitrogen over here. All we need to do is have an outgoing pipe as well. And of course we don't want this to clip with this train. So I'm just going to run the pipeline straight underneath and then we have that ready to go. Well, speaking of that other train, there is one more item that we actually need at this factory that we are not creating just yet, which is rubber. So I'm actually going to add a new color to our little rainbow station over here in order to receive that rubber. Which means I'm also going to slightly extend the train station we have at our fuel factory over here. And I'm going to add in the rubber at the end. So remember, there's going to be two other cars in between that are transporting the circuit boards and the copper sheets, which don't have any relation to this factory, so you might as well just put an empty platform so that platform doesn't actually use any power. And the rubber is going to go straight into this one. We're then going to be turning towards our giant plastic factory over here, and we're going to change 4 of the refineries into making rubber. Now make sure you disconnect the belts before you do that, otherwise you'll have your rubber and plastic mixing on the belts that you already had. But then just run one of these belts to the exit again and make sure the rubber gets on the train. Also make sure you have the overflow into a sink attached to one of the sinks over there, similar to what you've done for the plastic, so that any overproduction of rubber is not going to impede on your fuel production, because that's not going to be very nice if your entire factory shuts down because you don't have enough fuel. And we are going to be stretching the fuel, or I should say the power production, to our limits in this episode, so make sure you keep all your power production optimized. In the remainder of this episode, we're going to be building a fair few amount of blenders, and these are pretty complicated, so similar to the manufacturer, you don't want to set this up manually every single time. So make a blueprint. As you can see, I made a new blueprint in exactly the same style like I've done before. It's pretty straightforward. All I'm doing with the blueprint is making sure I don't have to repeat building this exact same thing over and over again. Now, because the blender takes in 2 different liquids, as usual, make sure you feed in the liquids from the top rather than the bottom. That just makes it flow a little bit better. And then you have your logistics floor available to, well, basically do whatever you need in order to get the solid materials in there. Speaking of liquids, we already had a water pipeline going into our main factory for the refineries making all those Caterium ingots, but sadly that one is completely utilized, so we're going to need a new one. And we only actually need a single pump in that one, but yeah, it doesn't fit into the existing pipeline, so we have a new pipeline running towards the factory over here. We are going to be using that water in these 2 blenders over here in order to make some cooling systems, along with the nitrogen that we just brought in, the rubber that we just brought in, and the heatsink production that we just set up. So everything is now coming together. We're going to need a total of 14 cooling systems per minute, so we're going to need to overclock one of them to 133.33%. But before you actually hook this up, I would recommend that you also set up the 2 blenders that you're going to need in order to make, hello, can I click this? Yes, in order to make the fused modular frames. You are going to need the heavy modular frames that we're bringing in by drone. You're going to need some more of those aluminum casings that we're bringing in from the other factory, and it's also going to need the nitrogen. So as you can see, that means you can have a nice straight pipeline connecting all of these blenders together, because that's everywhere that nitrogen needs to go. Now, I'm actually wondering, and let me know in the comments, do you guys usually remove any pipelines, for example, that you're not actually using? Because for the fused modular frames, we actually don't need 2 liquids, so this pipeline is not doing anything. I could remove it. That's a lot of work. Well, it's not a huge amount of work, but it's just adding more work than it needs. Do you guys set up a different blueprint for all the different types of combinations of inputs that you might need? Anyway, just curious, let me know in the comments. Either way, in order to produce the third item for phase 4, we're going to need yet another technology, this time the leading edge production that gives us access to turbo motors as well as the actual item that we need, which is the thermal propulsion rocket. But it's also going to unlock Mark III miners, which are the best thing ever. Anyway, in order to make these Mark III miners, we're actually going to need some turbo motors, so let's start working on that. Now, you're going to need a fair amount of fused modular frames in order to unlock this, so make sure you either sloop your factory and or handcraft a couple of these to keep yourself going. We only need a single manufacturer making those turbo motors, so I figured, well, that's a nice little place to put that in the middle over here. We are going to need to slightly overclock it, because for some reason the turbo motor has a very annoying ratio in which it's being produced, but we actually need 2 of those per minute, so in order to overclock that I first need to put in a thing, but we're going to need 106.66% overclocking in order to make 2 per minute. At this point you're probably already playing for 2 or maybe 3 hours or something like that, even though this is everything we've built so far, but all of that connecting the nitrogen as well, of course, as well as setting up all the drones, connecting this factory and that factory with some belts, setting up a new pump, etc. All of that takes quite a bit of time. So don't feel too overwhelmed for this episode. It's just bringing everything together, and you could split that across multiple sessions if you want, of course. I couldn't blame you if you did, because it's a lot of setting up of work, and you might as well just take a little bit of a break after we complete every item of this phase. So by now, we're very close to completing the third item, and then we're in the final stretch for the fourth and last item for phase 4. Speaking of completing items, we're going to need 2 manufacturers making the actual third item, the thermal propulsion rockets. It's going to take a little while for this to get up and running, because you need the modular frames, you need the turbo motors, and if you hook those up to a dimensional depot, it's going to take maybe an hour or so for all of that to be produced before you actually see anything going into this factory, because everything else will be going into the dimensional depot first. Doesn't matter, it's going to get there, but just take into consideration that that actually takes quite a while. As a very random side note, I really like the lights on the side of the Mark V belts. Look at that. I mean, the factory still looks like a total mess because I left all the sides open, but honestly, thanks to all the lifts and belts, it actually looks kind of cool in the dark. Anyway, 3 items down, 1 to go, and that's where the last little side project comes into action. I'm going to go to this location over here, which is kind of in between all of our other factories, and this is where I'm going to set up a nice little Mark III miner producing 480 copper ore per minute without any overclocking needed. Mark III miners, like I just said, are awesome. You can actually overclock these to 250%. Let me show you, and of course you can do the math yourself, but that's 1200 ore per minute from a single pure node machine. That said, we don't actually need all of that ore, we only need 480 per minute, so 1 single pure node will do, and it doesn't necessarily need to be this one. You can build it pretty much anywhere on the map, as long as you have some water nearby as well. I do have to say that nearby water is a relative term, because honestly you can just put a pipeline to wherever you need it to go, and more specifically all of this water on the map over here is not deep enough to actually fit a water pump. So I'm actually building these water pumps very close to where my fuel factory was already built, and I'm building a pipeline all the way across here in order to get where I need it to go. All of that water, along with the copper ore from the new Mark III miner, is then going to feed into a factory that consists out of 32 refineries making the pure copper ingot recipe. I really wish they made some sort of mechanic that made the pipelines flow with the terrain just like the train tracks actually do, but since it doesn't exist in the game so far, I typically just build a foundation to keep the lines nice and straight and clean. Just make sure that you don't have it clipping through your trains and stuff like that. That just looks really bad, at least in my opinion. So building these little bridges across makes the all function very well. Just make sure you put some pumps as well in order to make sure you have enough head lift to do that. Then, in order to actually make the last item for phase 4, we're going to need to unlock the last technology in tier 8, which is the particle enrichment. That's going to allow us to create some copper powder, which we can then use along with the pressure conversion cubes to make the pasta in a particle accelerator. You can pretty much ignore all the stuff here on the top, but the bottom 4 things is what we need. You're going to need a fair few of these fused modular frames as well as the turbo motors for those, but you should have those already from the production we just set up. Then back at the 32 refineries making the copper, we can then feed those into 4 constructors making copper powder. So each line of 16 that I have over here is feeding into 2 constructors each. You can now clean this factory up already, because this is everything we're going to be doing over here, and add a drone station to that, so we have a way to export these things elsewhere. You either need to put a secondary drone port here in order to request the fuel, or you can do that at the main station, which is what I'm going to do. We're just a few buildings away from completing phase 4 now, and like I said, you need either a drone station at the copper location or a secondary drone station here, and I decided to go for the last thing. So I have 1 drone station over here requesting fuel from right over there, so a belt could also suffice, but anyway, I'm doing that with a drone just because I can and because it looks nice and symmetric. And then over here we have a second station, a requester that copper powder from the facility that we just constructed. And in case you were wondering, yes, this is actually a 3rd story, because why not? We have plenty of space to build upwards, and we can that way bring everything nicely together. You have a little bit more room to work around with your logistics floor as well. Yeah, so I figured why not do it like this, especially considering we had to use a couple of more drone cores. I didn't want to fit them here on the side, so I figured why not just put them right on top, making a nice little layered structure like we have over here. So we have the train station, then we have a 1st floor, we have a 2nd floor, and a 3rd floor. Look at that. We then need only a single assembler making the new cubes that we just unlocked over here. We're going to need those fused modular frames that we just started constructing, as well as the remaining radio control units. And this should start working pretty well. Again, just make sure you sloop this in order to get things going if you want. But actually, we're going to be using these straight away, because this brings us to the last building we're going to need in order to complete phase 4, and that is the particle accelerator. Now, we're technically going to need 2 of these, and I decided to just build a single one and overclock it to 200%, mostly because I wanted to make this the centerpiece of this facility, and that works a lot better if you just have 1 of them. But if you want to be a little bit more conservative on your power usage, you should definitely be building 2. Because these particle accelerators take up a massive amount of power. It's going to be alternating between 1250 and almost 400 megawatts. And that is mostly because I'm overclocking this, because normally this is going to run between, I think, 500 and 1500. So, before you hook this up, double check your power. Because right now you will see that you're around about 23,000 consumption, even though we're producing less than that, so about 21,000 megawatts. You should still be fine. Typically your entire factory is not running all at the same time, and this is also partially because I'm overclocking the particle accelerator, which is just consuming like almost 1,000 megawatts additional, even though I don't need to do that. And B, I'm also slooping several manufacturers, which is also a very power hungry thing to do. If I wouldn't be doing that, we should be more or less in line with the actual capacity of our power system. Either way, just make sure you double check this, and it also means that if you continue onwards from this point onwards, you definitely are going to need to add in some power production as well. However, this does prove my point that I made in a couple of episodes ago when we set up the fuel generator facility, that you don't need to be building hundreds of fuel generators until you actually need them. And a lot of people were asking me why I didn't use the rocket fuel and things like that in order to make a massive field of generators, and this is exactly why, mostly because, well, you don't actually need to do that, at least not until the very end of the game. Anyway, time to completely round up the facility, make it look nice and clean, and I do really like how this particular facility turned out. Look at that, look at that. We have the other facilities close by as well, so it really looks like we've been doing an awesome job in this particular territory. We have the small fuel factory over there, we have the initial factory here, the aluminum you just saw, we have the circuit boards and heavy modular frames over there. Yeah, I'm really liking how this turned out. One last thing I want to note is that I typically at this point, and you can actually do this from the start of the game, is setting up a storage setup with a similar construction like I had with the mall, with the overflow going into a sink, but just storing the phase 4 items in a container rather than feeding them straight into the elevator. You can just pick them up like this and then go to the elevator and then just dump them in like that. That works just fine, so there's no reason to actually manually feed the elevator. And by doing it like this, you make sure that you don't have too many items stuck on a belt or anything like that. Syncing these items is going to give you a massive amount of coupons. And you also want to, at this point, start thinking about maybe achievements, if that is something you care about, because you do actually need a lot of coupons in order to get some items from the shop that are going to get you specific achievements. With phase 4 completed, that means that you're now way ahead of where most people ever get when playing this game, and that is not a small feat at all. So, if you're still here, you are awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one, where we're going to be continuing on to phase 5 and finally completing the entire game. Hey HCDA, and welcome back to my Satisfactory 1.0 Masterclass. In each episode I'll give you one specific goal to work towards that you should ideally be able to complete in 1 or 2 sessions. And last time around we completed the end of phase 4, which means that we're now going to need a whole lot of power to do phase 5. So that's going to be the focus of this episode. So far, we haven't really spent that much time on building power supplies. The coal factory took a little bit of setting up because we didn't really have access to a lot of things like blueprints and stuff like that at that point. But other than that, the fuel factory that we set up a couple of episodes ago was actually the plastic factory that just happened to also produce fuel. And as a result of that, we're only producing about 20-ish gigawatts of power, which is actually less than what we could theoretically consume with our factory. Now, I've seen a lot of people build massive factories that require way more than this, and as always, that's perfectly fine if that's what you want to do, but this just goes to show that you don't need to overbuild your power that much. That said, we're now literally at the end of the game, or getting close to the end of the game, so if you want to skill up, I'm going to show you today how you can easily do that. Let me start with telling you what not to do actually, and that is building a nuclear power plant. Now, you can definitely build a nuclear power plant if you like the challenge, but it's a pretty complicated system to set up, and even though it does generate a fair amount of energy, it is actually not even close to being the most efficient way to set up a lot of power, which is honestly kind of a shame because you would expect this basically the end game power that you just unlocked to be super, well, powerful, but really, unfortunately, it's not. Aside from being actually relatively complicated to set up, nuclear power also has the downside of being, well, nuclear power. So that means that you're going to need to deal with radiation setting it up. If you mess up somewhere along the way, which might happen because honestly, like I said, it's pretty complicated, you're going to have nuclear radiation all over your factory, making it even more annoying to clean that up. And on top of that, nuclear power plants also produce nuclear waste, which you cannot put into a sink, so we would need to either store that up, like make a massive storage and just hope it never runs out or you end the game before that happens, or you need to turn those into plutonium fuel rods and then either sink those, use them as fuel for your drones or anything like that. Long story short, it's a lot of work to make this actually do what it needs to do. Instead, the best fuel is actually found in the technology tree in the MAM, in the sulfur tree, and then specifically you're going to go through the right side of the technology tree. You're going to unlock compacted coal first, and you're going to go into turbo fuel, and then you're going to go into rocket fuel, and it's the rocket fuel we're looking for. You might be tempted to think, hey, well, if this is so good, then the ionized fuel that comes after that should be even better, right? Well, no. For some reason, the rocket fuel is actually better than the ionized fuel, so this is the one you want to pick up. Now, the way this works is that the normal fuel, along with some of that compacted coal that you just unlocked, can be turned into turbo fuel. and then you can take the turbo fuel and add some of that nitric acid to it, and then you can turn it into rocket fuel and, well, compacted coal again. Even though there's nothing really wrong with the default recipes, if you want to make it extremely simple to set up a lot of power, you really want to look for the alternate nitro rocket fuel. It's the only alternate that the rocket fuel has, and it actually lets you make the rocket fuel straight from the normal fuel just by adding in some nitrogen, sulfur and coal. All of the items that you would also need to make turbo fuel, but just cutting out a lot of the middleman type of facilities. On top of that, you also really want to make things easy for yourself while making fuel, and by actually having the diluted fuel recipe unlocked, you make that very simple because you can make it straight up from the heavy oil residue. And speaking of heavy oil residue, you also want the alternate for that one, because that allows you to make a lot of heavy oil residue straight from oil and just producing some resin as a side product. So rather than making either rubber or plastic and then getting this as a side product, we're actually going to focus this specific facility on making fuel, so we want as much heavy oil residue as we can get. One thing to note is that you're actually going to need a couple of hard drives to unlock this stuff, and on top of that you're going to need at least 100 packaged turbo fuel in order to unlock the rocket fuel. Now, in order to get that, you could either produce it, which is kind of annoying because we don't actually want to produce turbo fuel at all, but what you can also do is just hop over to your awesome shop and then just buy yourself a pack of that stuff right here. Remember that you can buy parts from the shop, including a stack of fuel somewhere down on the list. There we go. And you can just buy one of these stacks for 4 tickets and you're done, and you can unlock the rocket fuel. Make sure that you do unlock the rocket fuel before you try to actually research the alternate, because it won't unlock until you actually have access to the normal recipe. At this point in the game you have access to a ton of alternate recipes, so actually unlocking the one that you want can sometimes be a little bit tricky. So remember to keep whatever you don't want, just keep it in your list so that you can't actually get it again. And well, you might have to do some exploring. Remember that once you actually researched it, you have 1 rescan per hard drive. If you save your game and you rescan something and you don't get what you want, you can always just reload your game and try again. You will get different recipes, and that way you could, in theory, just have 1 hard drive unlocked and get whatever you need, as long as you have access to getting it unlocked. Okay, so let me show you how easy it is to set this up. You don't need to find necessarily a new oil location if you already have one that has a little bit of oil left, because you're actually not going to need a whole lot of oil to do this. I'm here at my previous, my good old little plastic and rubber facility that we built ages ago, and there is 2 oil nodes here that we haven't overclocked, so there's a lot of oil to spare there. And on top of that, there's actually one of these resource wells for oil over here as well that produces a ton of additional oil. So basically we have all the oil we will ever need right next to our home base. Back in the day when we built this first fuel factory slash plastic slash rubber factory, we actually only had access to Mark 1 pipe. So we needed both of those oil wells in order to supply this facility with 2 pipes worth of oil. Now, right now, we can overclock and we have Mark II pipes, so we can actually just overclock one of these to 200% and just have a Mark II pipeline and then split it off right where the actual pipe split off here as well, and have this facility keep running just fine. It also means that we get to repurpose the entire other pure node that we have available over here. Alrighty, so let's get started. We need a total of 7.5 refineries making heavy oil residue. And I'm actually building them towards the beach over there, because we're also going to need some other stuff in order to make this work. In terms of the oil, we actually only need 225 oil per minute in order to make this work, so you can actually underclock that pump if you would want to. So the refineries are going to be producing heavy oil residue, but also some resin. You could use that resin in order to make some more rubber or plastic if you want. You can also just keep that as a backup. But I just want this facility to purely focus on fuel and keep it as simple as we can make it. So what I'm going to do is just sink the resin and get some bonus points as a result of that as well. Then next on the list are a total of 6 blenders making diluted fuel. This is one of those alternate recipes that makes the fuel recipe really efficient. All you need to do is throw in the heavy oil residue, add some water, and you get a whole lot of fuel. To be exact, you're going to need 5 water extractors, getting a total of 600 water per minute up to those blenders, and those blenders are also going to be producing 600 fuel per minute in total. Now, hopefully you by now noticed that that is exactly the amount that you can put in a Mark II pipeline. So this is why I'm sticking with these numbers, because you don't have to fiddle around with the pipelines in that case, or splitting them or whatever. Nope, you can just have a single pipeline going through everything and not have to worry about the max throughput. It's also worth noting that these 6 blenders will be producing, like I said, 600 fuel per minute, and that is actually enough to fuel 30 fuel generators, or basically produce the equivalent of 7.5 gigawatts of power, which is almost a third of everything that we're currently producing. And well, it only takes like, I don't know, not that long in a way to set up, and you could actually replicate this entire facility a couple of times based on the amount of oil available. So if you want to keep it kind of small and easy, that's definitely a way to go. However, with just a little bit more work, we can make a whole lot more power from the same facility. We're going to have to bring in a couple of different resources though. We're going to need to bring in coal, we're going to need to bring in sulfur, and we're going to need to bring in some nitrogen. Sulfur is actually the item we need the most of, so we need a total of 600 sulfur per minute. Now that sounds like a lot, and well, sulfur is relatively rare, so that makes sense, but you actually have access to the Mark III miner now as well, so even a Mark III miner on a normal node will be able to produce the 600 per minute. If you have a pure node like I have over here, you only need to overclock it a tiny bit, and you already have everything you need. Just for reference, I am down here a little bit further to the south, actually pretty close to the initial starting area if you started out in the grassy fields, and we're going to be building a train line to the fuel station. You don't need a massive station to transport this type of stuff, because honestly 600 per minute again sounds like a lot, but trains are really quick, so just a couple of wagons will do the trick quite fine. And actually I'm going to be transporting both the coal and the sulfur on the same train like you just saw at the main station, so don't worry too much about having very large trains or anything like that. What you should be worrying about, or at least what I recommend that you take into consideration, is that you don't want to be building your station somewhere that might get in the way of a future location where you might want to build. For example, in the location where I'm building, there's actually a lot of iron ore over here that I'm not currently planning on using, but if I build my station over here, I will definitely not be using them anymore. So instead, I just decided to build my station a little bit off to the side, so it's not on the way. We also need access to at least 300 coal per minute. And honestly, I feel kind of nostalgic building my factory over here, because if you ever started out on the grassy plains, this is very likely the first location that you might have built your first coal facility. But of course, since we started somewhere else now, there is nothing here. There's just the nice little oasis. But there's also a lot of coal here, so you can easily set up that 300 coal per minute in a simple station like this. Now, like I said, I'm connecting this to the sulfur station as well, so make sure you keep track of where your different wagons are going to be, so you're actually unloading and offloading the correct things in the correct order. Which actually made me realize that what I just showed you was wrong, because I colored the sulfur and the coal locations the wrong way around. So it should be correct like this. And then finally, the last item we need to bring into the fuel station is nitrogen. We're going to need 480 of that per minute, and that's super easy to do because pretty much every nitrogen location has a lot more than that to work with. Specifically, I am kind of in between the coal facility and the sulfur facility over here. There is some nitrogen here on top of this ledge. I'm just bringing that all the way down to my station, as you can see over here, and then putting it into another train. Now this train is actually relatively large, mostly because transporting liquids, if you don't package it, and I really want to keep things simple, so I'm just putting it straight into the train. The train actually has quite a low amount it can produce, so I'm just playing it safe, but probably you could be fine with just 2 of these wagons here as well. Another reason why I'm kind of scaling my nitrogen facility up a little bit is because there's only a couple of those nodes around the map, like 6 of them in total around the entire map, I believe. And Once you set those up, you might as well set them up in such a way that your train can supply multiple stations if you want. One single location is actually going to be producing a massive amount of nitrogen anyway, so the amount of nitrogen is not a problem, it's just the limited amount of locations that have access to the nitrogen. So making sure your train is a little bit larger than it needs to be can come in handy down the line. As a side note, does anyone know if there's like a lot of Dutch people on the development team or something like that? Because honestly, the amount of Dutch station names that are being generated at random is quite a lot. It seems like almost like half of the total amount of stations that you can place are actually Dutch names. So, I don't know, it's a little weird, but I like it. Anyway, make sure that your trains are driving up and down and everything is actually loaded off in the correct facilities. And you might actually want to have some of these buffers on the output for the nitrogen, just to make sure that things keep flowing quite nicely. And then it's time to start expanding this floating little factory a little bit further. And sticking with the theme and keeping things nice and symmetric, we are once again going to need exactly 6 blenders, making in this case the alternate for the rocket fuel, so the nitro rocket fuel. That takes in all the things that we are just delivering to our facility along with the fuel that we were already producing, and that's going to be turning it into 150 rocket fuel per facility, so a total of 900 rocket fuel. So now you might be thinking, okay, we just turned 600 fuel into 900 fuel, so that's like a 50% gain. Well, actually no, it's a lot more than that, because not only do we have 50% more in terms of the actual quantity, but we have a rocket fuel which is about 5 times as efficient as normal fuel. So basically we've just increased the entire fuel production by about 7.5 times just by adding in some basic sulfur, coal and nitrogen. That does mean, however, that this is the one place where my factory is kind of breaking the rule I set at the beginning, because we're producing 900 fuel per minute from these blenders and that won't fit into a single pipeline. So you're going to need to split off the pipelines, and I suggest you just do that 50-50. Don't forget that along with the rocket fuel, we're actually also producing compacted coal. We're actually producing quite a bit of that. We're going to be producing 150 compacted coal per minute. If you want, you can build up to 21 coal generators and fuel them with that compacted coal. Extra power, free power basically. It's not really a lot of power that that's going to be generating. It's about 1.5 gigawatts, which compared to everything else that we're doing is not going to be a huge drop in the bucket, so to say. But it's free power, so you might want to do that. However, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to be building yet another sink and keeping it as simple as I can and just dumping the compacted coal in there. Then we're almost done, but if you want to keep yourself sane, you might want to grab a couple of these slugs that might have been sitting around your facility since the beginning of the game, like this purple one in my case, and make sure you put them into a machine with a sloop. Remember that by putting a sloop into a machine, you get twice the amount of output, and that also holds when you're transforming the purple slugs, or any type of slugs honestly, into power shards. You get twice as much power shards out of that. So that should make it pretty easy to stack up on quite a bit of these power shards to overclock machines. This tiny little facility that we just built is actually producing enough rocket fuel to fuel 216 fuel generators. Now, if you're like me and you think that building 216 machines of the same type is extremely boring, then the overclocking is going to come into handy, because if you do that, you only need to build about 84 of them. That is still a lot of machines, and you can see it like here, but that's going to be a lot less work than building 2.5 times as much, because overclocking a power generator is just going to make sure it is consuming 2.5 times as much and putting out 2.5 times as much. So that means that a single fuel generator is already going to be producing 625 megawatts. Now, like I said, we have over 80 of those doing that here. So if you then check the total amount of power that we're generating, we are now generating 82 almost gigawatts of energy. So we just quadrupled our entire energy production by just building this tiny little facility. And remember, we're just using a tiny amount of oil, a tiny amount of coal, a pretty decent amount of sulfur, so if anything is going to be the bottleneck if you want to scale this up, then that is going to be it. And we're also using a moderate amount of nitrogen, but none of that is really complicated, and everything that we just set up in supply lines Except for the sulfur, we can still easily overclock. The coal is overclockable, the oil is overclockable, the nitrogen is overclockable. We would only need to bring in some more sulfur in order to make this facility all the way over again and scale it up even further. Or, you could just put some summer sloops in your nitro rocket fuel blenders and get twice the amount of rocket fuel out of that. Now, that does mean that you would need to do your pipes a little bit differently, but it's a super easy way to get a massive amount of power without doing any additional work, or at least not much additional work. I do want to stress that you don't need to build all of this power straight away. The only reason I'm building this all and showing it to you is because I'm making a YouTube video, but if I was just playing for myself right now, I would probably just build a single on one of these lines, so about a quarter of the total throughput. Go with that, enjoy the power, and then once I actually ran out of power again, I would just add in another line. I just come here, put down a couple of more fuel generators, and then go back to whatever I was doing. You have all the logistics in place, so you just need to set it up once and you can easily scale things up, but you don't need to do it all at once. And there you have it, a pretty tiny factory, probably the smallest one that we've built for quite a few episodes, but it's an extremely powerful one, because at this point you should have easy access to everything you need to build this, and on top of that, this is pretty much going to solve all your power issues for the rest of the game. It's super easy to scale up, it's super easy to build this on other places on the map as well if you need to, as long as you have access to those 4 resources that we need in order to make this. And again, slooping this is a kind of cheaty way, you could almost say, to scale up the power and trivialize that completely as well. So take whatever direction you want. If you really want to start building a nuclear power plant, then you can. Just take into consideration that if it's just power you're looking for, not the challenge of actually building the nuclear power plant, then this is probably the way you should go. If you're still here, you're awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one, because then we're going to be diving into phase 5. Hey CDA, and welcome back to my Satisfactory 1.0 Masterclass. In each episode I'll give you one specific goal to work towards that you should ideally be able to complete in 1 or 2 sessions. Last time around I showed you how to make a very simple facility that turns into a whole lot of power, which means we have all the power in the world now to get into phase 5. As I'm recording this, I actually just wanted to look it up, and it seems that only 3% of the players that have the game on Steam actually completed phase 4. Now, anyone using mods might not be in there, so the actual percentage is probably a little bit higher, but still, only 3% of the people completing phase 4 is actually pretty low, and if you look at phase 5, it's only 1.5%, so I'm hoping that this series will help a lot of you kind of increase that percentage a little bit as well. The good news here is that phase 5 is actually not that complicated if you compare it to the previous couple of phases. So, if you look at the requirements, we actually need 4 items, but one of those items is something we're already producing, nuclear pasta. Now you're going to need 1,000 of that, which is quite a lot, considering you're probably only producing 1 or 2 per minute. But still, considering there's going to be plenty of time spent on producing the other ones, you're going to have that one for free, pretty much guaranteed. Phase 5 only includes 5 new technologies in Tier 9, and a couple of these are very easy to unlock. First of all, we're going to start with unlocking matter conversion, which only requires items that we were already producing, of course, because we unlocked everything from Tier 8 at this point, and it will also give us access to the biochemical sculptor, which is one of the new items that we need in order to complete Phase 5. If this looks kind of intimidating, don't forget the bottom couple of things we already had access to. So I'm actually not entirely sure why they're in here, but the main focus for now will be on the things on the top. Before we get into that, I want to make a remark that I think is quite important, because I find that a lot of players at this point in the game are kind of wanting it to be over. Now that's not a complaint about Satisfactory whatsoever, but at this point you've probably been playing for dozens upon dozens of hours, and you might be kind of looking forward to playing something else for a little while. And if you kind of leave your save as it is, you might not know where you got left and stuff like that, so people just want to finish the game. And you can do that a lot more efficiently by just upgrading facilities that you already have rather than building new ones. So right now I'm flying over my aluminum factory, and aluminum being one of the things I hate setting up the most, just because it's so fiddly. But you can actually just go and collect some summer sloops and put them in the casings making, for example, so you can upgrade your battery facility a little bit. You can just overclock your machines a little bit more. You do need to make sure that you get in enough things like water and stuff like that. So you do need to take a look at your throughput, but you also have better belts available, etc, etc. So generally speaking, you can save yourself a lot of time by upgrading existing facilities, by making use of overclocking sloops, but also just things like the Mark III miner that we now have available, rather than building entire facilities all over again. We have plenty of power, so don't forget that overclocking does cost extra power, but at this point power is not anymore a consideration. As an example of being efficient and using some of the infrastructure we already have in place, I have my 3 coal miners over here that are feeding into my steel factory. Now these things are not overclocked and they're only Mark II miners, so what I can do is upgrade them to Mark III miners and overclocking them a little bit to gain a whole lot of additional coal without actually needing to run new power lines or anything like that. And I didn't pick the coal example as a random example because we're actually going to need quite a bit of coal in order to feed that into a particle accelerator to make some diamonds. Now, one particle accelerator can take up to 600 coal per minute, so yeah, we're going to need plenty of coal to get some diamonds going. Expanding on this a little bit further, we're going to be building some new buildings. So we have the converters over here that are going to turn the diamonds into time crystals. I'm not entirely sure how that works, but either way, if you set them to each produce 5 per minute, so we have 3 of those, so a total of 15 per minute, that is the exact ratio that you need to keep all the diamonds coming out the particle accelerator busy. I recommend making your time crystals locally wherever you have some coal available, mostly because the coal is something you don't necessarily want to transport all over the place because you need a lot of that per minute to make a tiny amount of time crystals. So just placing down 1 accelerator, 3 converters wherever you have 600 coal per minute available, and then feeding them into a drone port will allow you to just export that 15 time crystals per minute to wherever you need it to go. Just don't forget to make sure that you set up a fueling station as well, so you can actually get some of your batteries in, so you can export this or import this wherever you want in the world. The next item on the list is finding yourself a SAM ore node. Now, preferably a pure one, just so you don't have to go through the motions too many times, but you can just pick whichever you want. The reason we need this ore is because we want to start making some FICSIT ingots, and there's actually 3 different ways unlocked by default in which you can make these. Now you can either make them by combining some of the reanimated ore with the iron ingots, with aluminum ingots, or with caterium. Now each of these options is perfectly fine. I personally don't like using aluminum just because it's so annoying to make. The iron recipe is probably the most straightforward, although it is quite expensive. As you can see, you need 24 iron ingots and only 4 ingots of the other types. So this is why I'm personally going for the caterium variant of this. There is a very convenient caterium node pretty close to where I'm standing right now, which is very close to where we have our fuel station. So yeah, we have a nice little setup over here that has everything we need in order to make some FICSIT ingots. These nodes are located all the way up on the hill, so if you want to build a kind of natural looking facility, it's a little hard, but there's a nice little open space just in between the SAM ore node and the caterium node that's all the way up here. And look at that, look at that. I think if I fly over this mountain, yep, there we go. You can see the nice little setup where we're collecting some coal as well as the crystal that we built way long ago. But it's kind of nice to have multiple places in your facility now coming together and starting to populate the landscape. We're going to need 13.3 smelters to make caterium ingots, or 14 if you just want to round it up. And because we have a limited space, we have plenty of power and we have plenty of power shards. I'm just going to be overclocking these 8 all to over 50% in order to get the production that I need. We're going to need the equivalent of 5 constructors making reanimated SAM, really straightforward. And then finally, we're going to need 3 of these converters again, and this time we're going to be overclocking them so they each produce 20 FICSIT ingots per minute for a total of 60 FICSIT ingots in total. And again, because we're producing these locally, all we need to do is set up a drone station or two to make sure that we can transport this to wherever in the world it needs to go. And keep in mind that you can send as many drones to a single station as you want. It will at some point get congested, but that takes a little while. And that means that the fuel supply depot, so that one depot that we have that is making batteries or collecting the batteries, that is, can receive up to maybe like 20 or 30 drones, getting that fuel and transporting it outwards to facilities like this without you having to build any more fuel supply. As long as there's enough batteries being produced there, this is going to work just fine without you having to worry about fuels or drones or logistics at all. Then back at the home base, all we need to do is add yet another drone station to the mix in order to collect these ingots all the way in our central base. Now, this wasn't actually pre-planned, this whole like drone station type of thing, but I don't know, it looks kind of cool, and we might be adding a couple more of these in the future as well, so it looks neatly organized like this. I do want to stress, because this can be kind of confusing if you forget about this or waste your time like I just did if you forget it. You don't need the fuel supply at the receiving station. So as long as you get fuel supply on every station that is exporting something, you don't also need it here. So these drone stations are actually not getting any fuel. Let me show you. Let me show you. You can see them all flying around over here. So it's working. But there's wrong example. There is actually fuel in here, but I just put it in here. There's actually no fuel supply actually going into this station, other than apparently the random one I put in here. But as you can see, no fuel and no fuel over here. But that does mean you do not want to place a drone on the receiving stations, but only drones on the exporting drone stations. Anyway, I hope that made sense. It's not really complicated, I think, but I might just have made it sound more complicated than it really is. However, we're also going to need some water, and we are draining this whole pool of water over here next to our facility really handsomely now. But anyway, we're putting it all to good use. We had this single water pump going into our main base in order to make some of the phase 4 items. We can just overclock this a little bit. We need a little bit less than 40 water per minute for what we're going to be doing next. So in whichever way you want to get that to your home station as well, in order to be combined with those ingots that we just imported. We're then going to be transforming the FICSIT ingots into FICSIT trigons, and the trigons are going to be used in unlocking pretty much every technology after that, along with in some of the more advanced type of things that we're going to be making. Now, the reason I'm not making the trigons locally like we did with the ingots is because you actually make 3 trigons out of 1 ingot. So it's easier to transport the ingots rather than the trigons themselves. And rather than making a new facility for this build, I figured why not just extend the existing factory that we already have, use the little platform we have over here where we're collecting all the stuff for the space elevators, and we're actually very close to unlocking the next one also as well. And of course we are actually importing the FICSIT over here, so we only are running the belt in between here and then straight into these constructors over here. The trigons, along with the water, as well as the assembly director systems that we made for phase 4, are then going to be combined into this set of 4 blenders. You need a total of 3.75 in total if you're following my build. And then we're going to be making biochemical sculptors. For those of you that are following along with the math, you will notice that we're not actually using all the assembly director systems that we're producing. That is mostly because I wanted to make sure that this also works if you're not using a lot of sloops to overclock the previous facility before that was making the assembly control units. But if you want a lot of tickets, then, well, either just making the assembly director systems into tickets is a very good idea, but you can also make even more biochemical sculptors and do it like that. You will need to increase your FICSIT trigon production a little bit as well, but as you just saw, that is super simple. So if you want a lot of tickets, then at this stage of the game, that is not going to be difficult at all. Either way, we are now making some pretty decent progress towards the completion of phase 5 already, because as you can see, I have plenty of those nuclear pastels already in production. We are now working our way towards the 1,000 units that we need of the new item that we are now producing. And on top of that, we just unlock the time crystals and trigons, which you need for example, unlocking the new belts, the maximum tier belts. So you're also going to need quite a bit of iron plates and aluminum sheets for that, but you have those in production. So that should just be a matter of time rather than you needing to set up anything new. Which brings me back to the technology tree, because the reason we are producing time crystals, even though we didn't need them for the biochemical sculptors, is because we do need them to unlock quantum encoding, which is the next step in the process of completing phase 5, and of course the subject of the next episode. If you're still here, you're awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one, where we're going to take yet another step to completing the end of the game. Hey HCDA, and welcome back to my Satisfactory 1.0 Masterclass. In each episode I'll give you one specific goal to work towards that you should ideally be able to complete in 1 or 2 sessions. And today's goal is going to be extremely simple. We're going to be 100%ing the game. After the last episode, we already have the first 2 items that we need to complete phase 5 in production, so let's go on and get the next one. And the next one is quantum encoding. That will give you access to a whole bunch of new items to produce, including one of the items that we need to complete phase 5. Once you have that, I actually also recommend that you pick up the peak efficiency technology that allows you to make Mark 6 belts. For the belt technology, you're going to need a whole lot of plates, and I recommend just setting up a storage unit to siphon those off from one of your earlier facilities. 10,000 sounds like a lot, it is a lot, but it will take care of itself. You just leave the storage unit alone for a little while. Before you do anything else, if you haven't already slooped your nuclear pasta production, this might be the moment where you want to do so, because again, remember, you need 1,000 of those in order to complete phase 5, but we're also going to need the nuclear pasta to make some of the other items, so there's no downside of having plenty of that pasta to go around. At this stage of the game, you have a choice. You can either work hard, or you can work smart. And by working hard, I mean building a completely new factory to make the 2 items that we still need to produce. By working smart, I mean actually leveraging the infrastructure that we already have. For example, we're going to need about 100 reanimated SAM per minute, and I could get that from a different SAM node somewhere far away, or I could just pick the ones really close to my actual main base that I already tapped into, I think, a dozen episodes by now, and completely restyle this. Which only takes a Mark III miner, a single constructor completely overclocked and slooped, just because we need a little bit more than this can actually produce, and we need a drone to carry all of this off. In order to make sure that that drone actually has fuel, we can make use of the already existing fuel setup that we have over here for our drones that were exporting the time crystals. So this is just saving ourselves a little bit of time by making use of what we already had. Speaking of which, we already had a particle accelerator making diamonds, but now I want 2 of them, and I want them both overclocked to 200%. Now this is going to require 1200 coal per minute, which happens to be exactly the same as a Mark III miner on a pure node can produce when you completely overclock it. As you can see, you are going to need the Mark VI belt, the new one that we just unlocked, in order to actually completely get all the items to the particle accelerator, because, well, 1200 items per minute is quite a lot. We also happen to have 3 coal nodes over here, so you can see 1, 2, and 3, and the third one is split off in 3 belts because that is feeding into our very early steel factory. Now we're producing the additional diamonds as well as the reanimated SAM. We're going to be importing that into our main base and basically expanding the little airfield that we have going over here. Next up is expanding the side platform that I started last time where we're making the biochemical sculptors. However, this time around we are going to be adding some new buildings to that. Specifically, we're going to add 2 converters, just normal speed, that are going to be using the reanimated SAM that we're now bringing in, and they are going to be producing dark matter residue. Then we're going to be adding in yet another converter, and this one is going to be producing excited photonic matter. This is actually completely free to produce, you don't need any inputs, so that's a nice change of pace. We're also going to need slightly more FICSIT trigons than we're currently producing, and well, I could go and upgrade all the production that we already have for that, or I could just throw in a summer sloop in one of the constructors. If you put a summer sloop into anything, you typically want to make sure this is producing at maximum rate, so make sure you do that, and that should mean we have plenty of these trigons to go around. Similarly, we are going to be slooping the supercomputer production that we already had in the main facility, just doubling the production that's going to come out, and again, just make sure you overclock it because you might as well. Next up on the list is a beautiful building we call the quantum encoder, and that is going to be producing some neural quantum processors for us. Now this is where the slooped supercomputers and trigons go in. If you don't have enough summer sloops to actually put those into those production buildings just yet, don't worry about it, you can always just add them in later. Just make sure you get this going, even if it's not working at 100% efficiency, that's not a problem. As a note of that, you actually only need this to work at 50% anyway, so make sure you underclock it. And we're also going to be bringing in those time crystals that we made in the previous episode. We are already just a handful of buildings away from completing phase 5, and in order to do that, we're going to need some more of these particle accelerators. Specifically, we need 2 of them, overclocked to 100% in order to take those diamonds and the dark matter residue and turn them into dark matter crystals. Now, you're going to need to feed the dark matter residue from the 2 converters that we made, but you also need to take into account that the neural quantum processor is going to be producing some dark matter residue as well. So make sure that all goes into the same pipeline, and if this ever backs up, just start overclocking the particle accelerators a little bit more, because you want to make sure that you are consuming enough dark matter residue so that your other buildings are not backing up. For the next item on the list, we're once again going to be turning to our main facility and slooping one of the production facilities that we already built before. In this case, we're going to be making sure that we get some more crystal oscillators going, because we need about 3.5 of those per minute in addition to what we were already producing before. That then allows us to set up yet another one of these quantum encoders, and this one is going to be producing the super precision oscillators. Very expensive words at this point. Those are going to be taking in the dark matter crystal that we're now producing, the additional crystal oscillators. You're also going to be able to feed the tiny little bit of additional alkylate aluminum sheets that we're producing all the way back in our original aluminum facility. I have not built any more of those anywhere along the way. And we're also bringing in some more of that excited photonic matter that we're now producing. You only need this to work at 70% speed, but you might as well put it to 100 if you want, because you are going to need plenty of those to go around, and that will actually speed up some of the additional production later on. And then, just because we like quantum encoders so much, we're going to be building a 3rd one of those, and this one is going to be producing the actual AI expansion server, which is one of the last items we need in order to complete phase 5. That's going to take in the magnetic field generators, one of the other phase 4 items that we were producing already, that you probably by now have a whole stockpile of. And it's going to take in the neural quantum processors and super precision oscillators that we were producing in the buildings next door. Which means that with this tiny little facility over here, and by leveraging everything else that we were already producing, we're now producing 3 of the 4 items we need to complete phase 5. We actually already have pretty much everything we need to make the last item, but there's one exception, and that is the concrete. Now, if you took my recommendation, I don't know, about 10 episodes ago probably, where I recommended that you set up a specific facility just to get some more concrete in for building purposes, then you can leverage that facility as well to make sure you have that 100 concrete per minute that we need in order to make the last item. Just add in some drone ports, one to get in some fuel and then the other to actually export the concrete, and you're good to go. Strangely enough, we actually also need some iron plates along with the concrete. Yes, some very basic materials, and you could build a new facility for that, or you could just use the facility that we've literally had from the beginning. This is the very first starting base that we built. It's producing quite a bit of iron plates, so we can just make sure we add in the Mark III miners, upgrade the belts, and then just have these things overclocked a little bit to produce an additional 50 iron plates per minute. Now, of course, you could run a belt to the main facility in order to get those materials there, but I'm lazy, so I just add in a couple of drone facilities in order to once again export this to wherever I need it to go. We're now actually only 2 manufacturers away from completing the game, and in order to make those manufacturers actually produce what we need, we're going to need to unlock spatial energy regulation. That's going to take you some of those oscillators that we're now producing, along with some other materials that you should probably have plenty of now. Go and unlock that, and then we're going to go back to our main base. Just to keep the main base a little bit symmetric, I figured why not just set up those manufacturers on the other side of the space elevator, along with 2 of these drone structures, one of them to bring in the concrete and one of them to bring in the plates. Now, then the first manufacturer is going to be producing the singularity cells. It's going to need nuclear pasta, dark matter crystal, both of which we are currently already producing, the plates and the concrete. And those singularity cells are going to go into the other manufacturer that is then going to be producing the ballistic warp drive. We're going to need to bring in the thermal propulsion rockets from phase 4 as well, along with some of the oscillators that we're producing. So these are actually going to go into 2 of the production buildings that we made in this episode. And then the remaining dark matter crystals are once again going to go into this building, and we're going to be producing a nice amount of ballistic warp drives. Once you've hooked all of that up and the manufacturers are hooked up to the power as well, then effectively you've kind of completed the game. As you can see, I have now all 4 items in production to complete phase 5. However, if you want to spend that time not just waiting around and getting dinner or something, I would recommend that you do a couple of other things to actually get the remaining achievements to complete the game in its entirety. Now, achievements might not be your thing, so if you're just worried about completing phase 5, then, well, like I said, you're pretty much done. But if you are interested in achievements, then I would highly recommend that you sloop the endgame products, the 4 things that we're producing for phase 5, so that you get as many of these out of the production as you can. Why? Because we're going to need a whole lot of tickets to actually get the last few achievements. In order to get those tickets at this point, there's pretty much no reason any longer to stock anything up, because we're not going to be building anything, well, unless you want to. So just grab all the stuff that you have in storage and just set up a storage container somewhere, dump it in, and make sure it's hooked up to a sink so you can get all those juicy coupons going. What I really like about Satisfactory's achievements is that you'll actually get most of them by just playing the game. However, there's a couple of them that might not be as obvious, so I'm gonna walk you through the ones that you're probably missing at this point. First of all, you're going to need to reach the highest peak in the game, which happens to be this one or right here in the rocky desert. All you need to do is make your way to that cliff and stand on top of that, but once you are actually on that cliff, what you want to do is start building a ladder all the way up into the sky, because there's another achievement that triggers when you actually reach the top of the buildable space. If you're wondering how high you're going to need to go up in order to actually reach that, the answer is, well, very, very high, as you can see. You will know once you've gone far enough when you actually start actively taking damage. As you can see right now, if I go down slightly, I stop taking damage. Basically, the trigger for the achievement is the same as the trigger for that damage to start occurring. While you're waiting for the last items to be produced, as well as the tickets that you need for one of the other achievements, you might as well just go around and collect some of the items like Mercer Spheres, Summer Sloops, and Hard Arrives, because there's achievements for those as well. While you're exploring, you'll probably get across some of these lizard doggos. If you haven't tamed one yet, well, there's an achievement for that as well. Just make sure you crouch down not to scare them off. Put some of these pillberries on the ground. They will run over to that, start eating that. You might need to move back a little bit in order for them to be doing that. Once they start eating it, you can just pet them and they will be permanently tamed. In order to open some of the drop pods, you actually need quite a bit of power, which can be annoying once you're on the other side of the island and you're nowhere near your actual factory. In order to make that super easy, I would recommend you bring 10 Summer Sloops with you. You're going to be collecting them anyway, and build yourself an alien power augmenter to make that super trivial and easy to do. One of the least obvious achievements that you need to get involves the manta rays that you see flying around, specifically in the grassy fields as well as in some of the other zones. Now, if you want to get close to one of these, it can be a little bit annoying because they have a fixed flying pattern, but it might be not obvious where that is going to take them. But there's one of the positions in the grassy fields that is basically underneath this giant arc that they're going to be passing right underneath. Build yourself a little ramp or a ladder or both, and it should be fairly easy for you to get on top of one of those manta rays. Once you're on top of one of these, not only do you get to experience the awesomeness of flight on one of these creatures, you actually also can pet them, getting you another achievement. Another kind of strange achievement that you need to get is getting hit by a car. So if you haven't used any vehicles yet, just set one of them up, have them drive around in a circle or whatever, and then just stand in front of their path and they will knock you over. There's also an achievement for completing the entire technology tree in the map. Now what I would recommend is that you try to get as far as you can based on your current production, and then you're going to run into some items that you are probably not producing or that you might need to go out and get. Well, if you need to go out and get them, that's just fine. However, if there's items that you're not really producing and that you don't have any interest in producing, let's say, for example, the packaged rocket fuel that you need in order to unlock ionized fuel, then you can just go to the awesome shop and buy that stuff. However, if you're going to be buying stuff from the shop, I would recommend that you save the game, complete the technology tree, so the entire technology tree, and then reload the game to the point before you spend those tickets, because it's kind of a shame to start spending tickets at this point where you're going to need 1,000 of them to complete one of the other achievements. On top of that, there is one particular thing that you need uranium cells for. So the nuclear deterrent development technology requires you to have uranium cells, which you can't actually buy from the awesome shop, so we're going to need to produce those. I would not recommend actually automating the uranium cells unless you want to also set up some uranium power. If you do, that's fine, it's part of that process. If you just want to keep it simple, there's a uranium node here on top of that high cliff that we just visited. And there's some sulfur down here near the water that we're going to need in order to make them like the easy way. Set up a refinery near the water in order to take the sulfur node that's there and the water in order to make some sulfuric acid. Then just put down a blender next to that, get the sulfuric acid in there and just add manually some uranium and concrete into that, and you will start making the encased uranium cells already. At this point, you're probably going to be left with one hidden achievement, and that actually requires you to do something silly in order to unlock kind of an Easter egg. What you need to do is you need to sink a coupon. So rather than getting the coupons out of the sink, you're actually going to throw one in there, which is kind of wasteful, so make sure you save before that. However, once you do that, you're going to unlock the cyber wagon in the shop, and that allows you to build, well, kind of like a Tesla. This cyber wagon with its square wheels is not particularly useful, so I wouldn't recommend normally spending your tickets on this, but once you drive it around, you will actually get yourself an achievement. At this point, all there should be left is either complete phase 5 or get yourself a golden nut. And in order to get that, you're going to need 1,000 tickets in order to buy it in the awesome shop, which is honestly quite a lot. If you want to speed up the process a little bit, make sure you kill everything that you see inside and transform those remains into alien protein using a sloop to double the production. And then, of course, make some alien DNA capsules out of that, once again slooping that, in order to get yourself plenty of tickets, because these are actually pretty cheap to get. It will increase, so at some point you actually need to kill quite a few creatures in order to get yourself another coupon, but it adds up if you compare it to the actual value of the coupons that you get the normal way. Keep slooping all the end products for phase 5, because the ballistic warp drive in particular is going to be worth way more points than anything else, but on top of that, all the other things that go into this, like singularity cells and thermal propulsion rockets, etc., are going to be worth a lot of items as well. So what you can also do is just grab those out of here if you are producing more of them than you need, or sloop them if you are not already doing that. Grab nuclear pasta, things like that as well. And then just throw them once again into the sink in order to get more points. And once you finally get your golden statue, that should be the most difficult achievement of all of them to get, then all you need to do is go to your space elevator and send off the last phase for assembly. Now, don't close the game right away after that, stick close to the elevator, because there's actually a couple of other things that happen after that. You can do some stuff in the elevator. I'm not going to show that to you, I don't want to spoil it, because it's, well, kind of satisfying to see the accomplishments of your work by yourself, but just make sure that you don't log out before you actually do that. It's not super special, it doesn't take a long time, but it is quite fun and entertaining to kind of close out the story. And if you've done all of that, then probably this masterclass was useful because you joined the few percent of people that actually completely finished the game, which was the point of this masterclass. But you also joined the even smaller group of people that actually completed every single achievement in the game. So, if you're still here, you are awesome. I hope you found this masterclass useful, and I do hope to catch you in the next one where we're going to be playing one of my favorite factory games of all time.